Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for October 3rd, 2019. We'll begin with a special order calendar.
It's me.
Item number 1, 9091BZ, 630-636 City Island, the Bronx. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
It's the wrong one. No, it's that one. Sorry.
Yeah.
Looking the wrong way. Sorry about that.
I just realized that. Somewhat
Yeah,
better.
thank you.
Good morning, Amanda Iannotti on behalf of the applicant. I just had something to submit very recently. I think it was emailed to everybody. It's just it's a revised site plan. I can submit it as a full set afterwards. So the only change that was made is the location of the
Just asking them.
garbage enclosure. So in the submission we made on September 25th, we felt that that side of the lot is most appropriate because it is so overgrown in terms of an existing buffer plus the new buffer as compared to the other alternative lot lines. But hearing the board's comments yesterday, we made an effort to just move it,
No, go ahead.
move it off the lot line a little bit more. So now it is next to parking spot 1. A little bit extra, like a second row of planting is added for another 2 feet, 3 inches. It was also turned so the doors open up out into towards the rear of the parking lot. And we're hoping that this location is acceptable to the board.
Yeah, I think it's much better, and just to give it another layer of dense planting, I hope that the planting is dense though, as opposed, I didn't see what type of planting it is.
They didn't label the type of shrub on that second row, but it seems to be something smaller since it's not a second 4-foot bed, so it'd have to be something smaller.
So the size of the enclosure is,
The size of
doesn't
the,
show, it shows 10 feet in one direction but doesn't show in the other direction.
it's not dimensioned in its width, no, but it's 10 feet deep.
So how do you know a dumpster fits in there?
I can have him add a dimension if you like.
So the idea would
Probably
be,
the existing, he took the existing structure size and just moved it over. I don't think they changed the size.
okay, so it should be dimensioned, because I don't know if it compromises your parking spaces, you know, in other words, that they have to be shifted down, right? Because the parking spaces are 8.5 feet, so,
Uh-huh.
or I think they're 8.5 as opposed to, yeah, they are. So that dimension is a real dimension that needs to fit the dumpster itself. And then to the extent that the planting area can be big enough to support a larger shrub, it should do that, right? Because you've got that run of 4 feet, I guess, that's running all along the property line. I can't see what that is either.
Yep, 4 feet.
Plus the additional depth should get 2 rows of shrubs
Yes.
that are of the same type, where you plant them staggered. That will accomplish that heavy buffering.
Oh, so you don't want to, right now they're showing a smaller row of 4 shrubs.
Right, but so
You
the
don't want that.
smaller row of 4 doesn't function as a real buffer unless they grow to be something significant, right?
Okay,
So the
so-
way you deal with that is you make that, you combine those 2 into one deeper one, right? And then it allows for...
Stagger the 8
to
foot
stagger,
tall.
right? So the
Okay.
trees are, they're kind of placed X feet on center, and then one that's in between, in the center, in the next row, and that's how you create that dense shield. So, I mean, you probably have room to move that number 7 parking space down a foot.
Well, the problem there, I suggested that, is that, so if you look at the site photos that were submitted, I think it was 2 submissions ago, site photo 6, there's like a large double door egress to the bait and tackle store that he sometimes like pulls a car up to.
So he uses that for his delivery of goods.
Yeah, so having a parking space with the wheel stop there would inhibit his function. So that's why 7 is kind of, can't be moved.
7 almost would be up to that.
Right, then the purpose of the wheel stops is.
So it
that
doesn't go
they
into the handicap
go onto the
area.
ramp, but then meanwhile, you've blocked the ramp with the guy who's offloading. So.
Well,
I
actually, the
guess-
handicap area doesn't extend to where his loading is. But if 7 were to extend there, the handicap would be there.
No, but how does a handicap ramp begins on the bottom side of parking lot 7, right?
right.
So if a truck is pulled up against the back of the bait and tackle, there's no access to the handicap ramp.
I think it's kind of temporary.
Right, so that's why it's the same thing. If it's temporary, then if you slide this down a little bit,
Then he can never back up past the wheel stop, though. Like, he could never get close to the door because the wheel stop will be in the way.
but we're just talking about like a foot. We're not talking about moving the whole thing down, no? Did you ask about a foot?
I didn't ask about a foot. I just asked if there's any room to move 1 through 7 down, and that was the extent of it because of his double door loading.
So the issue really is to create enough of a buffer?
Yeah.
And create room for the dumpster, and if necessary, to reduce, like for instance, I also don't know whether that hatched area that says 8 feet, I know it's egress for the 2 ADA spaces, whether that's required to be 8 feet. I just don't actually know what the rule is there, whether that could be slightly reduced.
So, I mean, in an effort to create more of a buffer, if you look at photo number 23, there's no way that those houses even see that refuse storage bin.
Well, but it's not, everyone talks about it as if you stay inside your house. When you own a piece of property and you have a yard, you use your yard.
Well, and then also
right?
the aerial photo showed that it's the most furthest away from both
Right.
actual dwellings.
But if you do a buffer, then it should be a buffer as opposed to lip service to a buffer.
No,
right?
and that's what we're that
Right,
is
so,
what we're
but
showing.
if you plant these little bitty shrubs, that's not really doing the job. So what I'm suggesting is, I think there's room to play around with inches, so you get another foot on the buffer, and then you have a buffer that is probably more like 7 feet deep, front to back, and that's enough to plant 2 rows of the same type of shrubs, which is evergreen, says dancing
Evergreen
planting with
shrubs,
evergreens, which I
at
hope
least
are arborvitae, doesn't
8
say.
feet high. The planting detail has more detail, this just has the
Oh,
note.
okay. So if they're arborvitae, they'll grow lushly, right? So just adjust that amount. It'll still be room for his bait and tackle truck, which only comes occasionally. Mm-hmm. And, yeah,
So 7 feet is the
that would be, because
Number.
what you've got now is
6 feet 3 inches.
2 foot 3 inches, you got 6, yeah, so you're just getting to 7, and then that
7
would be
inches.
enough to do staggered planting.
So, okay, so we want to kind of get an okay on this, so we can
Yes.
do the planting. So can I do a second call?
Yes.
And have him make these changes?
Great, yes.
Okay,
Perfect.
thank you.
Oh, but did we have other comments? Yes, we wanted an update on the reduction on the floor area of the eating and drinking
Yeah,
to reduce the
working on that.
parking.
We asked him to obtain like a letter from the Dunkin' Donuts tenant agreeing to those terms.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope to have that for you, hopefully by the next submission.
Okay, okay. And then the other was about the lumen. The other question was, you have a lumen count of 3 just at the property line on your side of the property line, and then it magically goes down to 0, and I don't see an area where there's a possibility of shielding because the lights are mounted on the building facing out.
I think they were gonna look at, honestly, like changing the bulbs too, to lower, they said that he really didn't need much light in the back there, so he was gonna change the bulbs to lower.
Okay. Okay, good. So then second call then?
Okay,
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Item number 2, 18896BZ, 444 Soundview Avenue, the Bronx. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond as to board member questions? Okay, please sign in. Oops. Yeah, sorry. A little slow today. No, you're here. This is just sworn in.
Lisa Adair from Eric Palatnik, PC, on behalf of the applicant. I'm here with Larry O'Brien, who's the architect engineer on this project. I'm going to hand out plans, which I submitted this morning.
Thank you.
So firstly, I wanted to say that we asked for a close-in grant because this is an extensive renovation, which will include new underground storage tanks, canopy, and an extensive replacement of building walls and renovations. So we need your approval to get many of the permits in order to do this full renovation.
So, is the car wash being removed? Is that what the plan
And
is?
now I'm going to go through all the changes
Okay.
on the plans. I just wanted to first state that this is like extensive renovation. So if you go, to proposed condition site plan Z004. Sorry, I don't have a bubble set, but I'm going to go through, starting on the left side at the bottom, all the items that were added to the plan. So on Z004, there's an existing chain link and stockade fence to be removed, existing masonry wall to be repainted white, pretty much all the notes in that area, existing 3-foot-high iron fence to be painted black on brick masonry wall, 12-inch wide by 2'6" high, existing car wash machine to be removed, which was just your question, and relocated vacuum machine will go there as we discussed. So then if you go to the Underhill Avenue side on top, the proposed solid gates PVC fence, a PVC gates is added, and if you would look at the last page, the 10, you can see the detail of the PVC fence. The detail's also there for the tree detail you asked for.
So the tree detail, I don't know why no one can get this right. It's the planting, sorry. It's the area where the planting is, the planting pit, that has to have a curb around it so that the soil doesn't just fly around. That's what the curbs are for. It's not showing any
What?
curves.
It's existing curb. So,
No, but it's showing a tree detail in
You
a
may want to
pit,
come, can you come up?
right?
Identify yourself for the record.
Sorry, Larry O'Brien, High Point Engineering. You're correct, yes. We'll be reusing the existing landscaped area along Underhill. It is curbed, and although I didn't show it in the detail for the planting, we do have the curbing along Underhill where the arborvitae planting is taking place.
he's talking about Z00.
No, I'm looking, so where are you talking about that this arborvitae tree detail goes? Because it's also not keyed to your drawings.
Okay, sorry about that. So we're replacing the existing landscaping where you would prefer to have higher evergreen,
Yes?
and that's along the Underhill Avenue property line. And toward the back, we have existing curbing for the existing landscaped area. We'll be reusing that.
Okay, so you're saying that the existing area is 4 feet, because it's not dimensioned either. It's 4 feet deep and has a curb in the front?
That's correct. It's approximately 4 feet is existing, the landscaped area. That's correct.
Because what I'd wanted was dimensioning that it's 4 feet front to back. It's why it's always good to bring the architect to the,
Sure.
to listen to the review, so we're...
Absolutely, yes. Very helpful.
So 4 feet front to back with a curb, so you could show it's an existing condition. One of the reasons for doing it is so that the future board, when you come back, can verify that everything is still in place, as opposed to, for example, there's extensive construction going on, the guys come and they take it out. Then it doesn't get put back in because the drawings don't show it detailed.
Dimensioned and detailed. Correct,
Right.
yes, you're right.
So maybe you can
So
add in
We
the
can
drawing the 4-foot dimension.
that so that it does go.
So that it's-
And if you're satisfied with the other changes, maybe
We can go through.
Yeah, okay, so it's 4 feet front to back and a curb, a detail showing that the planting pit is actually curved.
Concrete curb, correct.
Okay.
Yes, we'll do that.
And then, you want me to continue with the
Yeah.
changes? Block wall to be painted white on both sides was added. That's also by the planting in the back. It's on the right side.
Okay.
Existing back.
So it's more than planted, I believe this is where the block wall is just exposed block, it looks terrible.
Yes, I could.
It needs to be stuccoed and painted.
Yes, on the back side too, which is the residential side on Underhill, that will be finished off. And with your permission, we'll add stucco finish to that side as well.
Yes, so, but the note just says painted white both sides.
Right, that was the original proposal, but with
Not stucco.
stucco, because we're doing the building in stucco, we could also do the wall in stucco.
Okay.
And then existing vacuum machine to be relocated, which you just saw. And then existing sign, we're going down now. Existing sign pole to be removed, and then it was shown on Z007, and it's now going to be on the property line, and the sign max of 18 inches over lot line permitted is what it will be.
So on the plan, on Z04, where you're showing it extending past the property line, you're saying that's 18 inches?
Correct, yes. So with the removal of the ID pole that is currently illegal, the signage will be replaced with the appropriate sizing so that maximum of 18 inches will overhang the property line. So it is permitted to be 18 inches.
Right, but so
That's all.
why isn't it dimensioned in plan?
On the site plan,
On Z00.
although unfortunately it's only on Z7, where we do have a dimension of that with the property line correspondence.
It should be dimensioned on the site plan, obviously, right? A plan is where you do horizontal dimensions, right?
We'll do that as well.
Since the plan is so not readable at this scale, can they put a block and say, for detail, refer to Z007?
Right, but Z007 doesn't have a plan.
Right.
Right. So-
We'll do both.
Okay.
Reference the detail and show 18 inches clearly.
Okay.
And then the last thing that was on this piece of the plan was existing concrete sidewalk to be repaired as needed. And that's on the Soundview Avenue side. And then the landscaping schedule was changed so that the size of the plants are 6 to 8 feet high. Arborvitae, yeah.
So, and it should indicate that they're a minimum of 4 feet high at time of planting?
Height, 6 to 8 feet.
6 to-
yeah.
No, that is at the time of planting.
Oh, at the time.
Because we've seen them be 11 inches high at the time of planting with a promise that they will live, and be 8 feet high in the future. That's a long wait.
Right. That's not fair. One thing I wanted to mention about the trash enclosure, there was some discussion about raising the height of that wall. If I could relate that to the Underhill Avenue viewpoint, there's an existing retaining wall of about 4 feet or so. I have a photo. And so the trash enclosure wall will be net 8 feet, roughly 8 feet from the view of Underhill because of the grade difference. So I didn't choose to raise that 6-foot wall of the enclosure.
But,
So the 6-foot wall of the enclosure will look like 8 feet from the Underhill side after it's all said and done with the
show
grade
the photo?
difference.
Can you show the photo?
Yes, I have the photo of the
Site
site, sorry.
Because I'm looking at the latest photos.
So this retaining wall here is about 4 feet or so. So the new trash enclosure wall will be plus 4 feet above that, a total of 8 feet from the view of Underhill.
So there's a grade elevation difference between the sidewalk on Underhill Avenue and the site itself?
Correct, approximately 4 feet difference.
4 feet difference.
So, sorry, 4 feet is this wall, so it's total of about 3 feet difference.
Will any portion of the dumpsters still be visible? Because the dumpsters are going to be on the higher elevation inside the lot.
Right, so actually the dumpster will be enclosed within that 6-foot enclosure, so you will not see any of it because actually the view will have an 8-foot height to that enclosure, top of the enclosure.
how will the dumpster be enclosed? You mean
Is
just
it
a dumpster
recessed in
with a
it?
top, right?
Yes, so you, sorry?
Is it recessed in it?
Yes, the dumpster is recessed in the enclosure with the gates in front of it.
Can you give us a section in 2 directions through that, section through the site to show us what you mean, and a section through the dumpster and storage area to show us what you mean? The whole idea is that this is a residential neighborhood and you're putting the dumpster in front of the neighbors, right? And normally the dumpster belongs on the commercial side of the building. So if you want the dumpster on the residential side, it needs to be in an enclosure that, so no one knows there's a dumpster in there. So it shouldn't be that they're walking by and they can smell the fumes and all of that of the dumpster, right? That's why I want to, and the other part that I didn't really understand is since you're creating that storage room with a full height wall that's distinctly different from the dumpster enclosure, I didn't understand why all of a sudden the dumpster then gets basically a knee wall the way your drawing shows.
I can
Right.
revisit that.
Okay, because the cleanest way to do this, frankly, is just make the storage room and the dumpster enclosure the same. And then no one knows what it is, right? And then it really is protecting the neighbors from
Sure, so I
vermin,
could,
et cetera.
if that would be okay, then I can raise the trash enclosure to equal the new wall at that point then, and have that view would be a flat wall straight across.
That would be the best unless your sections tell us a different story that we
That's
don't
right,
see
I
right
think
now.
that would be best.
Okay, great, thank you. So how do you want to deal with this?
Today or tomorrow? Come back?
Is it
Short
possible
time?
to come back in the next?
I don't think this is a retaining wall. I'm looking at a Google image here, and from inside, it sounds like the height of the wall from inside is about 3 feet.
about
So the elevation difference between in and out is not that much.
It's about 2 feet or so, yeah. About 2 feet, so the Underhill side is about 2 feet lower than,
If you put it inside the property, it's not gonna be that tall. That's what I'm saying. If you put the enclosure inside the wall, it's not gonna be on top of the wall. So the total height from the street is not gonna be 4 plus whatever the height of the
it would be
enclosure.
6 plus 2, it would be an 8. But we've changed that, we're going to
Right.
make it equal height.
It's just it'll be just a cleaner thing than having this bumping, no reason
Yes, it'll
bumping
be
thing.
a smooth transition, yeah.
Great, okay. So for the next hearing, I don't really know. Should we have any other comments on this one? Miscellaneous signage we need to take care of, right?
That's why I submitted those photographs to show the signage was taken off.
Okay, you mean in this submission that you made online? I
Not
didn't.
today, the past.
No, I think that submission showed still a banner, a miscellaneous banner.
They sent us photos showing all the banners were removed.
No, in the ones, that's today's submission or
Looks like
the
a
last
week
one?
ago.
25th,
I
yeah.
was finding something miscellaneous
25th.
also.
All the banners were removed as part of the last submission from
No, but I
25th.
saw it on this one. No? But it was on the side of the building. Yeah, here. It's not a banner, it's a
not
sign. It's a sign between the, I know it's going to come down during the construction, it's a sign between those two rolling gates, which is not on the sign drawings.
So,
It comes down during construction, but,
Yeah, because the whole building's,
okay. So you're stuck going to brick, is that what you're going to do ultimately?
ultimately,
Oh, well.
Can we talk about,
What?
I know you don't like it.
It's just, I lament that we don't get these little brick buildings anymore when gas stations were actually good things to look at. Anyway, okay, so what's our potential?
They should also look into the proof for a rule waiver and whether you're citing the correct section and whether rule waiver in terms of proof of continuity and whether substantial prejudice would result. It appears that you might have cited the wrong section, which doesn't state that. Okay, so how much time do you?
So she was just asking if we could even allow her for the next hearing, which would be
it's
the,
just a little bit
The
too much.
22nd?
yeah.
No.
No, be okay. And what's the next one after that, the 29th? It's the same problem. Let's, yeah, if you think you could get it in by Friday?
yes.
Yes? I mean, Friday's actually tomorrow. So,
With Elise's help, we could.
Wednesday. Yeah, how about by Wednesday?
Oh, that's so much
No
better.
problem.
Okay.
Okay, so Wednesday, October 9th, with a continued hearing on October 22nd.
Okay, and so you'll bubble the changes, please? Okay. And one clean set, one bubble set, signed and sealed, all the pages, right?
Sure.
It's nice if we don't have hearings next week, so we can really
There you
focus
go.
on Monday. And
There you go. Okay. Thank you for coming.
Item number 3, 22709BZ, 100-14 Roosevelt Avenue, Queens.
Good morning, Sandy Anagnostu representing the applicant, and I'm joined by Mr. David Rosero, the property owner. My office submitted 3 letters this morning. One letter from the property owner requesting withdrawal of the SOC application, as well as a letter from the architect of record requesting withdrawal, and one letter from the property owner relinquishing the variance. Since the area has been rezoned, the variance is no longer required, and the existing building fully complies with the C14 zoning district regulations.
Great, okay. So, do you want to explain how?
Sure, if you could officially submit the request for a letter of no objection to relinquish the variance, we'll process that in due course, and today we can vote on the motion to withdraw.
Okay, so it's done in 2 parts, right?
Okay, so in addition to the letter relinquishing, we should request a letter of no objection?
This letter is fine. We just need to make sure that it's on our radar when we process letters of substantial compliance and letters of no objection. So if you have questions about that, please reach out after.
Okay, so yeah, just reach out to.
Okay.
I have a question for council. Upon her withdrawing, upon her relinquishing her right to a variance or the variance, is this property still tied to the BSA moving forward?
No.
It would relinquishes all, so
Right.
therefore, okay.
So that's the point,
That's- right.
that's very nice, right? So today, we withdraw the application, so the request isn't needed, right?
Okay.
And then, in a couple of days, actually, in a few days, we will be going through those letters of substantial compliance and letters of no objection. So in a couple of days, we'll have looked at this. And then officially relinquishing the variance means that the property owner no longer needs to come to us on a regular basis whenever he wants to make a change to his property, which is way
benefit.
easier.
And we have a record of that.
Yes, and we keep a record of it. So on that note, I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to withdraw.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
New case is item number 4, 863-48BZ, 259-16 Union Turnpike, Queens. We did find the notice of hearing. We
You
found
did?
proof of
You did?
service,
Okay.
yeah. You gotta sign in? Hang on, I gotta swear you in. Is your client gonna speak? No, okay. Okay, so just sign in. Yeah, and then I'll swear you in. Changing it up again, too.
Stone face, slate roof.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay. Please proceed. Take your time. Watch that. Careful. And watch the wire. Thank you, huh? Yeah. That thing is so dangerous.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and staff.
You can move over.
My name is Alfonso Duarte, and I have filed an application to request an extension of the term of variance for an auto repair shop. The original application was filed in 1958, in which a gasoline service station was erected. That was approved for 15 years, and subsequently, there were 2 10-year terms plus a 5-year term after that. Excuse me. In 1999, the application was filed to convert the gasoline service station into an auto repair shop, which was approved, and that was approved in 2009 to the present time.
Well, it had an expiration date,
Pardon
right?
me?
It had an expiration of November 8, 2018, right?
And that 2018 expired, yes.
Yeah, correct.
That's correct. The sale of used cars has been deleted, and the fire department has given their blessing with permits and everything. Community board unanimously approved the petition, 33-0. And the other thing that we would want to say is that Greg's auto repair is a necessary thing for the community, an asset, in order to keep the cars running for people in the community who can't afford a new car, who can't afford a lease car, but have to keep their cars running, and that's one of the services that Greg does there. One of the other things that came up at the last hearing 10 years ago was that the board approved the non-compliant signs due to the unique size of the lot and the small frontage on 259th Street. So we would like to ask the board to grant their approval for another extension. If there's
Okay.
any questions?
So yesterday at the review session, we read our comments, and I'll just go through them again. As you know, we look at the condition of the site before we consider whether to grant the extension, and the site needs some cleanup, okay? So, and it's great that the owner's here to hear it, and you're welcome to speak if you want to. There's an existing concrete block wall along 79th Avenue that really needs to be attended to. It's, at the very least, it needs to be stuccoed and painted on both sides. Yeah, please, if you want to get up, please speak and state your name.
I have to swear.
Oh, you have to be sworn in, sorry.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Okay. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
When you go up there.
This is Greg.
This is Greg. Greg, state your name, your full name.
He's the operation.
My name is
Got
Greg
it.
Garofalo.
It's not, there's like a mom, there's no mom. but
Okay, there's a
mom and
pop. Okay.
operation.
Okay.
That wall that you're referring to has been painted. It's done. I've been wanting to do that for quite a while. It's just been really, thank God, been very busy. But that is done. That wall that you're referring to is done. I maintain all the graffiti, which is almost a full-time job for me. Anything else that you would like to mention, I would definitely like to.
Okay, so you did a site visit recently, right? So
I did the site visit last week, and maybe you did the work after that. Because I saw the masonry wall condition, so maybe you can provide a photo of the work that has been completed.
Right, so the thing about block walls is they're not actually intended, unless it's a certain kind of block, they're not intended to be exposed as a finished material, right? Normally for finishes, they're covered with something. We use block in kind of really industrial situations, but this is a residential district, so that doesn't count, right? So when we talked about the block wall, we said it really needed to be stuccoed so it looks like a wall. You know, you have a very nice looking building that is your garage. And so what I was lamenting is the wall really should have been either brick or that face stone like you have on the building itself, so that it looks like all of a composition. But barring that, if that's not a possibility, then at the very least stucco the wall and then paint it. So we don't know how it looks painted.
The side, if I may, the side that is not facing Union Turnpike, that's not facing the main road, that is stuccoed.
Right.
But it's stuccoed in concrete.
Right, but it's not painted.
He said he painted that.
No, that's not, no, that's nice. That's nice concrete. I mean, I can paint that.
You should paint it because it doesn't look good.
I think the reason is you
But
have
the other side that's facing out towards Union Turnpike is painted.
That's the side, but that's
the
just
side that
like
didn't-
exposed
that's the side
block.
that you didn't like the way it looked.
No, both of them. So one is raw stucco,
Right.
which needs to be treated after and needs to be finished. You know, the stucco on the bottom, like you can see, we have photographs. You can see that when the guy takes the trowel and moves around, he can't really get all the way to the bottom, so it's not finished on the bottom. And then it's not an even surface, it's just kind of troweled on there, right? So to the extent that that can be improved to be more of a residential finish, but one way you do it is to paint it and to fill it and to handle the bottom of it that's not finished, which is just kind of like left over.
Do you have a photo of that there?
This is, can I show them?
Yeah, sure, of course.
Yes, please.
So I know exactly what we're talking about.
So this is the photo I taken last week.
Right, okay, yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And so it shows the work. I think most of the work was done on this frontage, but it was not continued along. And then there's a beautiful brick wall here, and you have a beautiful brick building.
This wall was there when I took over the building 20 years ago.
Right.
But I can paint that.
Right. So I think something just that kind of matches the whole thing.
Yes.
Just makes.
Yes, and then
That's
to
not a
stucco
problem.
the
I
other
have no
side.
problem- I have no problem making my place look nice.
Okay, that's great.
I want it to look nice.
That's great. I mean, really, it should be brick-faced or stone-faced if you wanted to really do
Keep
it.
in mind, I don't own the property.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
And it's just,
Yeah,
money's just going out and
Okay.
out and out. And the landlord doesn't help me in any manner, shape, or form to maintain this place. The
Right.
burden is totally on me.
Right,
It's
that's-
tremendous.
it's a typical commercial lease,
Yes, and
right?
the burden is tremendous, but I have no
Yeah.
problem painting that
Okay.
for you.
Okay, then you also have broken sidewalks that need to be repaired. There's weeds growing out of sidewalks that need to be attended to. There are curb cuts. So the site was approved for two 30-foot-long curb cuts. And when we look at the curb, it's basically all been depressed and rolled over. Those curbs need to be restored. So that, who's responsible for that in terms of your lease, I don't know, but the curb needs to be restored. And DOT requirements are that the curbs are installed with a steel sort of cover to them. And that's what prevents them from being run down like that. So that requires a DOT permit. Okay? Because the curb cuts are supposed to be 30 feet. You're not supposed to be entering the space from everywhere. Got it? And then you have miscellaneous banners, a tire rack also, that's being, miscellaneous banners that are not approved signs, because we already are in excess of the allowable signs by 13 feet, right? So you have to take away the banners unless Mr. Duarte calculates that there are allowed amount of signage. And then the tire rack needs to be stored inside the building. Okay.
Tire rack, we can take it away, it means nothing.
Okay. And then what we need is, after you've done this work, we need you to take photographs from outside and inside your site. So outside, walking around the 2 avenues, looking at the wall and looking back in. And then from inside, looking at the wall and walking around and looking at the perimeters of your site from inside. So it's kind of like a 360 view standing inside. Okay?
Yes.
That's how we see what you did. Okay? Okay.
I think the only other issue was the parking, the cars encroaching onto the sidewalk. And it's great to have business, but go ahead, please.
You'll see that there's a red truck right in front.
Sure.
Probably at all times.
Right.
That's my car, and I park it there for, it's just a matter of time before somebody comes plowing into the front of my office with a car. It's happened close to so many times that I'd rather have my truck crashed into than the building crashed into, but I can move the truck. That's the reason why I park.
Wait, but that's not parked on the sidewalk.
No,
it encroaches a bit on the sidewalk.
It's not on the sidewalk.
But it's not on the sidewalk.
For 20 years I've been parking there, I never get a ticket, never been approached by the...
We're talking about other cars like that, either working on being parked to the sidewalk or stored on the sidewalk.
It would only be when a customer drops it off and just leaves it there and comes inside. We try diligently to not leave any cars on the sidewalk. We're very, very gracious to the community. We don't have anybody walking around our cars. We don't even really park in the street there. We try to, I'm sorry.
Can I make a suggestion? You said that, and I know where your office is. I think I saw you in your office when I was doing the site visit.
Was that you the other day? That was you.
Sorry.
We saw you standing by the tire rack.
Yeah, that's me.
You guys a white BMW or a white Volkswagen?
Oops, yes.
Don't say the license plate. We're
aware of everything that's going on, so.
We try.
We're aware also of everything that's going on. So we really try. Whatever you want us to do, we will do.
Okay. So you had said that the reason you have your car parked in front of your office so that people don't ram into your. So maybe a solution to that is there those bollards that are placed. Maybe you can place those in front of your window, and that can also provide additional safety. So something to keep that in mind.
It's definitely been thought of, and in all due respect, it's not a couple of $1,000 out of my pocket. Everything is a couple of $1,000. You're correct, it's a couple of $1,000.
And as long as you're not parking on the sidewalk, I don't think it's really an issue. Sometimes we ask for bollards where we have serious sidewalk problems. But it doesn't sound like this site is so sidewalk.
I do have a question. On the day that I was there, I did see one of those equipments that is used for a car that was out on the lift. The lift that was on the parking lot.
Yes.
Is that a temporary reason you're going to put it back? Because
they're not allowed to.
You're not allowed to leave it outside and or do any work outside. That's the reason I'm asking the question. So if it was there for a temporary reason and I was on the wrong day, that's fine.
Okay.
So the instructions are no work to be done outside, right?
Got it.
Okay.
I'd just like to mention that in the 99 case, in 2009 and today, it's been the same owner and the same tenant. It's a very stable entity.
Okay. Okay, I mean, I don't think we're finding that this is a problematic site. It's just that we need it cleaned up in the way that we're talking about. Okay, so how much time do you think you need to actually do the work that we're talking about?
30 days.
Okay. So.
Some nice weather.
And some. make it 60 days. Did you, there was 1 month?
It's hard to put those banners up too.
Yeah.
Trying to make it look nice.
Mm-hmm.
They can't stay.
So the rule is a banner is a sign.
Right.
And
They
you're...
only last a couple of months and then.
No, so it goes like this. The banner is a sign, and the zoning regulation limits the amount of signage that you can have on a commercial property, right? And Mr. Duarte did calculations for you and was able to, the last time you were here, or maybe it was even the time before, get an approval allowing a little bit more signage than is actually allowed, given the shape of your lot. So you're already over. And unless there's something missed in the calculations, it seems like you're maxed out with the amount of signage, so the banners are not allowed.
It's not a big deal.
Okay.
I did have one question, and that was, I didn't see anywhere in the documents the hours of operation, so if you could clarify that.
Yes, okay. Where would you like that, on the front door?
No, just tell us. What are your
Our
hours?
documents.
Oh,
Tell us
8 to
right
5,
here.
Monday to Friday.
Okay.
And 8 to 1 on Saturday.
Okay.
Okay. And the proposed plan shows no parking is going to be provided outside, because the prior approved plan did show 5 or 6 car parking spaces. Is there any reason why you're eliminating the number of parking spaces from?
It's
I'm
not,
sorry,
it's not the number, it's the striping, right? Isn't that what you're saying?
There is no striping.
There is, are you sure you're talking about the same one? No.
Yeah, so the approved plan indicated there were 6 striped parking spaces plus the waiting area, whereas the proposed plan shows
show
a
cars
larger
outside.
waiting area of 2,200 square feet without any parking space. So,
Yeah, diagonal parking, yes.
right, so the approved plan had 6 diagonal parking spaces plus 1,400 square foot of area for cars waiting to be processed, serviced.
So what she's asking is now you've enlarged the waiting area part. Are you reducing the parking? Are you
Is that your
taking it
intention?
completely away?
Or do you
I
intend to
haven't made any
keep,
changes.
do you intend to keep the parking?
Everything's been the same, really.
Yeah, because on the site visit, I did notice cars parked there, so I'm not sure why you are proposing to change
Maybe he
it.
never striped them. That's,
That might
It could
be
just be
attention
that
to
the plans need to be updated.
I didn't pay-
And while it was necessary when there were car sales, I don't know if it's necessary now.
We have no car sales.
Right. That's fair.
Yeah.
So, and question, so when you have cars awaiting service, you sort of, do you put them in any particular place, or?
Try to organize them in a neatly manner, strategically placed, so it's not looking like you're trying to get out of a parking lot after a football game. You know, I try to keep everything I do in a neat, mannerly fashion.
And you need to keep those cars on the lot.
Yes.
The cars that are servicing, and you have enough cars that you need to have some parking spaces where you could put the cars so you could then use them. You can, okay.
Okay, so we're good with no striping then? Okay, all right. Okay then, so how about like mid, where are we at now?
That would be 2 months to do it.
Well, let's see, anything before that?
Yeah.
Late December,
It's a submission.
27th? So do you think you could submit photos by the end of November?
By the end of November, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
And if, I'd like to do it earlier.
Okay, so let's
No, I want to get
December
my house.
10th. Okay.
Is there any preference in color that you like to, I'm not being a wise guy.
No,
I'm
no, no,
serious.
no.
I don't want to paint it, and you say, "Oh, I'm not really happy with
No,
white."
we don't usually pick the
Is
colors.
white good? I know
White's
you
good.
like the brick. Would you like
The
to paint
brick is
red?
nice, you could also paint a brick color on
Can I paint
the,
it red?
yeah. You
I'll
could
paint
paint
it.
it, yeah, yeah,
They would blend in nice red.
but not fire engine red like the
Oh,
brick.
I don't know,
No.
a nice maroon red.
There's a line in a movie that I was referring to, so it's okay.
No.
You pick the color,
I'll
okay?
paint it a maroon brick red.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so please submit all of that by November 20th for a continued hearing on December 10th.
Yes. I'll take
Okay.
down the signs, I'll paint that up, and I'll keep doing things the way I've been doing things. and-
Okay.
And you won't have
Good.
any problems with me.
Great, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming. It's much more efficient when the owner comes for these.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thornton. Okay. So that's it.
very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to do the second call? We got the plan? Okay. So recalling, I'm sorry, Amanda, recalling item number 1, 9091BZ, 636 City Island, the Bronx. Remember, you're still under oath. Okay. See it?
Oh, great, thank you.
Amanda Iannotti on behalf of the applicant.
Okay.
So they made some changes to the site plan for the storage bin. The area next to it was increased to a total of 7 feet. And the same type of shrub is now shown, but staggered. But the parking space 7 couldn't go any more south because they added a dimension. 22 feet is the minimum from the side of the space to the planting bed to the south. So what had to be done actually was the storage bin was 10 by 10, and it had to be reduced to 10 feet deep to 9 feet 7 inches wide.
Okay, as long as it fits the dumpster, right?
He says it will.
Okay, good. Okay, that's great.
Thank you.
All right, then, so now we're doing the actual installation, right?
And I'll submit a full set of plans
Great.
Later today with this site plan
Okay,
included.
excellent. So now it's, we intentionally tried to have the hearing early so you could
Do the
meet the
planting.
planting season, so
Right.
maybe we meet again in January, is that good?
Yeah, I was going to
Okay.
say submission sometime in December.
Okay, so submission December 24th for a continued hearing on January 14th.
12/24, 1/14. Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item number 5, 171561BZ, 12902 Guy Brewer Boulevard, Queens. It always trips me up. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Please sign in.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners and staff. I'm Michael H. Choi, applicant. First, I'd like to point out that the term of the variance and certificate of occupancy expired on the same day, on June 5th, 2017. It's not 2011, because there was a misunderstanding yesterday in the review session, the executive review. I have a copy of the certificate of occupancy. It was
Sorry, say that again? Sorry, what was 2000?
Certificate of occupancy expired 2017, not 2011. There was a misunderstanding yesterday.
Oh,
So I have a copy of the CFO, if
Okay,
I may.
yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
So,
Good.
yeah.
Okay.
Since application was submitted in April of this year, it was less than under 2 years. So it's my understanding that the proof of continued use is not necessary, but the owner continued to use the space as a dry cleaner. Owner is here. She can testify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the issue, just to clarify the issue,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to do with a 2-year discontinuity under the zoning resolution. It has to do with the standards applicable to a rule waiver for when you file with the board. And the section for that is 1-07.3B2. And that specifically says in the board's rules that you need to demonstrate proof of continuity and that substantial prejudice would result without a rule waiver, which is not a high bar. It just needs to be addressed.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that the owner is here, Mrs. Won Kil Kim. She can testify. And
So normally what we need is anything. It could be
Yeah, I
like a
have the,
Con Edison bill or something like.
I brought the W-2 tax form and the utility bill that shows
Great,
the
that's
yeah,
good.
from 2017 and 17, 18, and the 19.
Can you show those to us?
Yeah, sure.
Great. Great, okay.
Okay. And the other thing that was mentioned in the executive session is about the limitation, use group limitation. The store is approximately 1,500 square feet, which is shown in the zoning analysis and as well as in the plan. It's clearly less than 2,000 square feet. And in other respect, the owner and I believe that all the rules and regulations and laws are complied with.
So that's the question is, it says only solvents with a flash point of not less than 138.2 degrees Fahrenheit shall be used, and total aggregate dry load capacity of machines shall not exceed 60 pounds. That's the question.
Yes, yeah, Madam Chair, frankly, you can't do business in the city of New York without complying with the law. If that law has been complied with. And the other one mentioned in the executive review is a temporary fence on 129th Street. That was removed.
Okay.
The photo submitted in the June of this year shows no fence. Also, I visited the space yesterday and I saw
Fence
no
is removed.
fence.
So the drawings shouldn't show a fence, right? The drawings show a fence.
Right.
So you took that off the drawings, or we'll take it off the drawings? The proposed drawings show a temporary fence.
Right, I noticed it, but when I have the photo submitted in June of this year, it clearly doesn't show any temporary fence.
The photos don't, but your drawings do.
Yeah.
So in order for us to approve the drawings, we can't see a fence that's built on city property. So you have to amend the drawings to remove the fence, okay?
Okay. The other one is about the fence. Actually, boiler room is directly connected to the chimney. In that respect, the fan is not being used in the boiler room for the purpose of the exhaust.
So, but there is a fan in the boiler room. What's it for? It's exhausting boiler room fumes.
It's just a one-story building. The building only houses this store, not anyone else. And the fan is primarily used for just the change the air for the premises, because especially in the summertime, it's very hot inside. So
I'm not sure that you can have any exhaust onto the street. That's a building code issue.
There has been no complaints.
No. I'm talking about the building code, not about complaints, right? The building code, I don't believe, allows for there to be exhaust intake.
Just regular fan. It's not exhaust fan.
Yeah, okay. So you need to, you're an architect, right?
No.
No. Attorney, okay. There was an architect who did the drawings, though, right?
Yes.
So the architect needs to investigate the code about what kinds of exhaust is permitted, or whatever that is. What kind of fan situation is permitted to intake and exhaust onto the public way, right? You can have air intake coming from the public way, I believe. but not exhaust into the public way. So if it's to exhaust the heat from the boiler room, it means when I'm on the street walking by, there's a blast of hot air from the boiler room. That means
No.
it's exhausting onto the street.
It doesn't occur. I mean, I was there yesterday, actually.
Right, but the boiler
Yeah.
room isn't working, right? in the
Boiler
summer?
is separate, it's enclosed in the.
Right, but the
inside,
boiler
yeah.
isn't the boiler for heat, it's not for operating the dry cleaning, right?
No.
So you wouldn't have a boiler on now. It was 90 degrees yesterday. Right? So yesterday's site visit wasn't going to tell you what happens on the sidewalk in December. Right? And then the other part of it is there's a fan that's apparently in the room where the mechanical equipment is for the dry cleaner.
Actually, if it's the one-story building with the only store, it's not required to have the separate enclosed room for the machine.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the drawing shows the machine
Right.
and be in the plan, and behind the machine is a fan. So I'm looking at that and thinking, it sounds like it's exhausting in some way the air from the machine, or the situation from the machine. I don't know. Right?
I mean,
Yeah.
I believe
So
it can testify,
you can
yeah.
have, certainly,
Yeah.
the owner is welcome to speak to this. Really, these are building code issues. The architect needs to make sure it complies with the building code. So what I would do is direct the architect and have the owner direct her architect to check that the fans are complying with code. Okay?
Okay.
Do you need her to speak? She's wondering.
If you want to, you're welcome to speak,
you have to
but
be
you need
sworn
to, you need to come and swear in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm full English, but you have to make the transfer and I explain, okay?
All right, so raise your hand. Raise your right hand.
Yes.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay, sign here.
Thank you.
That's it. Okay, you can go up there.
Good morning, my name is Kim. We since 30 years in one place, my store. 30 years, since 30 years almost. Now I don't understand exactly, but nothing problem, and everything is no problem.
I understand.
Yes.
I understand, but did you understand your architect who does the drawings has to make sure that the project meets code, building code, okay?
Okay, so now ask my Korean, okay?
Yes,
Because I,
okay.
I don't understand exactly. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
그러니까 지금 이거 드로잉을 다시 하라는 거예요? 왜? 그래서 왜 프로블럼이 여태까지 없었는데? We second time now. We since 2007. It was we fixed everything. It was a big problem because the building was more than 50 years, right? That's why we have to order for the CO. We have the big wall, parking, inside, outside. It's nothing problem. So now, second time, I'm not worried because second time, now we have the drawing again for the pick drawing again. It's nothing problem. 30 years since 30 years my store.
Okay, so let's see if I can explain the easiest way to do this. In 2011, you got a certificate of occupancy,
Yes,
right?
yes.
In order to do that, the architect had to file plans with the Department of Buildings, okay? If you could get us a copy of the approved 2011 drawings, and if they show those fans, then the Buildings Department approved the fans, okay?
2011.
Yeah, approved. They're stamped approved by the Department of Buildings, okay?
So otherwise I have to amend the drawing.
No, so it's different things,
Yeah.
okay? The first is, are those fans legal? If Department of Buildings approved the drawings that show the fans in 2011, DOB agreed the fans were allowed. The other thing that you need to amend is that that fence can't be on the drawings. That has to be changed, right? Okay. All right, are there any speakers on this? I didn't ask any speakers. Okay, so how much time do you need?
Can do it by next week.
Well, let's see.
All right, how about we do it early, what are you saying, January? Just December, yeah.
Okay.
Like December 10th.
Yeah, that's
Okay. Submission date of November 20th for a continued hearing on December 10th.
Submission date?
November 20th and December 10th.
okay, so just to clarify what you need to give us. The approved drawings from 2011
20th and December 10th.
and the changed drawing that you did now that takes off the temporary fence, okay? Thank you. Thank you very much for coming.
Item number 6, 15706BZ, 2856 Steinway Street, Queens. Sign in. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Frederick A. Becker. We attended a review session. We apologize again for the plan errors, and we'll double, triple check all plans in the future.
Madam Chair, we have to reopen the record, right?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, we do,
I'll repeat.
I'm sorry, you can repeat it, but, yeah.
Yeah.
So we need to reopen, motion to reopen?
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
We, again, Frederick A. Becker, good morning. We attended a review session. Yes, we will double, triple check our architects, their plans, the zoning. It was an error, and apologies.
Okay.
And thank you to staff for finding it.
Okay. All right, so we do have a resubmission of the, what was it, the drawings that, yeah, it was the site plan needed to be amended to show the correct zoning district?
We actually amended everything.
Everything, okay,
We did the
good.
whole, everything from even the owner's affidavit to the whole 9 yards.
Okay, great. So, and Mr. Fine, you're good with what was submitted? Okay. So then, having accepted all those materials and they were submitted, signed and sealed, all the good stuff, right? A motion to close again?
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Do you need to re-grant, or? it's-
No, we already,
Okay.
one grant is good
One,
enough.
good enough. Yeah.
One grant per person.
One's good enough, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, well, what happened to my calendar here? Oh, here we go, sorry. Item number 75597BZ, 7636 164th Street, Queens. Sorry. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth for your, nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Yes. Okay. Keep getting this stuff aside.
Good morning, Van Baton from Shell Nobel PC for the applicant. We attended yesterday's review session, and I could go through some of the
but he said he'd correct
comments. Okay, so the architect will review the plans and make any corrections. No, it's okay. So we attended yesterday's review session. The architect will review the plans and make any corrections necessary regarding fixing the proposed enlargement, which was already built. He'll also provide a lumen diagram and also enclose the dumpster and confirm landscaping and provide a more detailed landscaping plan as it was, I mean, it is pretty green out there actually in the rear, but we'll provide photographs of that as well. The architect.
It's green, but then there's the area to the side of the building.
Right.
Which is where there was lots of storage of tires and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And behind the tires and stuff is not green, it's grass.
Grass.
Right, so that's not the same thing
We'll make
as
sure-
landscaping.
yeah, we'll make
right?
sure he'll provide
Especially
it.
because the drawing shows landscaping, right?
Right, so the applicant will correct and remedy the situation. The sign analysis forms, that will be revised to clarify which signs are illuminated and which are non-illuminated, and could provide sign analysis per frontage, as long as it conforms with the C1 district regulations. As I mentioned earlier, we'll have photographs of the site perimeter, as well as the rear of the building, and, you know, I know what the board wants, so I will make sure to get those photographs for you. As for the certificate of occupancy, I spoke with the applicant and the architect, and we could supply more information in the next submission, but apparently there were issues with HVAC, plumbing, and, you know, they understand they'll provide the necessary documents for filing a certificate of occupancy, and what they've
But
gone
issues with HVAC for 10 years?
I understand, and I've explained that to
Yes.
them. So they
That is
understand your
one
comments
issue.
from yesterday, and will provide anything that was approved by DOB in their review, and also what they would need, the forms that they would need to fill out and prepare for filing the certificate of occupancy.
So I would say that in the interim, while we wait for these other things, the owner should actually pursue, I didn't look at bids to see what are the open items, but if the project needs sign-offs from electricians and plumbers and so on, they should be working on getting that right away, so that all of those open items are closed. So there's really nothing left to do except fill out a form and submit it, okay?
I'll talk to the applicant and the architect.
Definitely haven't had enough time to get all of those sign-offs.
Understood.
Right?
Understood. So the applicant, as part of also filing at the DOB for the certificate of occupancy, they need a survey, so we will be getting a survey, but this will also address any questions regarding the asphalt to confirm whether or not it actually went onto city property, and if so, then it will be corrected.
Okay.
Survey. As for operations and the cars parked in front of the curb cuts, I spoke to the applicant, and it seems that sometimes when they're busy, the clients will just drop their car off if the service stations are being used. So what they're going to do, and if this is okay with the board, at least put in the meantime some sort of no parking, paint no parking in front of the curb cuts, because they do use the curb cuts. So paint no parking, or get some sort of removable chain sign that they could put up to make sure that customers won't park, or just leave their cars there if they're
I think
waiting
the
to be.
striping makes more sense,
Yeah.
but having a chain doesn't quite serve.
Right, so, and we could do that as soon as possible, to put the no parking sign.
Okay, great.
Painted on the asphalt, and I will correct the date of expiration in the statement of facts.
I have a question. Does this case, as well as the other one, need to make the statement about the continuous use because it expired September 2017, and they asked for the waiver?
Okay, because I think we filed, we could do it, it's fine, it's been in
filed
operation.
more than 30 days.
Okay, I'll double check and we'll show proof of continued use.
It was filed 2/22/18, and the expiration was September 23rd, 17.
So yes.
All right,
So,
we'll
yeah,
show it, even though it's less than 2 years, we'll show it.
But they did request a waiver of the rules.
So we'll just show
The facts, as stated above, the use of the premises has been continuous since expiration, but if you could just demonstrate it.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think those addressed the comments from yesterday's review session.
Yes.
I think we also had a question regarding the trash enclosure that was not indicated in the plan.
She said they were going to do that.
If
She
they have,
mentioned
they
that.
confirm that they have a dumpster, so they will enclose it.
So the drawing should show the dumpster enclosure, right? Okay, great. So then, you put this, I don't know how much time you need, so we're still at the drawing stage, right? But also to give you your client some time to actually get sign-offs and so on, so we make some real progress on the
Right.
CO. So maybe put this on for the beginning of January. That'll give some time to really dig in.
Right, and also I don't know how long it'll take to get a survey, but they said it might take some time. So January is fine.
Do you have a preference between middle and late?
Sorry?
Preference between middle and late?
Middle?
Okay. Submission on December 24th with a continued hearing on January 14th.
Is that okay?
September 24th and January 14th. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 8, 2017-97BZ, 55 Washington Street, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. No, too slow. You're not that fast. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Frederick A. Becker. We attended your review session. I await.
I want to thank you very much for an excellently prepared history of why the CO of O wasn't issued. That should be our role model and yours going forward. We're actually going to probably figure out some way of creating that model to not be specific to your very sad case. And that's why I asked, is there anything the BSA needs to do besides this that could help you get this cleared up? Because it seems like you're going back and forth, back and forth.
I would just ask for as quick a resolution as possible on this, if it can be expedited. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other comments on this one? Any speakers on this? Okay, then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Wait, sorry? Prior expiration was October 18, so that would make it, yeah, why not 2 years? They've been going back and forth, right? It's not like they're not trying.
Here we are.
Yeah, so I would say 2 years from expiration. Yeah, okay, so then motion to grant 2 years from expiration.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Granted. Appeals calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 9, 2017-16A through 2017-19A, 155862 Clinton Street, Clintonville Court, Queens. And item number 10, 2018-105A, 15087 Clintonville Court, Queens.
Good morning, Sandy Anagnostu representing the applicant. We requested an adjournment on this application, but we did submit rather late, and we apologize for that. We submitted a land use study along with data, which the board requested at the last hearing, showing the sizes of all the existing buildings within an 800-foot radius in order to compare the existing neighborhood character with the as-of-right plans which we previously submitted, which illustrated what could be built on the property as of right without the GCL 36 waiver, which would be 3 buildings. We need the additional time just to elaborate further on the hardship finding. And that's really, we're working on that, and we'll be submitting a revised statement of findings. The previous adjournment, well, at least the first one, was due to the fact that we were waiting for DEP to allow us to, actually for them to review the amended drainage plan, which ultimately they did, and they did accept it, but that was caused quite a delay in this case.
Okay, so why don't we give you a lot of time, because as I said, it's the last adjournment. So we can give you till like February, something like that. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so February 5th submission.
Let's make it later in February, so that,
that's
sorry,
the-
February 5th
yeah.
submission, yeah, that's good. Okay,
With
for
a
like, yeah.
February 25th continued hearing.
Okay.
Great.
We'll submit all the material prior to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. But meanwhile, we did send the letter, we'll send that
We're
letter.
sending
Oh, it's already sent,
Send it
okay.
already.
Yes, the owner, I made them aware, they're all aware of, everyone involved with this, that we need to provide this information.
Okay.
And that if we don't, it could, this case may be dismissed.
Thank you, that's great.
Item number 11, 2019-13A and 2019-14 BZY, 11-31 Ryerson Street, Brooklyn. Good, you're good, you're good, you're good. No one else is going to speak, John? Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chair. John Ignatius Bean for the applicant. We attended yesterday's review session, and we obviously were pleased that the arguments regarding substantial construction and substantial expenditure were pleasing to most members of the board. We are not able to 100% respond to all the comments on serious loss, but I did want to speak to the comments that we can respond to. First, I think the chair asked about floor plans for the hotel. Those were attachment 13 in the original submission.
Not for the hotel, for the office building.
Same. Everything was attachment 13. They should be for both. We can check it as well, but
okay.
With the initial hearing?
That's correct, yeah. Though the initial
Folder.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just looking.
With respect to the stair and the elevator cores, the question was whether they had already been constructed for the hotel and would have to change back for the office. They are in different locations, but substantial work has not happened on the new core yet, so we wouldn't be able to include any of those costs in the serious loss. The structural steel.
So just a second, with the core, what I kind of understood was the existing core of the original building was very large, and the proposed building reduced the size of the core significantly. Was none of that demolition must have taken place, right?
That demolition, much of it did take place.
Okay.
But the core for both the core for the hotel and the core for the office will be in different locations other than the location of the existing core.
Okay.
So, and it hasn't happened yet.
But work on the core for the hotel hasn't started yet?
The new core, no.
Okay.
I'll get to serious loss anyway, but some of just the individual questions that were raised. You asked about structural steel, Chair Perlmutter, and it's been delivered, but it would have been used for the office as well. The office was also an enlargement, so we didn't think that would be a significant contribution to serious loss either. And turning to serious loss, so we heard yesterday that the way that we package it wasn't really what the board is looking for. And I had conversations with Ms. Kramer on the other case about how they did theirs. Tony was kind enough to send me, the project manager, the materials, and we would be more than happy to resubmit them. But I do want to note that our appraisals do contain a lot of the information already about the value, about how that $11 million difference came to be. So just for example, the hotel appraisal established a $106 million market value, but there's $38.5 million worth of work that still has to be performed. So looking at other costs, it gets to the number that we gave you for the value of the hotel. Same for the value of the office. $68 million market value based on comps or however they alchemy.
I said I read through the financials, and I even said that you have a lot of the information, but like with the cases and the resolutions, you literally just put an encyclopedia down and said sift through it and find what you need, and I want you to pull it together for me so that I'm not sifting through that. I think it was like close to 80 pages of appraisal taking
I think there were about 40 pages apiece. We'd be happy to
two actual
to pull it out.
appraisals, and what you want to do is not just have them as two standalone things of information. You want to relate them to each other, and that's what the other case actually did, which is what I wanted you to to do, to actually put it in a framework that actually compares the two of them. So like the other case, if I could just explain it for a second, actually says, like, for instance, we could start getting money year 3 if we stayed with the hotel, but we wouldn't be able to claim any money till year 5 if we went with the office. It's all laid out on that sheet of paper with a narrative that basically in the statement that describes what I'm looking at. Sure. And that meets the finding, as opposed to just putting 2 appraisals down and going, you search through it and figure out what you need.
That's fine. We will do that immediately, and I think we can do that in a few days or maybe a week at most.
But I think, I'm not sure if you picked up on this while you were just saying that. So but the cost to develop a hotel is much more than develop an office building. So, and that's not reflected either, as far as I could tell, in the financials.
Well, it's in the appraisal because it talks about the value and then the cost to construct. It had construction costs, but although it's really interesting because I don't know why your as-existing building had a different value for the hotel versus the office building. That's what I mean by there's so much information in there that I could sit there and ask questions all day, because it's an as-existing building that actually isn't even occupied at the moment. So the value should be the same.
We'll have to look into that. I'm not sure why. That's an excellent question. It stands to reason that
so
it's the
that's
same
why I'm
building existing either way.
Take a look at it and just key into the things that I need to see, and just give me that without the 1,000 different details that are just gonna add to more and more.
Okay, but for something like, I know they had year-over-year operating budgets. Would you still want that in a table form, or would you just want that described in a narrative? What the changes were?
It's probably better for you if you have that Excel framework that I can then look to while you're describing it and just follow through and go, okay, yeah, you hit those.
So we'll just drop that into the submission from
and just remember,
the appraisal.
It's comparative. You're showing them independently, but you're trying to make a point that's comparing them.
Right, and then just to the chair's point, we have, just in the appraisal, it was 38 million to build out a hotel. It was only 17 to build out an office, even though they were both enlargements. I mean, I think that the change in cost is reflected, but again, we're so happy to amplify it and put it in a new form, and we can do that very quickly as well.
Okay.
Are there other questions?
I don't know if there were, I mean, serious loss was our problem here, right? So, so to submit on it to the satisfaction of all the questioners about serious loss is what we need you to do, right? And you have enough direction?
I think we do, and I think, I mean, if I may be so bold, given that some of that information or much of that information is already in the appraisals, would it please the board to maybe close and then reopen if necessary on?
No, we have to find serious loss. We can't close if we haven't made a finding.
Well.
Right? We close when it's kind of like, oh, there's a mistake on this, can you just change that? Or we need another little drawing that shows us this thing. But not when it's critical finding.
And that being the case, we would ask for the quickest return, and yeah, we will submit as soon as we can.
But because there's a lot of review, this one, it still needs a lot of review. It's not just kind of like, oh, there it is. Okay,
and there's also a good deal of work for you to do to tie that up in a narrative.
I think I'm up to the task on that, but.
Okay, anyway, our schedule is our schedule, so let's just look at that. So,
So a submission on...
hold just 1 second, just make sure that it's okay. 19th, because she has to do the financials. December 10th?
So the 10th, there are already 2. And the 17th is only 1.
Okay.
So I would prefer the 17th if possible.
Okay.
Submission of November 27 with a continued hearing on December 17th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I didn't ask if there were speakers.
Item number 13, 2019-17 BZY, 30 West 39th Street, and item number 12, that was item number 12. And item number 13, 2019-175A, 30 West 39th Street, Manhattan.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Robin Kramer for the applicant, 26 West 39th LLC. So at the review session yesterday, I know the board kind of expressed itself, how it felt about the application, but it did indicate that it had some concerns about the BZY application, so I wanted to respond to some of the particular questions. So first, with respect, the chair stated that the requisitions signed and paid before December 20th showed that $3.2 million of the foundation costs had been spent, and that the rest of the acquisitions would not be considered or not really reviewed because they were signed and submitted afterwards. But requisitions are, I mean, $3.2 million is a lot, and I'm not trying to gainsay that. But just to requisitions are not prepared immediately when the work is done. There's a couple of weeks to prepare it. And then as all the requisitions show, they're then paid about 30 days after. So the work that was done prior to December 20th wasn't paid for a couple of months till the requisitions were prepared. Because remember, as the courts have said, in matter of Ford Independence has commented, the BSA also rationally concluded that GRA 5 established that its financial expenditures, including irrevocable commitments, get counted.
Sure,
so
right.
You have an irrevocable commitment when you have a contract and you've done the work, you know, they owed the guy
No, absolutely, but rather than, see, if you were, you know, on the edge of whether it's got enough money in there or not enough money, then I would start digging in deeper into that later requisition, but because you already had 3.2 million, I thought it's just easier to not even bother to look at it. You have 3.2, that's a lot of millions. And good enough, right? I'm aware that we could keep looking, and I thought the backup information that you provided from the subs, right, was really helpful because they're the ones who say, well, my work is actually in place, pay me the money.
Right.
Then you can match that against the requisition for payment, but you didn't have it for all the subs, so it was just easier to look at
that's fine.
point 2. I appreciate that.
No, there was a question about photograph number 16, which had been submitted. I'm not sure why, but I did bring.
Okay, great. That'd be great.
Sufficient copies for.
Was it submitted again?
It was submitted.
Submitted the second with this last.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
I can't answer.
It didn't show. None of the. Is it Bramer? Is that who took those photographs?
Brennan.
Brennan. None of the Brennan photographs showed up in that stack. It was only the specialist who, yeah, right.
I have to say that after it was filed, I went and looked and saw that there were some issues. I think some of the electronic filing might have been not done, but this was there.
Right, okay. So
nice, big, and it shows, you can see that the chunk of the rat slab was in, you know, estimated at 80%, but that chunk was there.
This is at 2:49, and the vote was like at 2.
After 3 o'clock or just shortly after.
Right.
They were cognizant of
the time
of the vote date and what was happening.
Of course.
All right. Then now, Commissioner Scietta, and I'm not sure if I pronounced your name correctly, Scietta, mentioned that the matter of Exeter Building Corp case in connection with good faith reliance, if the applicant knew there was a change in the process. Well, I looked at there are actually 2 matter of Exeter cases because vested rights came up twice before the courts. The first time was with respect to a common law and their statutory vesting. And the court found there was no common law because there hadn't been substantial improvements and expenditures, but did find a statutory vesting right. In the second sequence of cases, the court found that they lost because they hadn't done what they needed to do, hadn't gotten site plan approval within 3 years. But throughout so the denial was based on failure to make those findings of substantial expenditure and then getting the necessary approvals. There was no discussion by the court about the fact that there had been a comprehensive plan ongoing, and then there was a rezoning following the comprehensive plan. I mean, the court mentioned that everybody knew about it, but it wasn't a basis for the denial. So I don't think...
It does in the holding state that they didn't have a reasonable basis it wasn't reasonable for them to rely on their approvals.
It also, as...
And limited permits.
Right, so they had limited permits in that instance.
Right,
they didn't even have a right to build the building. But here we've seen that they had a zoning approval and foundation permits.
Sure. I think
So
my-
it would be reasonable.
My bigger question was basically on the principles of common law and how it's based on fairness and whether or not that would, it doesn't, at the end of the day, it's going to be academic because there's a certain process that gets followed.
Just as an academic, you want to know the difference. There is a doctrine that's accepted in Pennsylvania, Colorado, Florida, and a few other states called the pending ordinance doctrine, where the courts have actually established what you're saying, a process by where at some point in the review process, but that's it's a court-created doctrine. Yeah. It is officially, it is like common law. It's established with standards. It doesn't apply in New York, so I think...
Again, academic, but
right.
Common law is just that, and it doesn't apply because it hasn't happened here, or that question hasn't been raised here. Right. And I don't think at this particular point, I don't think we should continue any longer on that subject.
Good. Okay. There was discussion about whether excavation was complete, given that there was some tiebacks still there, and given that the engineer had, in fact, when he submitted this week, when we submitted the plans this week, it did say that it was complete, that it was complete except for the area, the ramp on 38th Street. So just a little bit explanation. The excavation was completed, and then the 38th Street was backfilled to provide the access ramp. For the SOE on 38th Street, all piles were complete, as well as the top two tiebacks, lagging and whalers, down to the tiebacks. Since they needed to maintain a ramp to access the site, the bottom two tiebacks were not completed because that was going to have to be redone or done when they actually finally excavated and removed the ramp, the soil that was used for the ramp. Now, the engineer did say, because from the engineer's perspective, there is still additional work with an excavator machinery that has to be done. It was sloppy, and to say that he was, but the excavation had been completed, then put back, even though the tiebacks were still.
So the entire piece between the two existing buildings, from 38th Street all the way down to the larger portion of the site, that was totally excavated?
Yes.
The piles were in, the tiebacks were in two levels?
But not the bottom one? Not the bottom one? Not the bottom two, okay.
Not the bottom two? You just have two levels of tiebacks.
But there were two tiebacks there, I guess.
You know what, come up and then you can clarify.
You can't speak from the
Do we have the engineer?
We do have representatives of the applicant. We don't have the specific engineer who signed the plan.
Do you have a photo for that part of the site excavated?
So we don't actually need to go here because we're talking about the common law vesting.
If we're talking about common law, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, so this was it's great that you submitted both. Sometimes it's very clear we can do a statutory vesting case and we don't even look at the common law, and sometimes the findings arguably of the common law aren't even met, who knows? In this case, it's such a clear common law case, I don't see why we have to get into this.
I don't want to get into this.
Right.
But for the BZ, and she started talking about the BZ1.
So I'm just curious about whether we could, just to clarify this, we could actually sort of withdraw the statutory case?
Or you can deny it.
No, we don't, no, there's no need to, we're just not, because why are you belt and suspendering it? You have one.
Can we temporarily close it until we get to the end of the other case and then they decide?
No. So that's my question. We don't need to consider the statutory case. So what we could do is close.
I'm happy to withdraw it if that would suit the board.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So you want to withdraw?
Yeah.
So do I formally withdraw?
Can we do that?
The process?
Is that all right with everybody?
You could make it,
Should we vote on?
Why can you?
Yeah, let's vote. Let's do. Let's do one suspender so that you don't.
You can get rid of the belt. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So I don't know. Are there any other questions about the common law vesting? No. Okay.
Regarding the common law, I have a concern regarding the serious loss.
Okay.
Finding or whatever you call it. My understanding for the serious loss It's not just like, okay, I want to build a hotel now, I need to switch to an office building, so I'm gonna lose part of that excavation, I need to backfill this with, let's say, structural fill, so this is gonna cost me 10 grand, and this is a loss. I don't think this is, I'm not looking at this as a loss, I'm looking at this as it's a reduction in profit / income.
So we talked about this yesterday. There's several factors in serious loss, which is not the same thing as a variance, right? This isn't a variance application. In a serious loss argument, you're also looking at, for one, the investment-backed expectation of the owner, which is actually a court-determined test, where the owner proceeded on the assumption that they could build this hotel. And so if it was forced to then go to an as-of-right building like an office building, all of its expectations would need to be modified. Among the expectations are going back to a new drawings. You like throw out the old drawings, right? In this case, really, you throw out the old drawings and you start again designing an office. New engineers, new mechanical, new everything. As they explained to us in their papers, that represents a $5 million loss, and whether you agree it's 5 million or 4 million or whatever, it's millions. And in addition to the loss to pay for new drawings, new engineering, all that stuff, you have the delay of 1 to 2 years before they now have a new permit to proceed because all the drawings had to change, right? So they actually won't even be able to realize a return on their development for 2 more years, as opposed to a project that's now under construction, which will finish in 18 to 24 months and could start renting up, or let's say booking immediately, right? So those are the things you look at when we talk about vesting. It's not the same at all as a variance. So it's not about highest and best and all that stuff, right? Okay.
I'm prepared to vote. I'm prepared to vote under the caveat that this decision is not deciding onto whether or not good faith is appropriate in a vesting matter.
Okay. So, okay. Well, let's. Yeah, fine.
Thank you.
Okay. So then I would like to. Are there any speakers on this? Did I already ask that? I'd like to make a motion to close then.
Chair Promoter?
And this is on the vested case for closing, right?
I'm not vesting.
Yeah.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
And Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
And Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay, so
Thank you.
So you would like to make a request to withdraw?
Yes,
without
I would like to
prejudice?
request to withdraw common law application.
No,
tw-
the common law
I'm sorry,
application.
the application, I was going to get the number, so we got it straight. 2019-17 BZY, that is the application I would like to withdraw.
19-17 BZY, right.
So, Chair Promoter, motion to close. Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to withdraw.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Great.
All right, great, thank you.
Good luck on your project.
Thank you.
New cases, item number 14, 2018-102A, 241 Grand Street, Brooklyn. No, just sign, you don't have to be sworn in. Not yet. I'll be coming shortly. Yeah, just sign, it's okay.
Chair, Commissioners, Richard Lobel of Shedd Lobel PC for the applicant. Good morning. To briefly recite the relevant facts, the application before the board is for a common law vested rights case for the property at 241 Grand Street. This is a building which, pursuant to the timetable submitted to the board, began construction in August 2005. During the course of the next 3 years, there were violations issued to the building for work without a permit. Eventually, permits were issued. Then there was additional work done that was beyond the scope of those permits, with the relevant dates for the board's purposes being two. The first would be March 11th, 2008. On March 11th, 2008, DOB issued permits which basically, after reviewing the construction at the site, all the work had been done, approved
Sorry.
Oh, please.
Can you go back? You said work began in
Correct.
2005, and, over the course of the years, permits were issued, stop work orders were issued for
Correct.
work without a permit. When was the very first permit issued?
The very first permit was issued in, plans were approved
Say March 5th?
on March 11, 2008.
The very first permit was
Correct.
issued March 11, 2008.
Correct.
So one of the reasons that I'm asking this is because, though I didn't have a chance to review this very large submission that you made either
Sure.
this morning or last night, I did see the chart was revised on your statement of facts, and it refers to violations that say work without a permit, and in parentheses it says expired, but those parenthetical statements predate March 11, 2008. So how could there have been an expired permit when there was no permit?
I think it's basically just the terms of the violation itself, the dates on the violation that expired, not necessarily that. It basically was our opinion that as of March 11, 2008, either those work without permits violations were addressed by the underlying approval of DOB, or the violations themselves basically termed out by their own dates.
So the word expired is referring to the violation expired, not the permit expired? I don't understand.
Please state your name for the record.
David Rosenberg of Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. That language, and this happens very often with the buildings information system on DOB, when inspectors write the violations, there are certain short phrases that go on. Work without a permit expired is a shorthand. There weren't permits for this job. I can't speak to what the inspector at the time wrote, but it could have been in relation to prior jobs not related to the instant job that were done on the building that he thought permits were expired for. But the permits related to this job, work started approximately August 2005. In 2004, there was other work not related to this that was done. With some of the entryway work that was dealt with, and that some of the earlier violations on this building not relevant to this application. And so it's possible that expired referenced those based on the inspection, but we don't think those are material to them and don't reference to the issues in this case, and don't actually have any relation to prior permits for this job because there were none.
Okay.
I do want a clarification. In your statement of fact, there is also another date that's given, that's October 29, 2007, which says plans approved by DOB.
Correct.
So what is the correlation of that to the work that was done?
Yeah, so the October 2007 plans are those are the DOB approved plans that were submitted with the application. I know there was a comment to make sure that they're the originals. If you look on the right, you see the perforation marks from the markings there from the Department of Buildings on the right side of those plans that are submitted there. So once you go through plan review at DOB and you get your plans approved, there's still another process to make sure that the contractor is in place and the necessary insurance is there to pull the permits. And the permits were pulled in March of 2008, subsequent to the plan approval in October of 2007.
Right.
So what is a 3/11/2008?
That's the permit issue. That's when the permits are issued. So once, right.
The drawings were approved, and then months passed for some reason, and then they pulled a permit minutes before the rezoning.
15 days, yes.
Okay. All right, so...
But then February 2008, they did all this work which they violated for, in between that.
So that's the part that's very confusing, right? You get plans approved in 2007, in February of 2008, they pay money, this is the part that's very confusing, they pay money to so-called legalize the work, but how are you legalizing the work if there's no permit? So it says, paid $84.56 on February 20th, 2008 to legalize the work. I don't understand that. And then I do understand what it means to legalize work, but until you pull a permit, until it's actually finalized and pulled, the work's not legalized, right? You made an application with DOB, and DOB agrees that this work arguably complies with code and zoning. But until you have a permit, it's just mostly talk, right?
And my question when I was reviewing it, was it to legalize the work before the earlier work that was not related, or was it the legal work that was being done after the permit was issued? I think there was clarification.
The legalization is for the prior work, and the permits are for the prospective work to finish out whatever was done as part of the application.
No, that doesn't make sense. No, that's not correct. That makes no sense. Let's start again. You pull a permit, so lots and lots of jobs are done like this, right? The client installs closets and bathrooms and all that without a permit, and then hires the architect after the fact. The architect screams at the client, how could you do this, et cetera, and then the architect agrees, I will do drawings that show the bathrooms and the closets and so on, and we want to add a porch, we want to add a rooftop, something, and so the entire job goes in as new work. Right? And then the buildings department reviews the new work, even though some of the work is actually already in place. And then, and then you get the approval on that, and you pull the permit on that. So that's having the effect of legalizing work in place and allowing new work to continue. It's all done on the same set of drawings. And so this idea of parsing it and breaking it up is not making any sense. And you're confusing us.
So I'd have the project architect just address
that.
Right. Good morning, Radosław Kurek. I'm the applicant of record for this project.
Speak up and bring the mic higher, please.
Good morning. My name is Radosław Kurek. I'm the applicant here for this project. So very briefly, I will explain the procedure which happened here. Yes, there was a violation for the illegal work which happened in 2005, and that was recorded by the inspector who came to the site and noted all the work which was back then completed, and that work was already kind of set to put the foundation for the entire project. Once the violation was issued, obviously the fine comes after. This is a procedure of DOB, and that was everything what was a precedence to the project. Actually, when we started the project and we were going through the approval, it also was a year or something. That's why we got the approval 2007, and at that point, everything what was done, not under permit, but everything what was done according to this violation was legalized by DOB, and to make it fully legit, the fine need to be paid to DOB. That took another couple of months till March to pay and to completely clear the work which has been done towards this project prior to approval and the permit.
So we go a little slower. Let's start again. Were you on the job from the beginning?
I was. I'm licensed in 2012, so I was not as an applicant on the job, but I was working with this client with this project from the time when I was actually called. It was not. I was not when the work was done. So because it's not my kind of bread to.
Not your license, and you didn't do the. Okay, so let's just. So at the time that the inspector came to issue the violation for work without a permit, what was installed? What was done?
So, what was there was a underpinning was completed, and the floor on the first floor and the second and the stair that was reframed and installed and put as a new. So
first and second floor and staircase.
That's what I recall. I may not be fully clear, but this is recorded in the violation, and it's in your folder.
Okay, so just to be clear, so the floor at the first floor, that was reframing in its original location?
No, there was already adjustments being made to move on with the project.
No, but the first floor, was it installed?
Oh, the first floor, on the first floor, yes, on the ground.
Okay, the second floor was now installed at a higher elevation than originally?
It was slightly in a different spot.
Slightly, but not a major lift?
No, it's not the major. The first floor is not the double high. It's a regular high floor.
Okay, so the floor of the second floor was at arguably like 10 feet or something above the first. Okay. Okay, so that was installed at the time of the violation, which was?
Around 2005.
In 2005. Okay.
Can I go back to a very basic question, which is, the site was rezoned in March of 2005.
No, eight. So we're not up to there yet. Let's keep going, progressing sequentially here, right?
I have a question. Are there photos that went along with the violation?
Well, we don't have a record of DOB at the time when they went to the building and did record that. So the only photos which were provided, they were and they are dated.
As part of the application, in addition to Google images from around 2007 and that time, when all of these violations were going forward, we've also included pictures taken by the applicant of the interior condition in 2007 before the permits, and the architect can walk the board through it if there's.
Right, but we're asking about 2005. Are there any photographs from 2005 that go along with the violation? We're trying to piece this together because it's very confusing how this was all explained to us. And please, Mr. Corr, go on.
I don't have photos from 2005. The reason why is I was asked to come and start helping with this project after the violation was issued and after the project actually had to be moved towards the regular full application at the DOB.
Okay, so then let's move to the next place. All right, so 2005 violations were issued for that work that was done without a permit, first and second floor and staircase. Then what happens?
So we evaluated what was done, what our future how our future project would look like, and we prepared the plans and submitted to Department of Building for approval.
When did you submit the drawing?
It's approval. Well, it was more than year before we got approval. So we have, but it will be confirmed. We have here issue for filing first date 12/14/05.
So you submitted them 12/14/05 to DOB or?
To DOB for approval, and then before we got approval, it took till 2007 October.
Why did it take 2 years to get it approved?
I can say we had a very difficult plan examiner who was.
But so did work go on, construction work go on between the violation date and the your approvals in 2007?
I was not at the site often at that time. I know that there were some protective work ongoing to maintain the building in a proper state and not to let any structure disability or anything like that happen.
Okay. So then you get a permit so according to what you said then, all right, so 2007, it's really November 2007, the plans are approved. It's almost 2 years later, after your submission, right? That's what our information is saying. And then the permit isn't pulled until March 2008. So according to what you said, no work went on, which really isn't believable. No work went on between the issuance of the permit, the issuance of that violation in 2005, other than protective work, and the issuance of the permit. This doesn't make any sense because the photograph we have shows, there's a photograph from 2009, so that's quite confusing, of the framing of the top levels. And were you hired for construction observation?
No.
No. So this is the thing that's very unfortunate about how the architecture world works, right? If the architect's hired to do the drawings and file the plans and all this stuff, and then that's the end of that, right? So the architect isn't necessarily a witness to the sequence, right?
They did submit in this last submission a Google Street photo dating October 2007 that shows the building with supports up but no extension built.
Mm-hmm. I didn't see. Okay.
Yeah, it's in today's submission from this morning. That's the October 2007 Google photo.
Oh, but that's more like a sidewalk shed that has to be taller than the building by the building code.
Right, but no work done
No work.
yet.
So, okay, so that's October 2007. No work is done. So then so I'm
I
trying
just
to
point to the photo there from the submission from late last night, early this morning. One of the photos is from 2007. You can actually see some of the structure behind the protective netting above in the prior building.
Right, but it looks like nothing was done to extend the building upwards in October 2007. It looks like it really occurred between then and 2009, because then when you look at the last photo, which is April 2009, then you have the full structure up there.
So let's make sure that we're looking at the same picture. It's this one here in the newer packet. The one that's
No, I'm looking at the newer packet, but I'm looking at the Google photos. There's like 3.
Yeah, these are
submitted.
there were a few of them. So I'm looking at the second one in that packet, which is also dated, which,
the straight on one.
Yeah.
Oh, now that's interesting. How come you have 2 from October 2007 that one shows the old building and the other one shows the building extended?
I can't speak for.
So I would like to cut to the chase.
You can't rely on it because it's telling you 2 different things, so it's not helpful.
I'd like to cut to the chase here. I appreciate that the architect is willing to come here and try to clear this up, even though he wasn't hired for construction observation. Where's the owner?
The owner is here.
Great, let's speak to the owner. Yeah, you can see right through. What's his name? There, okay. Hello, sir. Oh, actually, don't we need to be sworn in for this? No, this is the appeal. Okay, soon to change. State your name, please, sir.
Gregory Pasternak, officer of K. Kurila Corp., 241 Grand Street.
Okay, so have you been involved in the construction of this project since 2005?
Sort of.
Sort of? What's that mean?
I mean, I'm owner of the building, but
Right, but does that mean you've been involved in the construction of it and been looking at it as it was developed? Can you answer questions about what happened when?
I mean, whatever the architect says, that would be, appropriate.
No, actually.
She's asking if you have, firsthand knowledge as to what happened with construction.
Were you present to look at the construction?
From time to time, yes.
Okay, we're not going to rely on the architect. The architect was not hired to observe construction. So the owner, or do you have a construction manager who was working on this
I mean,
project?
the company who was doing the work which is on the permit. That was the company which did the work.
Right, but they have a client, is the company who did the work the same as you, or is it
No.
a self-build project?
No, it's different company.
Okay, so is it the same company working on it today as who worked on it before?
No.
So you have a different contractor now?
Correct.
Okay. No, I know, but if you were to start again,
We'll have to hire a contractor.
you would have to hire a contractor.
Correct.
Okay, well, let's see if we can, all right, sir, so can you explain to us between 2005 and March of 2008, what work was done on the building?
There was underpinning done. What I record was new steel beams put in, on the floor, staircase, and some adjustment to the structure of the building.
Okay, what about the addition?
And you mean to the permit or after the permit was issued?
I mean, up until March of 2008.
Oh, and was what was done? I mean, the roof was removed. And was I think was some work done off-site, which was prefabrications,
What kind of work was prefabricated?
like steel.
Steel is always, so they're referring to this work as prefabrication. All steel is prepared off-site.
Correct.
Right, that's not a prefabricated structure, that's called steel. So,
The prefabrication of the steel, which was done outside.
okay.
So it reduces the installation time.
No, steel is always comes ready to go from off-site. A prefabricated structure is one that is completely ready to go, and a crane comes and drops it on top. So this, just to be clear for the record, there's a lot of language in the record that talks about a prefabricated structure. It's not a prefabricated structure, it's
Not the
steel.
structure prefabricated.
There's a difference. It's not so-called prefabrication. We calling prefabrication of the steel when we are engaging a steel manufacturer or installer to actually purchase material, to prepare, to prime, to cut it in a size, and they have all these pieces stored on the yard till the time when the site is ready, and they can come and install it in 2 weeks, for example.
Right, understood.
So that's what Gregory was referring to.
Okay.
Prefabrication.
So, but part of the problem is we're reading a prefabrication, and it sounds like they could come over and drop a box on top, and that's not at all what happened, right? Okay. 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 So the problem I'm having with this application is there isn't anybody who can actually tell us what's going on, and I'm not so far buying the story. So the way that it's reading is it's sounding to me, anyway, I don't know about what the others think, it's sounding like lots of work done without a permit, and then not clear at all what was in place, because our photographs from our Google image photographs are very clear. You can see through the scaffold netting as of October 2007, which is pretty close in the story. It looks like no work was done above the maximum height in the building. In fact, this building in 2007 on this Google image is 1 story shorter than the neighbors. So there's a long way to go before you've penetrated your R6B sky setback height, right? So unless you can give us some actual photographs, dated reliably, I don't think we have. Go ahead.
I just want to add that other photo that you told me was October 7th was actually captured January 2013. The photo that shows the full extension. If you look at even though the top said October 7th, if you look at the image capture stamp at the bottom, it says January 2013.
And as of the Google map, April 2009, only on April 2009 do we see that addition that has been made on the for the fourth floor.
Which is consistent with the photographs that you gave us that are dated October of 2009, which is more than a year too late. So this April 2009 image is obviously a year too late, and it's just showing the enclosure of the building at the upper floors with, you know, one of those Tyvek things or that foam insulation. So it's very early in the process. So we don't see any photo documentation that indicates completion by March of 2008.
So looking in the initial application filing, there is a photo packet submitted by the applicant dated November 10th, 2007. It shows the interior work that was done. And as part of this work, in addition to the addition to the top of the building, as the chair you noted yesterday in the review session, also involved the changing of floor to ceiling height entirely. And so in addition to the actual additional structure on top, there's the interior work done inside of the building that was done before the issuance of permits, but were legalized by DOB in 2008. No, that's a separate legal discussion.
Right, but we can't tell for it, you know, the story does not read like the novel that we needed to read, right? We can't find the sequence. We don't have proof of the scope of the work that was in place. I don't know if this job was run in any way like a normal job where you get requisitions for payments that show percentage of work in place over the course of the months and months and months of work, but we need that. Otherwise, we just don't have anything to prove that this
Chair,
is in place.
obviously, vested rights cases do come down to a matter of proof and evidence.
Yes.
And so, I think probably what we would do as an applicant is to better delineate and provide through additional evidence exactly the time frame that was addressed, as well as what was done prior to the March 2008 date. I would note that we've received determinations of vested rights based on far less work than we alleged to have done prior to this, prior to the zoning change. There are vested rights cases which support finding of vested rights based upon 40% of your foundations being complete. So here, I understand that this does not set forth to the chair's satisfaction exactly what was done prior to that. That's a matter of proof and evidence that we can further provide comfort to the board. We're confident in that. I mean, the numbers here are so substantial, both with regards to the construction and expenditures being 75% of the work by the changeover date, as well as greater than 50% of the expenditures, that it's our job to put that in a row and to present that well to the board, and then the board can obviously make that decision. We get it, you know, there's it's a matter of just of presenting what we feel is compelling evidence.
Right.
Okay. Right, but you have to get to that establishment date, which is
Yes.
your date of rezoning.
Correct.
That's your key, and don't leave us with something a year ahead of time and a year
Yeah.
after, so we fill in the blanks.
No, understood. We've
And then, of course, there's the serious loss question, because, as I mentioned yesterday, the R6B zoning would just say, perhaps, that the fourth floor addition is the thing that is not permitted to be there anymore, and it doesn't look as if it was constructed as of the vesting date, in which case, what's the serious loss? Just take that off.
So I'd say a couple of things. First of all, many of the vested rights cases don't even discuss the factor of serious loss, so I'll leave that just there for a moment. But regardless, if you take a look at the vested rights jurisprudence, there's the three established factors that run through all of these cases are substantial construction, substantial expenditures based upon valid permits. The serious loss factor is not one that's discussed in each of those cases. There's cases which basically find vested rights based on everything except for serious loss.
But it's usually,
right?
Let's not.
But again, regardless, the most recent submission we've made, because we understand that serious loss arose as part of the discussion at the board's executive session, was in the materials that were submitted yesterday. We do have a discussion of serious loss, which discusses that as a factor, but we'll again further elaborate that and in accordance with the board's determinations on serious loss. There would be serious loss which would accrue here.
Okay. You have an uphill battle because your photo packet, October 2nd, 2009, doesn't even have the full extension built yet.
Right.
Understood.
You have framework up for that top floor, and the rest of it is barely enclosed at that point. So
We think looking at the relative criteria with regards to potential building height, street wall height, et cetera, that will be able to meet that criterion. But again, we'll clarify that to the board.
Okay.
You know, I want to go back. I have it in my note that on March 2007, the site was actually rezoned from C84 to R6 with a C24 overlay. And then in March 26 of 2008, City Council approved the Grand Street rezoning and where it was changed from R6 to R6B.
Okay.
So, so there were two-step kind of thing.
Understood.
And I would like clarification on that
Sure.
also. And what work was done under which regulation is also something I would be.
That's fine. We can clarify that.
Well, we have a set of the DOB approved drawings that were approved in 2008. Sorry. They're approved in 2007 and presumably wouldn't have issued a permit in 2008 if not compliant with the then zoning at the time.
Right.
So it's not really what was it designed to be, what was the zoning at the time of the approval of the drawings and at the date of the permit issuance, and they better match.
Sure.
Because we have also had vesting cases where the drawings don't look anything like what was allowed in the zoning district at the time of the permit.
We can clarify that for the board as well.
Okay, yeah, so you have a lot of work to do. I would suggest that the owner speak to his colleagues and someone who has much closer understanding of actually what went on, provide real information, because this isn't working for us,
Understood.
right? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And if possible, the photographs for the certificates of correction that were submitted to DOB, if you could obtain the certificate of correction packages, we can find out what was submitted.
That might help. Okay. Are there any speakers on this? Okay. You need a lot of time. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can get the necessary information in about 2 months. And so then submission in about 2.5 months or so. So it puts us
in January.
It puts us at the end of December for submission.
Okay, so how about January 8th submission with a continued hearing on January 28th?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. Okay.
Yeah, I remember I'd written that in my note and
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the record. We are continuing with the new cases for the appeals calendar. Item number 15, 2019, 19A, 107 Manet Avenue, Staten Island.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. You know, there were a few questions raised at review session, but I think it's appropriate to start first with the fire department had issued a letter in response, saying no objection. The plans that were recently submitted added the additional information the fire department wanted, specifically 2 additional no parking signs in the fire apparatus access road and also an illuminated address signage sign.
Okay.
You know, fire department can speak to that, but I believe that that addresses all the concerns that they had in their most recent letter. Just to give some background, because I know there's some other questions that came up, just to clarify, I think it's shown clearly on the topographical map that was submitted, that Manny actually is of record to CCO to the full extent of the lot, the subject lot.
Oh.
There is currently, I think if you look at the original filing, I think is when we included that topographical map. Let me double check. It's this map right here, the color map.
Yeah, yeah.
You can see that Manny, which is right here, actually extends to the full extent, right there. So currently, however, it is paved only partially the way, and there's actually an existing guardrail there. And I believe the guardrail was originally installed because there's existing trees there. As you know, there's the DEC wetlands that are there. In obtaining, this is described to me by the project engineer, when they obtained the letter of no objection from the New York State DEC, There was discussion about possibly extending and paving Manny all the way to its full extent, because that then would remove the need to obtain a general city law exception, because then this would qualify under the exception of being on a CCO street. However, DEC expressed their preference that the guardrail stay. So in order to work with DEC,
Oh, it's DEC, not DEP that expressed the
correct, DEC, yes. So in order to work with DEC, they still needed to obtain the permit regardless, because a significant portion of the subject lot is in the wetlands that's not part of the street. So they obtained that permit. But in order to work with DEC, they created this design which would create this fire apparatus access road, which would go over lots 260 and 262, which would provide civic access to both the subject home and the adjacent home. And it would retain the guardrail, and it would make DEC happy, and the property owner was fine with that particular design. So that's really the crux of the application, was coming here to come up with a design that would remove the need for that approval. In speaking with the project engineer, they believe that if it was necessary, they could pursue this with DEC, and there's no guarantees as to what DEC would grant one way or another, but there's nothing specifically that would prevent them from filing an application. But it was really just, the idea is if this makes everyone happy, and it works with the property owner, it works with DEC, that they could create this design and then seek this approval from the board. So that's the overall.
So I have like a general question, since every single time one of these comes up, I pull up the GCL 36. So your other sites get GCL 36-3 waivers.
Correct.
And now what you're saying, because the map street is actually, the CCO street is actually continuing in front of the site. The language says, notwithstanding any provision of law, C of O for a 1 or 2 family dwelling which is otherwise in compliance with all applicable laws shall be issued by the Department of Buildings for any building abutting an unmapped street without a review by the BSA in the following circumstances. And the term abutting, I don't believe is defined in the general city law, right? And it says, if the Corp Council has issued an opinion determining that the public way has been open and in use, blah, 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 that the unmapped street abutting such building or structure shall have been suitably improved, that's the building, right, to the satisfaction of DOT. I'm like, and it's equipped with a fire sprinkler. Why can't you do this under GCL 36-3?
We tried to do that with DOT,
did?
but in this instance, Staten Island is the borough that will reference the 8% perimeter frontage.
No,
and that's where they're incorporating.
So wait a second, so, not that I want to make life miserable for you, but it sounds like you don't actually need the GCL 3, you need the 8%, which is admin code.
And let me double check here. I think the objection references that. It does reference, you're correct, it says that the New York City Building Code. So, the question is that these have always been handled.
They've always traveled together.
This is the odd exception where we have that together. I can't cite other, there may be other instances where an abutting street wasn't fully developed, but that's how they've been approached. That Department of Building issued the objection. You'll notice they didn't issue the objection, I think that came up yesterday, they didn't issue the objection for the adjacent site because they determined that there was sufficient perimeter and it did abut the street, so no objection was issued. So it's just this one odd lot here.
So the next part of this that's really annoying is the Department of Buildings has the authority to waive the admin code, right? It's the building code of the city of New York.
Right.
They could have said, hey, look at that, you qualify as a GCL 36-3, and we can say, we're liking this access, therefore we'll waive the 8% rule because effectively you meet the 8%. We're not, normally, we tie them together.
But the 3 only talks about residential, pure residential, right, doesn't it?
Have you applied for a building code variance?
We definitely had this pursued, and that the only reason we're here is because pursuit of such did not work.
Wait, you can't all speak at the same time. Say that again, Todd.
We did. The project engineer, I think, said that they really did try to move this forward, and Department of Buildings wasn't satisfied, so that's why we're here.
Okay.
If Department of Buildings had granted this, I think it would have made
things easier, cheaper,
would have made
all that stuff.
everyone happy.
Right.
So,
Right.
you know, we're dealing with the objection before us, and that's what we're trying to resolve.
Right.
So I 100% agree with your analysis.
Okay, good, so, oh well. But no, but so this is a 1 or 2 family home, GCL3 waives 1 or 2 family homes, is doing it with all of the other ones on the block. Abutting isn't defined, seems like you don't actually need it because it's abutting a map street, I mean, a CCO street. The fact that it's not open wasn't asked, right? And so, yeah, it's unfortunate, so.
Now,
this-
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I know that there are other, I mean, if this is going to move forward, one thing that we would need is to submit to the board the restrictive declaration for the maintenance of that fire apparatus road, typical of other applications that we had general city law. So I know that we would need to adjourn this regardless, okay? That said, though we haven't had success, I wouldn't know if the board or board council would want to reach out to DOB to ask them about this issue. We're happy to work on the restrictive declaration and anything else that the board wants to see. But if the board was able to get a different response from DOB, we'd be satisfied with that, and we're happy to work on it in the interim just in case it wasn't received. So I don't know how we want to approach
So
that.
I'm not trying to complicate this, you're here and all of that stuff, but I do think that kind of going forward, DOB seems to be assuming that for the frontage, we need to be involved. We don't. That's their job,
And I'll just say
right?
quickly, Staten Island is the only borough that issues that objection. If you look at other GCLs, nobody else puts this 8% issue up there. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
you're the
but
one
I've
borough.
actually worked on cases in Manhattan
Okay.
where the 8% frontage rule came up. So even if it's, Staten Island's just used to it because they have so many sites like this, and Manhattan, you're not going to encounter as many. But like for, one of the cases was a flag lot. We do see flag lots. In fact, the zoning resolution has lots of pictures of flag lots. They're the ones that often suffer from the frontage problem, right? So, so what I would like to suggest, though, is a phone call to council at DOB, council to council, just discussing this concept in general. Like, if it's fronting on a CCO street, it's fronting on a CCO street, whether it's open or it's not, and then it's really DOB's domain to waive the 8% rule if they think there's adequate access otherwise. So, like, why should they be sending them to us? It's just not fair. So there's that. But in terms of the restrictive deck, so you actually, DEP's letter refers to an HOA and an affidavit, and city planning refers to a restrictive deck. What are those about?
So this is my understanding. I unfortunately wasn't able to get the full information in time for the hearing, but my understanding, and we can supplement this, is that when they obtained the approval from DEP accepted an affidavit saying an HOA would be formed. However, we want to get confirmation upon information and belief that HOA has been formed already, and it's actually recorded against the Bayview lot currently. Because, DEP required this because the approval is there are no sewers within Manny. So when DEP issued this approval, the proposal is to connect via the easement through Bayview. I know there was some discussion as to why the Bayview home was listed on certain plans, but not these plans. It's a separate zoning lot, but running through that lot, that connection allows them to get the connection, and DEP wants the HOA recorded in order to reflect that that will be maintained between those two different property owners. So that's what the HOA is filed. I will get confirmation on whether that's been completed. I believe that it has. As I said, I'm not sure. And if it is, obviously, we would submit that to the board so you can see. But that was just to clarify the Bayview.
Okay.
And I think there was also, I believe there may have been discussion about, fronting on Bayview. As far as providing any access from Bayview wouldn't be reasonable in comparison, because that's like 250 feet, and I don't think the fire department would want us to have any access to this home on this lot, and it is a separate zone. So that's what the reference is at city planning and HOA.
Okay.
The HOA.
Okay. And the restrictive deck is related to that? At city planning?
The city
or you don't
planning,
know?
that I'm not 100% sure. We'll
Okay.
get some clarification on that, but I believe that it's related to that also. So.
Okay, so you'll get us copies of those things.
So I'll get information on the HOA, get information on any restrictive deck. As I said, I believe they're done.
Okay.
Okay. But as noted, if during the interim DOB changes its position, we would gladly withdraw.
So with these CCO streets, we've learned still that even though they're CCO streets, there isn't a commitment by the city to maintain them, right? That's why we still need the restrictive deck, especially since you're doing a little development here, right? Okay.
So the question is, as far as the restrictive deck, we were, just to clarify what would be in it, we were going to create a restrictive deck for the fire apparatus access road, which is the private property portion, the portion of this, saying that that needs to be maintained and kept clear and the standard language that's been used. As far as Manny, I know for other applications, we've done the possible future maintenance declarations where the city is currently maintaining or something like that. We could record that for the two lots as well and add that in. I guess we could probably incorporate that in to one document, I believe so.
Yes, yeah.
Saying like, this is definite maintenance, but also
just in case.
Possible future maintenance of the other portion of Manny. We'll take a look at that language, we'll submit it to council.
Okay,
So-
and then for this apparatus access, you also need that cross easement, and that could be in the restrictive deck, right?
Okay, so. I'm not sure again if that's been, so the maintenance, the cross easement, and then Manny, all that information. Okay.
Great.
And if you're applying for a building code variance, please make sure that you address the findings in the building code.
He's not applying for a building code variance.
Yeah, my understanding is
Oh,
that.
for the 8%? Oh,
I thought you said that the DOB would have the ability to waive that. So the
So
question is if DOB
but
could.
if the board is to waive it with this application, you should address the findings. Which are, I think it's basically like unnecessary hardship, practical difficulty, as safer, something like
okay,
that.
yeah. So, but just to clarify it, every one of our GCL 36 applications always rides in tandem with that 8% rule. So if we're going to be requiring more analysis for the 8% part,
yeah,
that's something that we should introduce formally because we haven't been requiring it. We've only been looking at the GCL question and sort of the 8% sort of just travels along without anything specific.
What we could do is, in addition to reviewing the HOA and this restricted declaration, we can review the statement. I believe it might be in there, but if so, we could add to the statement, not just GCL, but also the building code, because the findings would be similar. So we can make sure that the statement references both.
Yeah.
Okay?
This is so weird.
All right, so we'll look at the statement too. Yeah, but as noted, if DOB has a change of heart, we will gladly.
Okay, great. Are there any speakers on this?
I do have a question. My inquiry with regard to hardship is that recently, well, rather recently, in Muir v. Wisconsin, the Supreme Court had determined that when analyzing whether a property right has been taken or a taking case, the entire parcel should be, they consider the entire parcel and not just a subdivided lot. In that particular case, it was, I believe, parents who gave Lot E and F to their children, and because of one regulation, they weren't able to build on that, and they said that their rights were being taken. And the court found that they weren't if you consider the entire parcel. So the taking, more or less, the taking, we have to, well, I guess we both agree that taking and hardship are different standards.
Sure.
I'm not sure how, I'm asking for how do we reconcile that in a takings case, we would have to consider the entire parcel, but in a hardship case, we wouldn't.
Well, sorry, but it's not a takings case, right?
There needs to be, right, it's not, but it's within the same discipline.
No, but the hardship, so the first part of it is the GCL 36 hardship standard, we've discussed many times, isn't well articulated by the legislature.
Fair.
We would love them to articulate what they mean, but they haven't done so.
Concur.
So, and I think and in this case, I think we did talk about the issue of hardship as opposed to takings, right? And I think we talked about this idea that, but for this bizarre situation with the wetland, the sloped condition, because it's a natural area. Manny actually is a CCO street that goes all the way through, and you could build on this. But in sort of really more like in deference to DEC's preference, because the owner could have said, you know what, it's nice, but I need to, right? So, and they could have just said, I'm doing it, but in deference to DEC. They said and DCP, I guess, because they're also approving the natural area. The slope and the wetland area is being protected. So I think that's quite a different situation than when you decide to develop lots of houses on the lot and you have adequate frontage. This is a situation where you just can't get to your house because you've agreed not to impose on the wetland area.
And I think that might be
It's really
why that would take that out of my concern. Although, and I think that might be the reason, a way to reconcile it. But my issue, my inquiry was really, while I understand taking and hardship are different, if this lot was once owned this was once one parcel, it was but for how they decided to divide it up that created this request, and that is pretty much in line with the Murphy's Wisconsin case. But again, I do understand what you're saying with regard to the deference to DC.
But it's not just a deference, it's also GCL 36.3, I think it's really clear in saying everybody should be able to build a house on a CCO street. Basically, that's all it says. It doesn't even say as long as there's one more house. That's the second standard, right? It just says if you've got a CCO street, go build a house, right? So that's where I look at this much differently than one of the ones where you have a huge lot that's subdivided into weird shapes and so on, and the only way to access it is from a brand-new road system that's never gone through any reviews.
So then my question would be, could this be a GCL that's granted on the GCL 3 as opposed to one where you'd have to prove a hardship?
No, but that's what we were talking about before. I actually think DOB made a mistake. I think DOB should have allowed this to be a GCL 3 because the site abuts a CCO street, and then the only thing they're crashing up against is this 8% frontage, which again, I might even argue it complies with because it does have frontage on a CCO street. It's just that the fire truck can't drive on it, or maybe it can, but I don't know. The fire department can't drive on it because it's not going to be improved. So, and I think DOB made a mistake there too because they have the authority to waive the 8% administrative code, building code, right? So I think this is almost more like a formality before us rather than, this is reminding me a little bit of some of the Build It Back cases where DOB decided it doesn't comply with things and we're looking at it, it does. So we'll just waive it so we can move on.
I'm okay with it under that reasoning.
Okay.
So
good.
We'll pursue all of those, but if there is any progress on the exception 3, we're happy to listen.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Great. All right, so how much time then? I think I asked.
I mean, as far as time frame for us, just because I want to have time to work with council on the restrictive declaration if it's necessary, we can be flexible. I would want at least 3 weeks to submit, but we can push it back a little further and maybe give DOB time to respond. So 4 weeks submit, 3 weeks, whatever.
Yeah, that's good. And plus, council, as soon as you have any of the restrictive deck
Sure.
for submission, please submit it so council can turn it around.
I mean, if it works, generally what we've done is we've done it off the record initially to give it to you to take a look, versions. That way we can officially submit it to the record after we've discussed. Sure.
And as we sort of discussed, it sounds like we don't need the question that I had about the building code, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so I rescind that comment.
But to clarify, if needed, we can put that in a statement. to.
Okay, so November 27th with a submission December 17th and restricted declaration to be submitted as soon as
Is that
possible.
opposite? You meant submission November 27th and a hearing December 17th?
Yes,
I figured that out.
submission November 27th, hearing December 17th.
Okay, so
Sure.
noted. Great.
I interrupted when you asked about if there are any speakers.
I'm pretty sure I already
I thought
asked,
I
but are there
interrupted.
any speakers on this? Okay. Okay.
Item number 16, 2019-43A, 4132 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island. Am I calling A and B and
I
all
think
four?
they should all four of them. Why not?
Okay. Item number 17, 2019-44A, 4128 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island. Item number 18, 2019-46A, 4124 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island. And item number 19, 2019-47A, 4130 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale, applicant for all of those applications. I would say it was very interesting to find out a part of Victory Boulevard, it's not mapped. It's sort of an unusual situation. That said, from review session, I know there were a couple of questions that were raised. With respect to the DEP, I just want to, we're happy to provide something else, but I think that we responded. I know that there was an issue where they initially issued a letter, I believe in May, about the street, but we provided PD1s from Department of Buildings for each of these 4 sites that were certified by the Department of Buildings and are done so, after Borough President review. We also provided a copy of the topographical map, so I'm not sure why DEP would still have questions as to street status. We also submitted approved SCPs from DEP, meaning that it seems they would be satisfied. So I don't know.
Yeah, they approved those.
Yes.
They're actually marked approved.
For all 4 and street status. So I believe there was a question about the letter for them. So I don't know if
Could
that's
it
still
be
an
that
issue
they
with the
sort
board.
of crossed in the mail?
Maybe.
Like that? I don't know.
I
think when I sent things to them.
You have to speak up.
I can look into it, but I think I sent all those things to them.
Okay.
But I'll follow up.
You can follow up
Okay.
on that.
Okay.
I mean, if they need something else, great, but I think that they should have more than enough to go over that.
Okay. Was there anything else you wanted to add on that?
No, other than that, the 4 lots together, there was just one lot, just to confirm, Victory Boulevard is a on-map street, but also Roswell, so that one corner lot. So the corner lot still will run into an issue of unnecessary hardship because there's no possible way to access even the corner lot, but for these 2 on-map streets that are both public streets that are currently maintained by the city.
They're both CCO streets.
Correct. Both CC.
So
and
again,
open.
had this been a 1 or 2 family, this
Exactly.
would be a GCL 36 waiver, and I really hope the legislature makes a modification to 36.3.
Yes, the
to
zoning
allow for this?
requirements for this district require that commercial first floor, which is the only reason.
Right, it's a real disconnect with the zoning, and I doubt the legislature was aware of this subtlety that applies in a lot of areas of Staten Island, so, okay. And an interesting decision on the part of the City Planning Commission to require these be mixed-use buildings, actually. So, all right, so since we do need to just get the final sign-off from DEP, if you could add to your statement of facts a simple explanation of the hardships, which are really, from my perspective.
May I interrupt? Sorry.
Yes.
I did find the email from DEP when we, just lost it.
Right there.
No, it's not. Well, they said, when I emailed those materials, they said they wanted the street status letter, and then they wanted the borough president's map.
Okay, the borough president, the topographical map is already part of the record.
But I don't.
So I believe it was with the original
I do
application,
see
isn't
the
it?
PD1, but I don't know about the topo
I think it
map,
was.
but they want a street status letter too.
I would say that
That's
you
from
can't get the PD1, I think, unless you get the street status letter. So I can reach out, but it seems superfluous. I would defer the board's judgment, but
Let's give DEP what they need so we can get their letter, so.
Yeah.
Rather than
Okay.
argue about
I'll forward you their
what sequence
email.
needs to be done.
I also, as I have to say, I understand there's different divisions, but it's odd to me that they're requesting when their agency already issued approvals. It's frustrating.
Agreed. But so just
We've been in
because
those meetings, Todd, we know.
it's just to tie these up in little bows that we have everything in place. So, and this also gives you a chance to put into the record your hardship statement, which to my mind is that really this would have been approved under a GCL 36-3, but for the fact of the zoning that requires this.
All right, we'll take a look at the statements.
You may have another approach, but we need that in the record.
Okay, I believe it's already in the statement, but I'll double check. It's a statement, hardship, and we can ask about a street status letter beyond the PD one.
You know what, maybe the reason it's not reading as having been, the statement having been made, is it's not referred to as the hardship. Clarify that this statement is related to the hardship question.
Totally
okay?
Fair.
Okay. I think, are there any speakers on this? Okay, that you could probably turn around pretty fast, right?
Are there any changes to the plans or anything? No?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, as far as doing those, I would say normally we could submit, I don't know what the board's calendar is, but normally we could submit by end of week. We have a little bit of a scheduling issue, so I don't know, submit in like 10 days. I don't know what the calendar is as far as.
We could put this on for like the last October day.
Is that the 22nd, I think? So what would the submission date be?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Submission October 9th, with a hearing on October 29th.
Does that work for you?
So next Wednesday is the 9th, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that. How's this? I don't know what the timing is on the street status letter, but I will give them March.
Well, if it's a street status letter, that's from a government agency. You can submit that at any time,
Okay.
right before the hearing.
All right, then the statement by the 9th, no problem, the street status letter, but yeah.
Okay.
Ideally both by the 9th for all 4 cases.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, item number 20, zoning calendar. 2017-231BZ, 765 Pennsylvania Avenue, Brooklyn.
You mean to swear in? I'm here for Eric's office on that.
Oh, okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I affirm. It's my understanding that the board was interested in having landscaping. Oh, sure, Todd Dale for the applicant. Thank you. I get on a roll, Carla. It's my understanding that there was landscaping that was required, and they are more than happy to do that. They were hoping, if it works with the board's calendar, that they could have 1 month to submit, just to make sure as far as.
So the plans are already revised to show the landscaping, so they should install, right?
Yes.
So month of October is ideal installing time if you can get a person to do the work, right? So what we've been doing is saying, maybe you don't get it in quite in October, but you might get it in November. So then time to take the photographs and then submit. So we've been putting these on for like a January hearing to give time to take the photographs and all that sort of stuff. They wanted earlier than that?
They said that they could have this installed within 1 month. So maybe
month
the
of
time
October.
after they take photographs, so maybe if there was a 6-week submission and then a
Okay.
hearing date after that.
We could put it on for end of December or something like that.
Sure.
Yeah,
That
okay.
works.
So submission November 27th,
Okay.
with a continued hearing on December 17th.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 21, 2018-16BZ, 974 Second Avenue, the Bronx. You don't have to be sworn in for this one.
No, it's adjournment.
Yeah, Tadia, we requested adjournment, but just to know, we did provide photographs to show the ongoing work that's taking place, and it's expected that the sidewalk repair will be completed this week, and then we'll get that information and like repair. Okay.
So in other words, you'd be ready really soon to come back.
I've been told yes. I mean, the painting's done. We provided the planting. It's all taken care of. The one thing, though, is that we do want to send notification to the surrounding neighbors, so we would need a buffer, you know, the 20 days or whatever is that. So any hearing date that would allow us to re-notify.
Yeah, that's
submission on November 27th with a continued hearing on December 17th.
Okay, and we'll get the notification out by the 27th or 28th.
Great.
Okay.
Item number 22, 2018-143BZ, 20 West 14th Street, Manhattan.
Do you need to swear me in?
Swear 'em in.
Oh, sorry. Well, too many cases. To affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and to respond honestly to board member questions.
I affirm. From review session, I heard the board's comments. Just to confirm, since the most recent change to the limiters, reducing the microphone further, 87 and 85 were the 2 decibel levels. We haven't received any continued complaints, so upon information and belief, it's working. And just to affirm for the board, I know the board, should they grant this, the normal practice is to issue conditions regarding sound, but if the board wanted to further emphasize that and specifically reference the 85 and 87, we have no issues with that. Okay?
I see we have counsel for the neighbors here, so let's hear from him.
Please state your name.
Jay Ginsburg of Lebanon Glasser for the co-op. I can confirm the good news, things have been quiet. The only thing we would ask is that any approval to the permit be for a limited duration so we can see how life develops in the real world. And if things go well for 6 months or a year, we probably wouldn't stand in the way of a much longer extension. That's our only request at this point.
Well, how about looking at it another way? As you know well, because you've done these, at any time that they're not in compliance with the conditions, you can bring them back for a compliance hearing so that we don't require that they come back in a year needlessly if everything is fine, right?
The only concern we would have about that is we don't have direct access to look at the limiter settings. We would only know the result, not the cause. We don't have access to log in and see the limiter settings, so all we would know is there's noise. So we don't have an ability to ascertain whether they're in compliance or not.
No, noise is compliance.
Oh, okay, if that's all that it is. Okay.
You're not supposed to be woken up at 5:30 in the morning because you can hear 1, 2, 3 lift your legs, whatever.
That's fine then. We just aren't in a position to know if they're at 87 or 88.
Right. No, the issue is that it has to cause no disturbance to the neighbors. If 87 is the limiter and that doesn't work, it needs to go to 83, right? And that's just the way it goes, right? Okay.
I would just say whatever it is now is working, so.
Okay, great, okay. Thank you. Great, we appreciate you coming, Mr. Ginsburg. Okay, are there any speakers on this? All right, great. So I would like to make, any other comments from boards? Okay, I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye. Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And I'd like to make a motion to grant on condition. The condition is that the facility be maintained so as to cause no disturbance to neighbors as a result of noise or vibration. And I don't think we should be specific about the limiters, right? The limiters say 86 and 85 and 87, but if we're specific, then what if it's noisy at 85 and 87, right? So, is that okay? We
That's
leave it at
fine.
that?
We just wanted to provide that option if either works. The full intent is just to be quiet.
Yes, okay. So on that note, motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Application's been granted.
Thank you.
Item number 23, 2018-167BZ, 1133 East 22nd Street, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. Oh, actually, this is administratively adjourned. You're going to need to.
Richard LaBelle on behalf of the applicant. Chair, we would ask for a quick turnaround on the hearing date. The architect has been talked to, and we're attempting to basically comply with the board's request at the last hearing and the first hearing on this matter. So anything the board can do to expedite this would be appreciated.
Our hearing schedule doesn't allow such a quick turnaround, so. Or what's the early December one?
Submission November 20th for a continued hearing on December 10th.
And I'm assuming that's the soonest possible date. That's convenient for the board. Okay, thank you, Chair, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Item number 24, 2019 40BZ, 175, 179 East 73rd Street, Manhattan. November 20th. Yeah, okay, sign in. Okay. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Perlmutter, Commissioners. To address the comments from...
Say your name, please.
Dan Eggers from Greenberg Charg, representing the applicant. To address comments from review session yesterday, the notes will be added to the roof plan as requested. No lighting of any kind except emergency lighting after 6 p.m. and no sound amplification.
Correct.
The draft RAP and CHASP was submitted to DEP on September 12th, and comments are expected by October 12th. The noise analysis is being revised per DEP's latest comments of September 24th. We expect to have monitoring done in the middle of October and should have DEP approval by early November. And I welcome any other questions or comments.
Okay. So you're monitoring noise when, sorry?
Middle of November, October 15th to be specific.
Oh, middle October.
Yes.
Okay.
And we expect DEP approval as to that revised analysis by beginning of November.
Well, the response, you don't know whether it'll be a approval, right? You're submitting studies, then DEP has to review it, and then they say whatever they say, right?
The turnaround time has been very quick on the prior two analysis.
No, but you're using the word approval. I'm using the word review and comments.
Understood, yes.
Okay. So, all right. Are there any speakers on this application? This is the Persian synagogue, right? No. Persian Jewish Center, East 73rd Street. No speakers? Okay. All right then, so we're basically down to those notes and environmental reviews. So November, so it means December, late December for return because you need to allow turnaround and all that.
Well, Chair Perlmutter, could we optimistically schedule this for a continued hearing on November 19th, understanding that...
We don't have room on the calendar.
You do not have room on the calendar.
Right.
Yeah.
Respectfully withdrawn.
Okay, so...
Early December.
Okay.
The early December one, I think, has room, right?
Okay, so submission on November 20th for a continued hearing on December 10th.
December 10th.
Okay, and if on the drawings, you could please bubble the changes to the drawings, where the notes are, so we can find it quickly.
Bubble the notes, yes.
So it's bubbled, one set bubbled, one set clean, both signed and sealed, okay? With a cover letter explaining what it is you're submitting.
And revision dates.
And revision, yeah, most importantly, revision dates.
Understood.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, you mean because it's a 1 o'clock? Oh,
new case.
How'd that happen? Okay.
Keep going.
Do you want to go with the new business, just with the PCs?
Yeah, let's just do the PCs and then we just have, right, wow, okay.
New case is item number 1, 2019-16BZ, 25001 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Raise your right hand.
I didn't expect
You're from,
this.
oh, is it your partner?
Yes, I'm like 7
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond to city board member questions?
Yes.
Okay, please sign. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Neil Weisbard from Prior Cashman on behalf of McDonald's Corporation. We attended review session yesterday, and I'd like to go through the comments, and then specifically at the end about the circulation and try to come to some resolution on that. The community, I'll call you up. The community board had recommended that signage on Marathon Parkway to read entrance only, no exit. we'll need to discuss is our understanding is that the community board, the representatives when I wasn't there, that since Marathon it is a 2-lane road, but it's only 1 lane, they felt it was preferable to only have it as an entrance.
Say that one more time.
Since Marathon is not a 2-lane, but going both ways, that they didn't want people exiting on Marathon only as an entrance.
But it's a two-way street.
It is a 2-way street. We have no issue with, McDonald's does not have any issue with making it a 2-way, an entrance and an exit, but the community board requested that it be entrance only.
So their concern was because it's a 2-way street with only 1 lane for each way, because there's sort of no lay-by lane for the turnoff, is that why?
I'm not sure, we can reach out prior to the next hearing.
Entrance only? Oh, that doesn't, I don't understand that. That there's no lay-by lane for when you're exiting to sort of speed up and gain traffic?
No, it's a
I don't know.
side street. I mean, it's not, you wouldn't try to get up to 50 miles an hour on that street.
It is a well-utilized roadway.
Do you know why they?
We could revisit that prior to the hearing and talk to their chair if required.
But the curb cut is in the overlay area.
Yes. Let me just double check that. Yes, the curb cut, sorry for this drawing, misunderstood, but if you look at the plans, the R2 is to the west of the curb cut. The line is within the C district. Curb cut entirely within the C district.
It just seems to me like you're introducing more options to people to act illegally in terms of maneuvering their car by making it entrance only, because first of all, people are going to end up just going out anyway. Because people need to go east on Northern Boulevard.
Okay.
And again, as I think what Commissioner Otley-Brown had stated yesterday, and I experienced also, was of the 2 streets, Marathon and Northern is the most heavily congested, utilized one, and that has a lot more movements and only left turn movements and others. So I think we need to be more careful of not creating more conflicts with the traffic movement on Northern Boulevard, and if we can minimize that by allowing both entry and exit.
Prior approvals from the board had the entrance and exit on Marathon. So we can return to that in our next set of plans.
I think it's the lesser of
We have,
two.
we have no issue with it.
Okay. So. Okay, and
Okay.
other things?
There was a question of the community board wanted the landscaping maintained, and in our next submission, we'll provide a landscaping plan that details what landscaping is there and a commitment to maintain such landscaping. There was also some opposition about the driveway being blocked, and we agree. I think they're talking about the driveway to the commercial uses. This building here, this is not McDonald's site, so the community board's here, we can hear their concerns. And the board also commented the fact that we never included a discussion regarding compliance with the previous grant. We were under the impression that that wasn't applicable because this was a brand-new application. However, in our next submission, we'll provide a detailed explanation of the prior grants and any deviations from that and why they're required. The parking spaces located in the R2A district, there was a question about that. That area has been used for commercial parking since the site was improved with the bank in 1947, and then pursuant to a C of O issued to McDonald's in 1969, and then a subsequent C of O that was amended in 1976. And to reiterate, the drive-through facility will be located entirely within the C district.
Okay. So you'll put that in, you'll revise your statement?
Yes.
You'll revise the statement and include that history because
Yes.
you didn't discuss it. Okay.
Just some minor points before we get to the main issue. The board requested that we dimension the curb cuts, which we will do at our next submission. The board noted that there were 2 fewer spaces than in the prior grant, and as shown in the BSA zoning analysis, only 16 spaces are required, and there's 31 being provided. So we're in compliance with the commercial district. As I mentioned before, the board requested a detailed landscaping plan, which we will do. an illumination plan. I just wanted to understand that the board requested that, correct? A lighting plan?
Yeah,
Okay.
a lumen diagram that shows that it's not spilling over to adjacent properties, right?
We will provide that. The Annunciation speaker system, yes, it's true that McDonald's does have a new system. This site is planned to be renovated in 2022, and this site has existed this way for almost 40 years with older speaker systems, and we respectfully request that we can maintain the current speaker systems until we do the renovation in 2022.
So wait a minute, these are the same speakers for
Well, no, I'm not
40
saying that.
years?
Well, I'm saying that for 40 years, there's been speakers on this site that aren't as up-to-date as the new ones that will be
currently.
installed in 2022. And according to the community board and the borough president, there hasn't been any adverse impacts on the surrounding area. And we haven't heard any from any opposition stating that.
My only question is if you're going to replace it with a newer system, the newer system seems to have the menu board and the annunciator broken up into two, not combined into one, which the current facility is. So that would it?
No, I believe, okay, you're saying the actual, there's a box and then that big screen that shows.
Right. So, I mean, at the end of it, the location of the annunciator should remain where it is.
Yes, it will.
Doesn't matter where it is located. That's really, I would be concerned about. Because if you move it to the back of the building, then it's facing the residential.
No, when it's replaced, it's going to be pursuant to the board's approved plans where they're located right now. It'll be a new system, but in the same location.
Okay.
But if we have to go back for a letter of substantial compliance, we will do that.
Right, so what I would like you to check with the designers who work on these, and they're really just standard, right? If they could make a note on the drawings to indicate location of future menu board, annunciator, whatever, so that that would be actually on the drawings. And if they have information about what's currently used, like a cut sheet, and I know in 2 years the technology will be different, but today's technology is very different than the 40-year-ago technology. So, and we've seen a lot of these applications where, yeah, there's all kinds of things in that drive around. So we want to see what today would be proposed on such a site, because obviously in 2 years it's going to just be a fancier version, unless by now there's little chips embedded in people's arms and from there you order your burger.
That would only be so great. You know, I'm vegetarian, I always say. So we definitely have specs on the existing board, we'll provide that, and then we'll show the location where we're planning on installing in the future.
Okay.
Okay, there was also an error on the plans regarding the R2A district. We'll amend that to correctly state where the R2A line is and that it is an R2A. Commissioner Ciampa raised concerns regarding the fencing. McDonald's does own that fencing, and we will repair prior to the next hearing and provide photos.
Thank you.
The sign at the exit, we agree that is ridiculous, and we will install a new sign that makes it clear you can't make a left turn onto Northern Boulevard. And finally, the big point about the traffic flow, and I hope the board has the drawings in front of them.
Neil, take the mic with you, please.
From this tiny map. So Chang and I were looking at if there's any way to amend this flow to have traffic from the drive-through exit onto Marathon. And unfortunately, the only way to do that would be to remove those parking spaces adjacent to Marathon. And this is a busy McDonald's, and as you can tell from Google, it's hard to tell from there, but all the spaces are taken. So if we can maintain the parking, that's ideal. As I said, it's operated this way since 1982. We haven't heard any complaints, especially from the community board and the borough president. So we were hoping to keep the flow as it is today and as it has been for almost 40 years.
Okay. Is that, people are getting that? Okay. Okay, anything else?
No, we.
Any other comments that weren't
While you're there,
addressed?
can you point to the driveway that we received a letter, the driveway that is allegedly being blocked?
In my phone. So.
Or are you familiar with this?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
that's, he talked about it.
So there's Can I put this microphone down?
You can stand.
I just need to.
Get the microphone.
That's what.
So there's the driveway to the McDonald's located here. This driveway is not McDonald's property, and it's a driveway that leads to, this is a daycare center and a day spa.
Thank you.
And the photo below. No, the bottom one. That's the one.
This is the.
That's the one.
That is
That is
it.
the one.
Okay.
That's the one.
That's the side driveway, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so are there members of the public who would like to speak on this application? Oops. This is, just as a reminder, this is 250-01 Northern Boulevard? No? Okay. Okay, then. So you have your work. How much time do you need? End of December to come here?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so that is a submission on November 27th with a continued hearing on December 17th.
Is that enough time for them? Because ideally, they're also doing the work that can be done, the sign, those kind of corrective efforts, and so you're going to be submitting photographs
Yes.
of that.
We can get all that done by November 27th. Changing the sign, repairing the fence.
No.
Okay, so we'll go into next year.
Great. Do you have a preference between a submission on January 8th and December 24th?
Let's go with January 8th to be
Okay.
safe.
So submission on January 8th, 2020 with a continued hearing on January 28th.
Thank you.
Item number 2, 2019-31BZ, 525 West 26th Street, Manhattan. Are you alone? This one. Yes. Some things do change, Mr. Chapman, after you leave. I'm sorry. Raise your right hand, both of you. Yeah, come on. Listen, just because you're former counsel doesn't exclude you. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond to the board member questions?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. David Schackenberg with Golden Harris here on behalf of the applicant, Right Fit, for a PCE 525 West 26th Street. We heard the board's questions and concerns yesterday. I'd like to have the principal come up and introduce the gym to you, talk a little bit about what makes this a sort of a unique PCE, and then respond to your questions and concerns, if that's okay. Okay.
How are you? My name is Jay Wright. I own a company called The Right Fit, and our company is sort of a multifaceted fitness and wellness company with core competencies and primary expertise in design, management operations, and services provision. So the three divisions work separate, independently, but also work together. So from a design perspective, we work primarily in the luxury residential market, but also in the corporate sector and travel and leisure. We've been in business since 2007, and since 2008, we've collaborated on the designs of about 140 facilities globally. We're currently active outside of New Delhi in India, working with the largest developer in India at their kind of most ambitious project right now, a big residential project, about 100,000 square feet. We're active in San Francisco, Los Angeles, Miami, very active in the New York, New Jersey metro area, DC, Boston, some other smaller markets. We also manage and operate currently 20 facilities, 18 of them in residential complexes, one in a corporate sector, and the TWA Hotel out at JFK, which we help design, we manage and operate. We have about 5 more facilities coming online in the next 3 months, pending construction completion. And then the services division, we operate and provide services to these facilities, primarily personal training, aquatic swim lessons for children and adults, soft tissue therapy, just massage therapy, and then also group exercise instruction at some of the facilities that have group studios. What we're applying for from a PCE perspective is our headquarters has also personal training facility attached to it. And so our headquarters is integrated within the proposed PCE. And it's unique in the sense that what we're trying to do there is create a brand showcase for our brand to create a little bit more consumer awareness of what we do. What our company and what our services are all about is trying to help people create pathways to an extraordinary quality of life as defined by them. But our goal is to help them understand how they can positively affect their physiology, to then positively affect their emotional energy, which relates to their cognition or their cognitive ability, which, if you get those three things in alignment, creates a sense of well-being. So the PCE has kind of a dual purpose. In one sense, it's a brand showcase to show people some of the equipment that we use, what our concept for design is, how it integrates, how our flooring works, how it looks. So kind of a tactile experience for developers and architects that we work with. It's also a cultural environment for my company and for my team to congregate, build a community, get to know each other better, work out, exercise together. And then we also have a revenue driving component where we want to offer some services to the general public and the community around us, which we think is a value add to the community. There's nothing like us currently in the neighborhood. And it's also just to help offset the cost of our headquarters, to be honest with you. It's also a showcase because part of what we're trying to do is create a commercial brand that's viable with developers. So we have another performance lab that we're going to seek to build out with Tishman Speyer, which is a large-scale developer in the city, in Long Island City early next year. And this is also an idea for when developers come in to get an idea of how we would operate, what our systems might look like, what group programming or personal training looks like through the language of the right fit. I think some of the distinguishing things and something that you guys might be interested in when you're thinking about a PCE, I'm sure that relative to gyms, you're concerned about noise and things of that nature. Our whole headquarters, like I said, is you can see on the plans, is firmly basically in the middle and a central component to the whole facility. It's geared very much towards a setup, an open floor plan like an architecture interior design firm. So we don't play the music very loud. We're the opposite of what you might think is a CrossFit gym. We're very centric on teaching people about body movements, body weight. We do use weights to teach people how to properly lift things, how to squat, so on and so forth. But in general, we couldn't conduct our business if we were actually running a very loud gym or anything like that. So that's kind of an overview. I don't want to get too.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just to add, so the sort of operational gym component does not have members sort of like a standard gym, so no one works out by themselves. Anybody at the PC will be in a small group, a one-on-one session working with staff, so that the gym's rules about not dropping weights are sort of always enforced because there's always a staff member. You had asked a couple of questions yesterday. I can get to them. So the first question was, when did the gym open? Because this is legalization. So the facility opened in the summer of 2017. At that point, it was mostly a design showcase space, although there were some personal training happening. And then about a month ago, the gym opened its sort of full operations to the public, where you can schedule classes or take
Okay.
We have an updated plan, which we will submit formally, showing the first floor egress. I can pass that up now if you'd like to see it.
Yes.
This is a bubble set, just to show the...
Thanks.
There's also, I made a correction on the square footage calculation in the front, but that's not relevant to your question.
Okay. So which page has the entrance at the...
Sorry, if you go to page...
Is this already submitted? No.
No, I'm going to submit it.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure there was nothing further required, and I'll submit the full set this afternoon.
So there should be a first floor plan someplace.
Yes, I'm sorry, starting at floor... It's A300, A3.
A3, okay.
Yep, shows the egress from the two stairs.
Okay.
And then the architect showed the egress on each floor. So it was enthusiastic.
And the access to the building, to the space is that lobby, right?
Yes, is the main lobby.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
So the lobby with the elevator.
Right.
So it's not, that should also
We'll-
be
we'll update
clear.
that. Yep.
Right?
Yes.
Called entrance. Okay.
You do need a way to get in.
Right. All right.
And then the other issue that was raised at the review session, I'll take that out of chair, and I'll resubmit. Oh, yeah. So the other question was the outdoor space. The outdoor space is not space that is accessory to the PCE. It's accessory to the, right, I see your puzzled look. So it's sort of a passive recreation space that's accessory to the offices. The company will have, drinks out there. They will have clients out there for meetings, but there's no PCE activity to take place on the exterior.
Accessory to which offices?
So the PCE is divided sort of in our minds between the gym component and the design showcase component. So the terraces are there for the design showcase component of the right fit. So they'll have meetings, they'll have cocktails, they'll do other sort of passive recreation things, but there's no gym equipment out there. It's not used for working out.
So the issue is on a PCE that if it's accessory to the PCE, in other words, if I'm there in my shorts and sneakers, right, I can go out and, even though I shouldn't, have a drink out there, right? So that's the question. So, right?
We believe that would be an issue if this was sort of a standard gym that also had a nice terrace on the High Line, where there weren't going to be, where there were unsupervised members. But here, anyone who's there working out is there with the staff and wouldn't be using it as a passive recreation space. It's only the people who are there doing business with Jay, sort of looking at the design features, and for his own staff, his company, to use the passive recreation space.
Just to reiterate.
If you speak, you have to come back to the mic.
Yeah, nobody's ever unsupervised.
Please come back to the mic and then speak.
Sorry, nobody's ever unsupervised there. So they're either with a personal trainer or with a group instructor. So it's not a general membership gym.
I'm still having trouble with the overlap between what you're calling the design showcase component and this PCE.
So our headquarters are there, so that's where our offices are.
So but the PCE itself has the gym where the equipment is and all of that, has direct access to the...
No, that's on the 4th floor. And so on the 5th floor, we have 2 penthouses. One is our operations center, where all of our desks are. It's an open floor plan for like an architecture office. And then we have a yoga studio that's adjacent to it, actually connects through a door, because we can't have any loud noise going up there, so we have it as a yoga studio.
I just want to, as I'm looking through the plan as you're speaking, so from the 4th floor, there is a staircase from the, if I say it's north, from the west side?
Yes.
Where you have the punching bag area proposed? There's a staircase that leads up to the 5th floor, and there's a gym there.
To the penthouse. It's a yoga studio. There's no equipment there. There's just some cubbies with yoga
So it's
mats.
a yoga, and from there isn't any staircase leading to the roof, or no?
There is access from the yoga studio to one of the 2 terraces, and there's also access from the office suite to the terraces.
And the yoga studio is part of the PCE, no?
Yes, it is PCE floor area, but the users of the yoga studio who are there will not be using the terrace. The terrace will only be used for sort of in tandem
So
with the office.
why does the yoga have access to it? Why does the yoga studio have access to it?
It's not so much about the yoga studio having access, it's so much about, it's actually a large sort of garage-style door, so that they can have sort of almost as an event space, open air, cocktails, etc.
So this needs to be explained better to us in plan, because I'm having trouble making the distinction between a different business and the PCE having access, because when we look at the terraces, there are doors leading from the exercise rooms directly to the terrace, and no other way to get to the terrace except through those exercise rooms, unless I'm misunderstanding the drawings.
Or they go through my office.
Sorry, the drawings you're not misunderstanding the drawings. The issue is that the yoga studio is not used exclusively as a yoga studio. It's sort of used as a programming space for the company when they have events. In that capacity, they have a garage door that lets them extend that space into the terrace.
So is the garage door always going to be closed when it's the yoga studio?
Primarily, yeah.
That's it.
I think that's a little bit of, I'm trying to understand the whole purpose of the PCE is just PCE and not to mix it with any other program. And we haven't had a situation where the PCE gets repurposed for another use.
Right.
Right.
It becomes very difficult, I think, just even if we were to grant it, and you have the best of intentions, someone else acquires this property and uses it for PCE, it would be very difficult to monitor whether it's being done appropriately or not. So we want to keep it very clean and simple, so that there is no room for any ambiguity or misuse.
So what I'm, and I admit that I'm not really understanding the program, right? But what I'm seeing is that floor, this is the fifth, which floor? Fifth floor. So what I'm seeing is that fifth floor space, which you're describing as PCE, is really a multi-purpose room for your business, and it shouldn't be in the PCE at all. Because it's not like what usually makes a yoga studio fall into a PCE is that it has showers, right? The showers are associated with what's going on the floor below, right?
That's right, but because it's a single entity, we couldn't deem that a use group 6 or 9 yoga studio, which would be permitted.
No, but why do you have to call it it's a multi-purpose space for if you're holding banquets and conferences and you're displaying your wares basically there, isn't that what it's for? And, right? It's not that it's exclusively a gym that has its yoga.
But it will be also open to public. You'll be offering yoga classes for, let's say if I sign up for your...
A yoga class.
Right, for the Right Fit design.
Right.
As a member, as a patron of, I should be able to sign up for the yoga studio classes also, or would I be just limited to the 4th floor?
No, you would sign up for a yoga class, and the yoga would be held on the 5th floor.
So it would serve both the patrons and the business clients.
Yeah.
So I'm having a lot of trouble how in the world we regulate this, because now it becomes a party space for the gym. Because if it can be a party space for your other business.
Right.
We're still awaiting hours of operation for the PCE, so to the extent that the hours of operation for the 5th floor are separate from that,
My concern is still monitoring it.
We do have hours
We do
of
have
operation.
We do have hours of, I think my concern is just monitoring it and keeping it clean.
Well, and never mind that part of it, if we're to allow access to the outdoor space for a PCE, we still have this problem where we don't believe the special permit is available in an M1.
Well, we refer you to Buildings Bulletin 2018-2, which does allow for rooftops and terraces for providing passive recreation space in these districts.
Right, but that's different than the PCE special permit.
I'm sorry, the question, maybe I misunderstood the question.
Okay, we had another application where there's an isolation between one type of activity that's going on where it's an allowable use for whatever reason on the exterior. I forget exactly how they made that argument. Right? That was a climbing gyms where they have the climbing going on outside, which for whatever reason is permitted as something unrelated to a PCE. And then there's the PCE on the interior, right? But where they had this mix of going outside, I remember this, they had a cafe where they had access to the outside. We said, maybe you need to redesign this because we don't have the authority to grant a special permit for the PCE in an M district to be outside.
I think that was a Jay Goldstein project, North 4th Street in Brooklyn.
And so the board's permission, just so I understand, the board's position is that if it is a use authorized by the special permit, then the Buildings Bulletin does not apply with respect to the passive recreation space?
No, so what this sounds like to me, and we talked about this yesterday, is that this is a ZRD1, where you need to go to the Department of Buildings and see what they'll approve as of right, and then we would do the balance of it. Our view is that we can't grant the exterior access under the special permit, but if DOB feels like they can grant an exterior access as to whatever it's granting it to, that's a different thing.
Okay.
Okay.
One more follow-up question.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like if there were not access from the yoga studio onto the terraces, and that the terraces were only accessible through the office space, does that address the board's concerns?
Well, then we wouldn't be looking at access by a PCE and the patrons of the PCE to the outdoor space, which we don't have the authority to grant.
Under 7336B.
Yes.
Thank you.
Unless there's some other authority that we don't know about that you found.
Okay, we'll respond in writing to these comments. Are there any other questions or issues?
To the extent that your updated square footage of the PCE changes, please change the statement of facts as well.
Yep.
Your site plan, the plot plan lists the building as a 4-story building, but clearly there's areas of work on the 4th and 5th floor.
Right, rooftop
So
addition.
just change that as well.
Mm-hmm. And then also we were waiting, I don't know.
The notes were corrected.
The notes were corrected, okay. And also, fire department, did they submit a letter on this? Okay, so we need fire department.
Just one more question perhaps for the board staff. Who is the project manager assigned to this? Ms. Matias. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Are there any speakers on this? Did I ask already? Okay. Is there a speaker? No, I asked him already.
Are there any speakers on this from the public?
He said he's going to do a letter.
Am I going to speak?
He said he'll do a letter.
Oh, okay.
Right? I'll take a look.
Okay. So we need the calendar.
Mm-hmm.
Right. How much time do you think you'll need to work this out?
Well, I don't know if we're going to need the ZD1 if we can amend the plans. So that said, we probably need 6 weeks. Make sure we can get everything we need.
Submission November 27th with the December 17th hearing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
Item number 3, 2019 42BZ, 6502 18th Avenue, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, you respond honestly, board with a question.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. I don't believe there were any issues.
No. Are there any speakers on this? Anything I'm missing from the board? No? All right, I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Plummer?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Plummer?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Item number 4, 2019 59BZ, 1417 Webster Avenue, the Bronx. Raise your right hand. You affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, respond to or other questions.
I affirm. I don't believe there are any issues. We do have a community board meeting scheduled Monday, October 7th.
Monday. So here's my question about this. This was submitted, I think, in April, right? So our rule is 60 days for the community board?
Yeah, but I don't know if I don't know if they close for the summer, but let's do 60 days is the.
It's up to the board.
You're okay.
If you wanted to close it and defer the decision to the 22nd, so
Maybe we
the
do
board
that.
could do that, we're happy to do that.
Yeah.
Any speakers?
Are there any speakers on this?
This is a standalone building. This is a standalone.
Yeah, I know. So it's under construction. I mean,
And,
unless they have issues with
the
Blink
construction.
or the construction, or even the construction, this is a PCE, they don't own the building.
Right.
So even if the construction is moving along very badly, it would really only be if the community board has concerns about this operating. in other locations. I mean, I'm loath to sort of cut the community board out of a process. We could close it and then just put it on for decision. Because it's true, it might have crashed up against their summer break if they don't meet in the summer. I don't know, some of them don't, so, okay.
We're happy, whatever the board decides,
So
but they are hoping to open this in November, so,
Okay.
I think that's enough time.
Yes. So I'd like to make a motion to close then.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shovetta?
Aye.
And could we put this on for, what's our first hearing?
Decision, October 22nd.
So they're not supposed to have their full board meeting until October 22nd.
That's only the land use one, isn't it, next week?
The only meeting that where we were requested to come to was the 7th, so I'm not sure this particular board.
I think this one gave you 2 dates on this one?
They gave us the 7th
gave you
and
2
the
dates,
22nd.
right, yeah. One's
So,
land
but
use,
the
one's
29th is enough time for them. Well, at least we could call them up and say, what'd you say? As opposed to a resolution
Sure,
issue.
so the 29th would be fine. I think that still gives us time to get
open.
Okay,
Okay, so decision on October 29th.
thank you.
Item number 5, 2019-63 BZ, 120 West 72nd Street, Manhattan. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good afternoon, Amanda Iannotti on behalf of the applicant. We heard the board's comments yesterday requesting a revised DOB objection. The expediter is on it. He needs about 3 weeks to do that. And regarding sound testing, once the gym was opened, the applicant did conduct sound testing in May of this year, May of 2019. We have the report. I can submit that to the board, and everything was satisfactory. There's no complaints from any building residents, and the notices were given to all of the unit owners.
When was this testing done again?
May of 2019.
Of 2019?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Is there room on the November agenda? I believe we could have the objection in time for that.
Really? Oh, okay.
I was told 3 weeks.
That's the only item.
Say again?
That's the only issue.
That's the only issue is the objection.
And I'll submit the testing report from May.
So you revised the drawing to show fire department's request for the cellar?
I did, but then I saw your comment yesterday that you questioned the need for that, so I'm not sure where they stand.
Well, if you submitted it, yeah, let's find out why they needed it, but I think you did submit a revised, so no harm done.
Good afternoon, John Daly, Fire Department. Yes, I did review the cellar floor plan. I do need additional information. They're showing the path of egress for the client to go down the cellar, then come up the stairs into the main lobby area. I do need to know the construction of the egress path, are the doors rated doors, and the total length of travel from the space down to the cellar and up out to the street.
So what you're saying is when you egress from the space that's on the first floor,
Yes.
they're having them go through a fire passage in the cellar out to the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, now I understand.
Right.
Okay,
It does not exit directly to the street.
okay. All right, so you understand the request? Yeah. I didn't understand that egress was down to the cellar through a fire passage. That's why I asked that question. Okay.
Just gonna look at the plan with you here.
So they show us the path of egress,
Mhm.
but it's going down the stair,
Right,
then
coming up here.
you're right down in the cellar, then you're coming up the stairs.
Okay.
That's a long travel distance.
How would you like that noted?
Well, I would like the total length of travel,
Okay,
and to note that all the construction walls in this egress passageway in the cellar, the rating, and that the doors are also rated doors
you just want the information or you want it noted on the plan?
on the plan, yes.
On the plans. There's a law that says that egress can only take place in a certain maximum distance. Otherwise, you're too far away from your point of egress. So that's what the Chief Daley is trying to get at.
Okay, so we will note the construction of the egress path, the rating of the doors, and the length of travel. Great, thank you.
Okay. All right then. Are there any speakers on this? Did I ask already? Okay. So then, a month, we have November 19th, how many? 21? Oh, that works. Okay.
Okay, so a submission on October 30th.
Okay.
With a continued hearing on November 19th.
Is that enough time? That really is just 3 weeks for you to get your, well, 3.5 weeks to get your objection.
I think it's definitely enough time to make the plan changes, but they told me 3 weeks for the objection, so.
And that could be just for the vote, right?
That's true. Okay.
Thank you.
Item number 6, 2019-71BZ, 2868 Fulton Street, Brooklyn. Sorry. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. I don't believe there were any issues.
No, other than the community board again. It's the same community board, right?
This is not the same.
No, it's a different community board.
I
Oh,
would
this is
say
Brooklyn, right?
In this instance, you know, we're agreeable. We were agreeable with the last one to meet with the community board. In this instance, however, we provided them notice. We've reached out multiple times. Mr. Levy, when he was examining this case, didn't get any response. I don't know if you've received any.
They said October, but they couldn't give me a date, so I reached out.
There are only a few more days left in October.
I
know,
respect
and
the process, but in this instance,
I reached out to them, but I didn't get a response back yet, because when I had spoken to the chair, they had said October, so they couldn't give me a date.
And this is a
It's the
new
same
construction,
thing.
right?
It's the same as the other. It's a building to be enlarged, right? So 1 story to be enlarged to 2.
Has the construction started?
I believe so. I can't confirm. We're not.
I think we can
Okay.
wait until.
Yeah, we
because
can
somebody
wait.
delay
It's
the
not, right, it's not like it's opening in November. Okay,
Um,
so how about this? We put it on with the other one, we close it, and we put it on with the other one.
October 29th?
Yeah.
Okay.
My only frustration with this one is because for this particular community board, since we haven't received response, if we come up to the 29th and they haven't given us.
Then we're done.
Okay.
Because we're going to
Understood.
reach out, and if they didn't meet, they didn't meet. They had their chance. It was submitted in April.
They made a representation that they would, so.
Right, okay. So then, a motion to, other speakers on this? A motion to close?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye. Commissioner Shada?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
So decision, October 29th?
And this is,
Okay, so we need the CV. Item number 7, 2019-79BZ, 29 West 30th Street, Manhattan. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I need a
Afternoon, Neil Weisbard on behalf of Core Power Yoga. We heard the board's comments yesterday about not the required notes on the plans and a discrepancy between the square footage of the PC and the statement of facts. This morning I filed a revised set of plans, which I'll hand out, and a statement of facts correcting all the discrepancies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe a letter of no objection has been issued by the fire department based on the revised plans.
True, okay. Great. You want to walk us through the changes?
So there were standard notes from the March 2019 guidelines that were not on the original set of plans, and a floor area schedule showed some discrepancies in the square footages, so all the square footages have been corrected and matched. The statement of facts has been amended to reflect the exact square footage of the PCE.
I think I saw the discrepancy between the zoning chart and the statement of fact. You had submitted the zoning chart?
Well, the zoning chart didn't include the PCE square footage, the statement of facts did, and it's been corrected to state that there's 2,683 square feet for the PCE within the PCE space.
And the notes are in that note block at the bottom, right?
Yes, on 3 separate plans, the proposed plan, the egress plan, which I'm not sure if it's even required, but we put it there just to make sure we did everything properly.
I just want to make sure that the fire department saw the fire department notes. Okay. Chief Daly nodded, he did, in the affirmative. Okay. Okay. Are there any speakers on this one? No. Mr. Vine, are you okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, anybody else? Any other comments? Then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda? Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda? Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're going to take a break, right?
Yes, we're going to take a lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. For
Sorry.
what time? 2:45, 2:30?
2:30. Is 20 minutes enough? Everybody?
For a lunch break?
It's enough? Yes?
You sure?
Rush over.
How much? 2:40.
2:40. Okay. Yes.
Back on? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, back on the calendar. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for October 3rd, 2019. We'll continue with the new cases on the zoning calendar. Item number 8, 2017-21BZ, 3438 38th Street, Queens. Mr. Ross, your team, you're going to raise your hands, be sworn in. Everyone raise your right hands, where I can see them. Jack? Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and respond honestly to board member questions? Yes. You can sign in and then proceed. Mitch, you sign in first, and then you can head up. Right here? No. This one.
Good afternoon, Mitchell Ross. I have our team of consultants here. I realize that based on the board's comments, which I listened to, the review comments, they may not be necessary, but my client was very interested for them to come just in the event that some questions arose today. I also don't want to take too much of the board's time, given the concerns that you have, but I would like to please make a brief prepared statement to try and project a roadmap. And it'll be very brief because this is something that has been a many, many years effort on the part of this owner.
So the only roadmap was that we don't find that there's an A finding, a unique physical condition or a hardship, right? So we don't need a roadmap, and I don't see how you're going to, given what we said yesterday, where you have a site that is so enormous with a building that is built non-complying, that benefits from its enormity and enormous size and non-complying condition. I don't see what kind of roadmap, so you know, and I hesitate to say, yes, go ahead.
It's a sound.
There you go.
Sorry. And I hesitate, you know, to say, walk us through the reason you think there's an A finding, because we frankly, all of us don't think there's an A finding. So, and I see this model, which I recognize is a model that was made a very, very long time ago, because the last time I built a model, I used foam core. Right. They don't make models like that anymore. So I don't want to reiterate an application that was filed 10 years ago, or however long, it was longer ago than that, 15 years ago. This is the board today. This is the standard we're looking at today. Mm-hmm. And I don't see that the board is going to be moved off of its position that the building is in an extraordinarily advantageous position and the site in an advantageous position relative to other properties in the neighborhood. So I'm frankly want to discourage you from making any roadmaps or anything. And I'd actually rather hear from the community, because if the community came to speak on this, I want to hear what they have to say.
Right. But still, I'm going to ask the board to step back and keep its mind open.
No.
Because
the board has already spent a lot of time reading through all of your paperwork. So the board did go into this with a very open mind. But you did file this case in 2017. You had 2 years to put together as good an argument as you could, and I assume that this is the best you could do. And even doing that, you have not in any way, shape, or form proven to us that this case has any unique hardship that is warranted any kind of waiver. And what's more, I hesitate to even extend a variance opportunity to a site that is this large, because it would be setting a precedent for this board so that everybody else in a manufacturing district with an aging building would be able to come in and get exactly what you get. There's nothing unique about it, and you're in more of an advantageous position than other sites that are half of your size, a fifth of your size.
Oh, I think it's my fault that I haven't shown you that the site development history here is very unique. I'm not arguing, but may I speak?
Your fault or not, we've spent enough time on this.
Yes, and so the site development...
This is 5 minutes into the first public hearing, and the board doesn't want to hear testimony. I don't have an opportunity to amend my papers and my arguments.
No, there
Is
were
that what you're telling me?
hours spent examining your paperwork. All of us spent hours on your paperwork, so this isn't just a 5-minute look at what you got and a quick determination that there's nothing here. We spent hours on it. And this is what we've come to the conclusion, and I don't believe any of us had any questions left for you. None.
Right, and just to add that this is an M15 zoning district. We get many applications for variances for very small lots, frankly, in M11 districts. And we often have the conversation, the problem with your site, that person's site, and the reason in some cases they need a zoning variance, whether or not they're entitled to one, is because the zoning isn't caught up with the needs of contemporary industrial, manufacturing, commercial uses, and what they really need as a cure is more floor area. And in this situation, this is a 5 FAR district where it's benefiting in a way that most of these manufacturing districts don't benefit. So in addition to being an enormous site, in addition to having that non-complying building on it already, you can build 5 FAR on this site as your as-of-right drawings show. And with respect to and I already said this yesterday, with respect to the rear yard equivalent, which is the only thing that you're sort of crashing up against, interestingly, in these commercial districts, you have 3 choices for a rear yard equivalent, and you pick the one that creates sort of the worst floor plate, but there are other ones that create a better floor plate. And independent of whether, so don't forget, this is not a community facility, right? This is a commercial use. Independent of whether the owner wants to build a skating rink, a hockey rink, a basketball court, all of that, the floor plate that is resulting from complying with any one of these 3 rear yard equivalents, or let's say 2 of the rear yard equivalents, gets you a significant, enviable floor plate that allows you to use up all of your floor area. So I think, and that's the kind of the end of the investigation. What's unique about the site? There's an existing amazing building on it. It's got a huge floor plate and a huge site. So though it may be unusual because it's so huge, that does not lend itself to a hardship. What's its hardship? The argument is the zoning is the hardship. Well, actually, zoning cannot be the hardship. It has to be something else. And the idea that you have to set back your additions and build more structure to support the additions happens all the time. It's called the cost of doing business and the cost of construction in an incredible business opportunity. And then, as I said yesterday, the history of development of this site is a building that was built for one purpose and then very successfully converted to another purpose. So that's not an obsolete hardship building. And the fact that the family who owns it had to use their credit cards. I ran a business too. I ran my business on credit cards. That's just the way business operates until you get going. So, so I'm sorry, I just don't see any reason to keep this going, and kind of whatever you tell us is already in your papers, and we don't want to rehash it.
Okay, I'm not going to rehash anything, and forgive me if I seemed argumentative. I understand your concern. I mean, obviously, I've been doing this a long time. I understand that you can't leave a door open and set some kind of a precedent. And what I would like to be able, if the board would please give me an opportunity to do it in writing, not now, to explain to the board why this is a one-off situation. And something that you don't know about are the marketing efforts. That's something, again, why I didn't put those marketing efforts in the papers, because, again, I'm falling on my sword. This case was tried and close to approval. Phil Augusta brought it. I was looking over the shoulder at the time. The case was closed and going to be approved, except there was a family litigation and it had to be withdrawn because it was a question over control and ownership. So I'm just saying, I had in my mind that obsolescence, which seemed at that time to be a winning argument of a prior applicant, was something that I've been myopic about. So I didn't talk about the owner's marketing efforts.
It's not relevant.
Yeah, it's not.
Marketing, a market condition isn't relevant to whether there's a unique physical condition about the site that results in a hardship. Marketing isn't relevant. Marketing arguably would go, if we ever got to a B finding, maybe there would be something about how much things rent for and so on, but it's not relevant. You need to get past the A, and without the A, there's no B, C, D, E. So that's the way it is.
I would be happy to give you case law, relevant case law, that the marketing efforts are an indication that there's a problem with the A finding.
No. But that you could find, if you found that you're misreading the cases, that's all I can say about that. Okay, I would like to move on to testimony from the public, if there is any testimony. Is there anyone here from the public who wants to speak on this project? This is
3438 38th Street. This is the Astoria Sports Complex.
I think we have the support of the community board with 2 objections and some questions from the community board.
Sorry, I asked if there was anyone from the public who would like to speak. Is there? There is.
State your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. I need the time.
My name is Salvatore Messina. I'm from Astoria, born and raised. And I know Steve Policino since I was 14 years old. I used to go to his batting cages all the time. I think he's doing personally good for the neighborhood. I mean, I'm here for I'm here for later on. That's doing bad for my neighborhood. But he's actually doing good things for the neighborhood, and he's been, like I said, I vouch for him. That's all I could say. I mean, he's a good guy.
Okay, appreciate that. You're welcome. We're not questioning whether he's a good guy, right? I think is this the owner who's, yeah, the owner is welcome to speak, right?
Please state your name for the record.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Steve Polisano. I'm the owner of the Astoria Sports Complex. And I'm here I'm basically here because yesterday I was able to view a video which you have on YouTube. And one of the things I object, and I need you also to realize that you keep saying that I have converted this ice house into a sports complex. That is a wrong statement, because this is the ice house that I purchased in 1976, and it's still the same shape. And what I've been able to do is try to take the confinement of these spaces and make something out of it so that I can pay my bills and I can pay my taxes. I've only been able to do that because I also have my children, my son is right here, is because we're working in there night and day, okay, and we're there making amenities for the community. I happen to have the only area in that area in that building that has a swimming pool, but again, it was always confined to the spaces that I had. Now, I love the idea you keep saying that I converted into a sports complex, and I thank you for the compliment, but I hate to tell you, none of the items in that building are in conformity. None of them are in according to size. None of them are conforming into height. What we've done is we've taken an abandoned building, because this building was purchased by me on an auction block in the city of New York. The city of New York couldn't get rid of it, and the people before then stopped paying taxes and they went bankrupt. I went in there because my brother was the Iceman, and we went in there to help him, and it was a disaster because, as you can see, the place had gone bankrupt. The building was taken and seized by the government. So I was able, slowly, with the God's help and the people, to convert this building, which, you know, at one time I was asked by a judge, and he's asking me, Mr. Polisano, I realize that you're not making a lot of money on this building, and why do you keep it? Why don't you sell it? Now, my answer to him was, which I'm going to ask all of you here, if you have children, they can understand what my answer is going to be. This building, ladies and gentlemen, is my child. It was an abnormal child when it was born and given to me, and what are you going to do with it? You're going to chuck it? You're going to throw it away? What I did was I tried to rehabilitate the facility. What I did was, first of all, the tower was a 70-foot tower, which was an empty shell. And what I was able to do with the help of God and credit cards, because as of today, Madam Chairwoman, I don't have a penny mortgage on that building that's been given to me by a local bank. Because I don't show and I don't make money in order for me to pay or have the ability to pay a mortgage. What's been keeping me survived, let me have this folder, the credit card. What's been keeping me alive, ladies and gentlemen.
We don't need to see your credit card,
You have to
please.
see it, ma'am. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I have to stop you here. Please, we don't want to see your credit card bills, sir.
This is your 2018 credit card statements. 2018, ladies and gentlemen. 19 is even worse. Now, the question comes in is that I was at this board in 2001. Here is a letter from your BSA, if you don't mind me giving it to you, that we went there with Bill Augusta, may he rest in peace, and we were going to be given the approval. And on there it stated that because there was a question of ownership, which there shouldn't have been a question to it, that my brother and I were 50-50 partners, and I was actually 51. And my brother's children, he had 5 animals for children, by the way. These are children that beat up their father and put them in jail. So this is where I have the nerve to call them animals. But they came in, because he had passed away, they sort of convinced the BSA to hold the hearing aside.
Yeah,
now, on that document, I'm sorry, ma'am, let me finish. On that document, it'll state, okay, that the case was put aside, and yet, in 2013, you guys took it off the count, okay? And now we're back here to 2019, which is now in 2011.
No, I'm going to correct the record that's not correct. In 2013, we dismissed the case because it had been off calendar for 9 years. We're familiar with the history of the case. Please don't go through the history of the case.
Ma'am, 2011, I became 100% owner, and Mitch Ross, which has been a dedicated servant of mine, had filed the application, okay? And then in 2000, I'm saying, I don't even know about the 2000, I heard the 2013 yesterday. Now, one of the things I really object was that Ms. Brown yesterday saying that, you know, we spent money converting it into a sports complex, and now what do you want? And then also I heard, you know, a little more steel, you can put a couple of columns. Ma'am, for me to give you the setback, it means, one, I have to put columns in the swimming pool where children go into. You were asking me to put in columns in the batting cage.
Sir, okay, sir, I have to stop you there. We're not asking you to do anything. The point is, no, we're not asking, excuse me, sir, we're not asking you to do anything. What we're telling you, and what your lawyer can explain to you, is that in order for us to allow a variance, which is what you've applied for, we have to find that the building is uniquely burdened such that you cannot realize a reasonable return on your investment, and it has to first be a unique site. and it has to suffer a hardship unlike anyone else in the neighborhood. And what we've explained already yesterday and again today is your building is in an incredibly enviable position because it's overbuilt with respect to the zoning regulations. It doesn't comply with the yard requirements, unlike somebody who came, say, with a vacant lot that has to meet the yard requirements, and if you were a vacant lot that has to meet a yard requirements, your lot is so enormous, we would say, well, you definitely don't qualify for a variance because it's only very substandard lots in manufacturing districts that qualify for variances under certain circumstances. So I'm sorry, sir, I don't want to keep going on with this. If the prior board was entertaining this, we can't speak to that. It was a different board. We're not persuaded by an obsolescence argument. The building is not obsolete. Once you convert and adaptively reuse the building, that's what that's called, right? You change it from an ice house to whatever it is you're using it for, whether it's sports or catering or whatever. You're turning it into another use that's allowed in the district as of right, and I don't want to pursue this anymore.
But I understand one thing, that I'm actually inviting all of you to come to the complex because the prior board had come to the complex and they realized that first of all, this is a unique building, believe it or not, between you and I started this journey since I was 29 years old. Ladies and gentlemen, I am 72 years old. And it's 4 years now I've placed the building on the market. Not one person, even a cube company, a storage company, wouldn't take the building because of the way it's situated. So therefore, I am burdened with this building to keeping it the way it is. And I can't satisfy my customers that are asking me to build them an ice skating rink.
Excuse me, I think we're done here.
Done. Yes. Yeah, I think
we will accept the submission that you have prepared today, if you would like to submit that into the record in written form. But otherwise, I think
we're going to close. No, there isn't anything more to discuss, frankly, so I'm not sure what's the point of accepting more writing. We read a lot of materials. This was not only that, I personally looked at the prior case to understand the history of the case, so I saw the arguments that were made in the prior case. So there's a lot of materials that have been read. We appreciate that it's difficult to run a business, but that's not what our job is. Our job is to grant waivers from the zoning resolution when there's something unique about the site that presents a hardship. And just because you haven't to date made improvements to the building doesn't mean that you couldn't do it or a developer couldn't do it who knows how to add lightweight construction to the building and use more floor area. So I would like I would like to make a motion to close this hearing.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Wait. Yeah.
That someone was.
Yeah, so in terms of the, okay, I would like to.
Record of it, okay?
Okay.
Record, that was.
Sir, you have to stop talking now. In terms of the PCE, what I would like to recommend is because the application, the way you filed it, actually does not make an application for the extension of the PCE or a new special permit on their PCE. For the rest of the board's information, in 2005, the board granted a PCE special permit, which expired in 2015 or 14, and then, or maybe it was a little earlier than that, and then no application was made to renew it because of this difficulty with the family, right? So, I'm sorry, I've got it backwards. 1994, they applied for a PCE. Right. It was granted, it expired in 2004. Then the application was made that combined with this variance and the extension of the PCE. It was dismissed in 2013 effectively for failure to prosecute, and then the PCE has been operating without a permit for all of those years. If you want to apply for a PCE, you should submit a separate application that simply goes through the findings of the PCE and makes clear where the PCE is in the building, because none of the application material said, this is the PCE over here, over here, over here. We couldn't actually tell where it is, so that should be a separate application. So what I would recommend is that we decide on this case and that you refile the PCE application separately, so it's a very simple, clean
I
request.
understand. I'd like to ask the board so that we can maintain the timing, not have to start from scratch.
Now, PCEs go quickly.
But I can amend, but again, we've paid a filing fee. I can amend the application. We can withdraw the variance aspects if that's what needs to be done, and then submit revised plans and a revised statement and continue the case.
Okay, so
That
you're
way.
going to withdraw the variance application?
Well,
Is that what you're saying?
No, I think if
I-
that's I don't see a problem. If he's withdrawing the variance application
I'm not
to,
withdrawing anything, let me tell you right now, because this is not going to end here
Sir,
today.
it's not helping your case that you
Wait.
keep talking.
Okay.
Wait, I'm not saying,
It's not
wait.
helping. Yes, please, sir.
Look, I understand the board has read a lot, has had this a while. It would be rather unprecedented to not give an applicant a very brief adjournment to consult with my client, to go over these issues. As you can see, my client doesn't necessarily understand the issues of withdrawing the variance at this moment. And so I asked the board, as an accommodation.
You submitted this in January of 2017.
Right.
And it received a dismissal warning, two of them actually, in June and December of 2018. So this has been sitting around here for a long time with a lot of opportunity to improve the application and so on, okay? So if you want to...
A very brief adjournment. A very
Just a
brief
second.
adjournment.
If you
Yes.
want to put this on for second call, for example, and go discuss with your client about coming in and suggesting a withdrawal of the variance application, and then we might be able to do something, I don't know if we can do this, like, because they traveled together, which was a mistake, really. The variance and the 7336 traveled together in one application, that we did this on another one recently, we could bifurcate the application and allow the 7336 to continue on the same calendar number. I don't know if we can do that. And then vote out the first one. We did that on another one recently.
That's fine.
So what I would recommend is you go
Let me talk.
discuss with your client and then come back after we're finished with this next case, okay?
Thank you.
And
Okay.
requesting a withdrawal is an option.
Yes.
Item number 9, 2018-150BZ, 2215 Homecrest Avenue, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Yeah. Second.
Good afternoon, Lyra Altman from the Law Office of Lyra Altman. We had somebody attend your executive session yesterday, heard your comments. We would like an opportunity to provide an expanded discussion of the uniqueness finding.
Of
the uniqueness finding. There was a discussion yesterday as to whether this case met the uniqueness finding. What we would like to do is we would like to provide you an expanded discussion with additional information, as this is the first hearing.
At the last hearing itself, all of the commissioners here were quite clear that the uniqueness, there wasn't a uniqueness. And so...
Correct, I will...
And I think we were hoping you would be able to get a reading from DOB that will help you to use the special permit and not the variance.
As were we.
Right? But zoning is not a hardship.
We agree with you. We understand that.
And I think what I want to point out is that this is, and in your statement you had stated it also, though the zoning analysis doesn't show it, this site meets the predominantly built-up requirement. So based on that, you can build as of right 1.35 FAR and achieve the number of rooms you're looking for, the layout, with a slightly smaller room size, but nothing that is not at all habitable. So
unhabitable.
Or uninhabitable.
I understood.
So, you know, I just don't see the hardship from the as of right to the proposed.
Right. The reason we didn't expand on the uniqueness finding is, as you had said, you asked us to go back to DOB, and we did. We went back to DOB, and we actually didn't think that the AI1 that we submitted to you was clear enough. We then submitted an additional AI1 to DOB since then, and it came back yesterday. Now that we have that confirming that they are calling this an attached building, now we would like to approach, because if you recall at the last hearing, what you had said was, what exactly is this? And we didn't think the AI1 that we got back was clear enough. So we had gone back to DOB twice. Since we got that one that we gave to you, we got another one. We wanted to make sure that we were coming to you with a directive from DOB stating exactly what this building is.
No, but I think you're misunderstanding Commissioner Shanda's statement. The reason that we wanted you to go to the DOB is because we didn't think you had a variance case, and we were hoping DOB might interpret the definition of attached or semi-detached in a way that would allow you to come as a 73-622. It's not that we held great hopes for it, but we thought it was a possibility. Right?
Understood. We agree.
Given that they decided, as kind of expected, that it is an attached building and you can apply under the 73-622. If I just look at my notes from the prior hearing, one of the things stated was the conforming building eliminates the cellar. So there's no issue about the difficulty of the relationship of grade to cellar anymore. It eliminates the cellar, and the proposed does also. And so other than being rather unattractive in terms, I'm reading my notes,
right,
other than being a little unattractive in terms of how the addition works, you get a 15-foot-6 wide second and third floor that fits 4 very ample bedrooms and 4 full baths to yield over 3,100 square feet of above-grade floor area, so which is a nice size house. And so that's the problem. So if you proved uniqueness, which you won't be able to do because this was at a time when this area was being developed with a collection of similar attached houses. You look at them sprinkled. One of them is just around the corner, one of them is just behind. So that developer picked this typology of these kind of group of 4 big, little, big, little, big houses, and you're just one of many. And so that's the first part of it, so not unique. And then the second is, if it were unique, the uniqueness isn't creating the hardship, because you can build something that's perfectly acceptable. And we sometimes do have applications for 15-foot-6-inch wide houses. And so I'm not, well, actually quite a lot of them, and if you look at the neighborhood, many of the houses in the neighborhood are narrow. So I just don't see, and in addition to which, in your place, I would have prepared the arguments that you're suggesting that you should make now. I would have prepared them in advance of hearing from DOB, and if I hadn't done that, then I certainly would have done that when I heard from DOB the first time, not expecting a second time. So, because I'm not sure what you were expecting the second time. So I don't think your sort of this method of dragging this case out unnecessarily is going to get you anywhere, and it's certainly not going to get us anywhere.
We certainly don't want to drag this case out. We were actually hoping to have a very quick turnaround to provide you one opportunity to discuss the uniqueness with your board.
But we've already discussed the uniqueness.
Actually, we did not have a hearing on this at the last time. If you recall, you wouldn't have a hearing, and I respectfully understood that you wanted to postpone it. This is why it's a first hearing today, because we wanted to see what DOB had to say. So as this is officially the first hearing, we would like an opportunity, please, to just address this in writing.
But can I just go back to the uniqueness? I'm looking at the area map, and as the chair mentioned, there are sets of these kind of 3 sets of these attached homes kind of thing. And in all of these situations, the one that you're attached to, the 2 buildings here, this building is attached, not you, your project. This is the largest site. The others are 18 feet, and this is 23 feet. And when I compared the 23 feet to the surrounding lots, they're all in the same range. They're actually less, 22 feet, 20 feet. And they all have, the first floor is set back. Because these are semi-detached, they have a side yard of at least 4 feet. Here in your building is built to the lot line. So it's only the second floor that would have to be set back to be complying. So you're already running on profit on this one because you have a ground floor which is built to the lot line compared to the other ones.
The ground floor is not built to the lot line on one side.
Oh, okay,
It's only on
1 foot off
compared to the other ones which are 4 foot up. So you already have a gain of the lot coverage with this building. Based on your plans, you have a 1 foot 8 inch side yard.
Correct, I'm looking at it.
Which is not a side yard of any, someone has to slide in. There's no way to.
We don't disagree, it's not a
right?
significant side
Whereas
yard.
when you look at the other buildings that are either detached or semi-detached, have 4 foot at least wide side yards, right from the ground floor up to the roof. Here, you already have an existing building that is close to being built to the lot line, except for 1 foot, 8 inches. So all you have to do is set back the remaining 2, and you still get the same number of units, reasonable layout, everything. So it will be extremely difficult, almost for me to kind of see how the conforming is such a hardship.
Please give us an opportunity.
No, so that's
We would like the
the,
opportunity.
no, I understand that, but it's similar to the other case. When the board has looked at all of the submissions, and by the way, we read all of our comments at the last review
as
session.
did I,
And so it was an opportunity for you to submit something knowing that there was this upcoming hearing and you opted for whatever reason not to submit anything. I'm just very confused by, and in addition to which, I don't think there's a case. I don't think there's an argument to be made, and I believe, I don't know if there's any other commissioners who disagree, and maybe that'd be different. If it was just the, say, 2 commissioners and the other 3 thought that you had an argument, that would be a different thing, but I'm not hearing that from the
I don't
others.
see how you could distinguish yourself from anybody around you.
We had provided a uniqueness study to your board, as you know, and we would like to dive a little bit further into it, but many of the houses in this area are actually attached, and they have an opportunity to go up to both lot lines. There are a few others, and we're not disagreeing that there are a few others that are similarly situated to us, but there really aren't very many that are similarly situated when you start really analyzing them, which is what was shown in the urban cartographic study, and I would like to expand on that further in writing.
I'm sorry, I don't want to drag this out anymore. Sorry, I don't think you have.
We didn't have an opportunity to have a full first hearing. We really would like an opportunity.
You're having the first hearing. You're having it after hearing the comments from the board, which we can read again if you need them repeated.
I have them in writing.
Right, so we stated them at the first review session, which was effectively you hearing all the comments, and this is the opportunity that you had to respond to those comments, which you elected not to do. And then, but by the way, I think we've looked at all the facts and looked at the submission, and I don't see that that you make a case. And so for us to drag this out more simply takes up time needlessly and won't get you to your goal. And so I'd like to know, so I'd like to know if there are any speakers on this.
Yep.
And then I'd like to close the hearing.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Madam
Aye.
Chair, may I have an opportunity to second call this item so I can speak with my client?
To second call it and speak
She's-
with your
she's
client
speaking
about a
with the
withdrawal?
I need to speak to my client before I
Okay.
make any decisions for him, and he's not here at the moment.
Okay, so you can
Second call?
second call on the vote.
I would
Okay.
truly appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay. Are you done? Are you ready?
We would have to reopen it if,
No, we don't.
No, no, no.
Just vote. We
No,
closed
we
it.
just-
if we vote and close before the withdrawal,
voting
it'd be
now.
voting with prejudice. If after it's
that's
closed,
true.
so we'd have to reopen it, so
Do you
she
want-
can,
I'm
Whatever.
sorry,
Let's
Commissioner.
just-
I
we
apologize,
close.
Commissioner. Do you want Mr. Ross is next? He's ready?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Calling back item number 8, 2017-21BZ, 3438 38th Street, Queens. Remember, you're still under oath.
Thank you, Mitchell Ross. A quick question of procedure for council, if I may. I think we're going to take the withdrawal, but I'm just not certain about what would the other procedure be? Would it have been a vote to close the hearing and lay the matter over for decision?
No. So we will bifurcate the case, and we'll
Right.
say that we're voting only on the variance, and we're leaving open the PCE.
Right, and without the withdrawal, there would be a close of hearing of the combined matter?
No, without the withdrawal, we can also, but I don't think you want this, we can vote on the variance
and leave open the PCE, bifurcate the case no matter what.
Oh, your procedure which would allow you to vote on the variance today?
Yeah, well.
Oh, okay.
depends
That's
on
not,
procedure.
I don't think that would be in my client's interest. So I will withdraw that portion of the application which seeks the variance.
Okay, great. So then,
I'm sorry, so Mr. Ross, so just moving forward then, revise the papers just to focus on the
Correct.
PC as if it were just a PC application?
Correct.
And you can call me if...
and
thank
the
you.
papers, both the statement of facts and the drawings, which is really.
And I want to thank the board for that because it helps to speed at least that matter along
Right,
at this point.
understood.
Thank you very much and saves
Okay.
some money.
Okay, so then I would like to make a motion to close the hearing with respect to the variance.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant with respect to the variance.
grant withdrawal.
Grant, I'm sorry, grant withdrawal, sorry.
I thought we almost had it.
No, it would have been, it would have been a vote. It would have been a no vote.
I wasn't going to say, oh, no, that sounded good to me.
We don't...
Okay.
Chair Promoter?
Sorry,
I don't
one
think we have
second.
to do it anyway.
1 second.
It's just amending the application. I don't think we need to do that, right? No?
What?
We don't need a vote on it.
It's a withdrawal. We
It's
need
just
an
a
official withdrawal, right, so I have to make a motion to withdraw.
Okay.
Sorry.
Chair Promoter?
This is a motion to withdraw,
Just
with
the
respect to the variance.
So it's a
Okay.
withdrawal and part of the application.
Right, okay, so a motion
Vice
to
Chair
withdraw.
Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay.
Withdrawn in part.
Okay, withdrawn in part, and now we can pick a continuation date for the PCE portion.
Right.
And we should give you some time because it seems like you need time to do those drawings.
Yes, and you'll have to send that out to the community board and everyone.
Yes.
Okay. So,
Is your new
Since
notification to
January.
neighbors? No, right?
No.
No,
They've
just-
already been notified of the PCE.
Right, so okay, notification.
Yes, they've already been notified of the PCE, yeah.
Okay.
okay. So January 28th, continued hearing with a submission on January 8th.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Item number 10, 2018-172BZ, 4609 to 4619, 31st Avenue, Queens. Please step forward. This is for the applicant. The applicant comes first. Okay. You all, that's your team? Yes. Okay. So everybody raise their right hands, please, where I can see them. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Yes. Please sign in and proceed. Thank you. This one, swearing sheet. I'm sorry. Yeah, look it up. And they can come in and sign. Start. Yeah. Thank you. Barack, you want to start? You can start. Huh? Oh, okay.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. Barack Rebel on behalf of Valley Forney Center and the estate of the Episcopal Diocese of Long Island with respect to an application before you for variance to allow supportive housing residents in the Astoria neighborhood of Queens in the R5 district. With me is Alex Roque from the Valley Forney Center, Christine Hunter, Cami Altman from Magnuson Architecture and Planning, and Steve Herrick from Cooper Square Partnership Committee, project consultant. It's late in the afternoon. I reviewed the review session comments. I'm happy to briefly run through the site, the actions requested, the background if you want, or just jump to
No,
your
jump right to the
Thank you.
questions.
Okay, I figured as much.
We've reviewed every inch of your application.
No problem. I can tell from the thorough comments that the board made yesterday. Just to run through them very quickly, you noted that there was a discrepancy between the lot area, 5,000 feet and 7,100 feet. That was kind of, by layman's terms, I was just trying to make a point that basically if you put a square.
Mr.
around-
Roble, you must have the mic in your hand when you go over there. Take it with you, that's fine.
If I was going to put a square around the church from the front, this would be 7,100 square feet, understanding very full well that there's open areas here that are not lot coverage, but they're just basically unusable. So it was kind of just
Okay, so
probably
the
not correctly
So the actual
described.
coverage is 5,000 and
Yes.
change, and the,
And
kind
if
of the church domain,
Domain is 71.
71, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
So that was kind of not really described well by me, I'm sorry about that. We did talk about whether or not, because of HPD's preference of 50 units, how 21 meets that, and as set forth in the application statement, because of the other funding obligations, HPD has been willing to make an exception here to fund this program, because it doesn't exceed the $125,000 per unit.
is there anything you have in writing from HPD that says they'll make an exception to that?
Well, we have
Standard?
a support letter, and I think Stephen has been having the direct conversations with HPD about financing, and I speak to it more directly if you'd like him to.
Please state your name for the record.
HPD provided a letter of intent to fund the project.
Please state your name for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Steve Herrick, Executive Director at Cooper Square Committee. And HPD provided us with a letter of intent. I don't know if that is part of the package that you received.
Yeah.
So we've had discussions with them for a couple of years now regarding this project, and they're fully planning to go ahead with it. The letter of commitment is something they get generally after we finalize the budget, and we're just not at that phase of this project yet.
Right.
But there is the $6.4 million of reservoir funds that have been allocated, and we've given HPD a budget of about $8 million, 8.1. So they're able to provide the additional funding up to $125,000 per unit. So they're comfortable with the budget that we have, basically.
So the reservoir money is the borough presidents and the council members?
Yes.
And that's allocated and?
Yes,
given
that's-
that was one of the questions we had since it was
They're
committed
old.
a couple of years ago.
Right, and well, Councilman Constantinos is the one who really arranged for us to get $5.9 million in city council funds, working with the Lesbian and Gay Caucus. And he spoke in January before the community board, reiterated his strong support for this project, urged them to support it, and he did get unanimous support at the community board. And the $500,000 is from of our president, Melinda Katz, and it is still, in effect.
What's the reason for giving the exception on the 50 units?
Well, I mean, they recognize the importance of developing this kind of housing, but the 50 is really a suggested minimum, a preference. But they did a project that we partnered with the Ella Fournier Center on a supportive housing project in the East Village that we finished last year that only has 18 transitional beds. So there's plenty of examples.
Under the same kind of funding?
Yes, supportive housing loan. So they've done this, they like groups to come in with larger projects on larger sites, but it's not always possible.
And typically on those cases, the other funding sources amounts are much less. In this case, it seems it's much more. So HPD's.
Yeah, and in the other case, we also had reservoir funding for the 13th Street project in Manhattan. So HPD only had to put in a very small amount of additional money.
So is that the argument here too? They put in less money because you're getting other sources because it's supportive?
Yes, so,
Okay.
yeah, they do, projects are more competitive if HPD doesn't have to put in as much, and since, they'll probably have to put in $80,000 per unit here. So.
There's also a recognition of the need and the opportunity that this site presents, and we've worked really hard to maximize the number of units we can get here without exceeding the floor area limitations. Moving on, I think there was a question about whether historic tax credits are going to be sought. No, they're not going to be. As I understand, a nonprofit cannot use them.
No, but the reason that I was asking is because if you had low-income housing tax credits, that's traded in the marketplace, right? I was curious whether, because you do have arguably, you're arguing you have a structure that's eligible, right? So if
to that.
yeah, so maybe it isn't, but I don't know. Let's just say the SHPO agreed with you, in which case then you could qualify for low-income housing tax credits in the restoration of the church, right? Or in something like that. It's another potential source. I don't know.
Right, but when you're doing low-income housing tax credit projects, you have private investors involved, so there's a limited partnership that's formed, and in this case, the partnership is a joint venture between two nonprofit entities, so there's no for-profit that can take advantage of the tax credits.
Oh, I thought you can trade it sort of in the floating marketplace too, no?
Oh,
With
okay, maybe,
low-income
I mean, I was
housing.
not aware of that as a possibility. I haven't been familiar with projects like that.
Okay.
We'll look into it. Okay, where were we? I think we were at the request for the 7-foot 11-inch front yard. It is based on a programmatic need. As I understand, and the architects can speak to this, that reducing those units by 3 feet makes them not meet the HPD requirements. Therefore, less units on each floor would require actually going up higher to meet the unit count. So we think that the 7-foot 11, while it also is consistent with the character, allows the program to not enlarge the size of the building any higher. The 20 feet, I'm going to actually, I think I'm going to let Christine speak to the 20 feet because she speaks much more elegantly than I can. And introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Christine Hunter, principal with Magnuson Architecture and Planning. So, I'm sorry, I just need the wording that So you asked about the width, the 20-foot width of the courtyard, the entry courtyard that we're creating. It may have been a little arbitrary, but that is the least width between buildings in, as allowed by the zoning ordinance. And we also wanted to preserve the sense of a garden and a more elegant space and not just creating a kind of entry alley, and also to preserve light coming down into that space and to be able to do some planting there. And it seemed to, be respectful of the church. We also, I guess one other thing is that the church there's a side, here. The church has a side structure that egresses into that space. So the egress is both for the church and for the building, which is another reason to make it a reasonably proportioned.
So isn't it, though, that the church's little extension there, or whatever that's for, is what's setting the 20 feet? Or is it a little bit less than that?
20 feet is actually a little bit wider than the church.
Yeah, the 20 feet goes a little bit wider than the church.
Okay.
So what you're seeing here is actually an entry canopy that extends into the space.
Part of the thought process being that shifting this over would be more detrimental versus the value that was gained here, considering there are no windows in the side. I think why don't you start for a
Also,
second?
okay, but so I think you need to, I know you're doing this kind of off the top of your heads quickly because you only heard the comments yesterday. I think you need a little bit more on that in terms of programmatic need, because don't forget, your waiver is a side yard waiver. So your decision to do this needs to be driven by program as opposed to kind of unfortunately aesthetic desire. It'd be one thing if, for example, if it was a light and air thing where the 20 feet somehow gets you, or right? Go, you don't have to make it up right now.
No, but I would just ask one other thing, because making it narrower would also worsen the outer court dimensions. It would take us further away from we're already asking for a variance for that outer court dimension proportionally. So if we made it narrower, we would be getting further away from the prescribed outer court dimension.
There is also a sense that the more generous alleyway serves the needs of the occupants of the premises, but so that it's a little more safe, visible, it doesn't get too narrowed down to the unsafe alley, and now it's the courtyard, so to speak.
Yeah, I think that is a good program.
Okay, good. So you'll work on that.
Yes. There was a question about the common room on the 4th floor, and it's enclosed.
Yes.
There shall be no residents that are having activities in an outdoor space facing upon any other adjacent property.
Oh, so there's no access to that outdoor space?
No, the rooftop, I'm sorry.
I don't mean the roof, I mean the common room, what you're calling the green sunroom.
Well,
From the sunroom to that setback.
accessible from the inside. The vegetated roof over the 3rd floor is vegetated only. It's not accessible by the client's request.
Okay.
So I would suggest a note be added to the plan that the rooftop is not accessible for residents.
All right, no problem.
Is that true about the roof also?
That is true about the roof. It's not meant to be
Okay.
accessed by residents underneath the solar panels. There was just a question about showing the setback from the property line to the face of the surrounding room. We'll show that. It's on one of the plans, maybe drawings, but not another. It's 8x10. With respect to the solar panels, they are not meant to be a canopy for the residents. We do understand they potentially add to the visibility of the height. We think it's a good amenity for sustainable purposes, but can reduce the array of solar panels to be just above the bulkhead, or reduce altogether if the board thinks that's appropriate.
So you could actually lower this array, right?
Well,
Not really.
the rationale for the height of the array is to go over the bulkhead to increase the size of the array. If we drop it, then we will just reduce the size of the array, but we're open to that. I think we understand the height issue and that the solar array increases the appearance of the height of the building, and we're certainly open to it.
But your bulkhead is towards the rear of the building, right? Or is it in the front? I forget.
Sort of towards the front.
The bulkhead is kind of in the middle, it's back here. So if we reduce the solar array, you wouldn't see anything here. The only area really available for a solar array would be at the rear.
Okay.
Not enough roof area anywhere else.
But there's lowering it by taking it off the bulkhead.
Right.
Or just keeping on top of the bulkhead.
You could just drop it to, how high, how much higher than the bulkhead is it now?
No, it's just on top of the bulkhead.
Right now, it's at the height of the bulkhead.
Yeah, or maybe whatever.
What makes it appear so large
above.
is that it extends beyond the
Across,
bulkhead.
okay. Got it.
Where were we here? Okay. We will definitely duly note that there are other residential buildings in the area of similar size. There was a question about typical or proposed typology of a rectory next to a church. And our sense was there's not one typology, that every church has its own site constraints, its own needs, and based on the site constraints and needs, it drives the proposed building or building that's constructed, sometimes private schools, sometimes clinics, healthcare facilities, in this case, a supportive housing. Similarly, the prior rectory wasn't anything more than a single-family residence, then of row houses that was being used, or two-family being used as a rectory. So we couldn't necessarily find an architectural style to point to use to use as an example. But we're happy to be open to that discussion and furthering it. There's an easement area at the back of a property that was noted. It is for vehicular access of all the row houses.
Okay, so but do you have access to that also?
Yes, I don't know if the site plan shows.
And who is that easement, that particular easement area in favor of?
It's in favor of the rectory building.
Well,
that we're taking down.
it's in favor of all, the easement is a collective easement for vehicular passage of all the row houses to get to the rear of them. Essentially, this is the last one, so one could plausibly say the remainder don't need it, but some work was done in title and people determined that it would need permission and consent of every adjacent row house to extinguish the easement, and there was a thought that it would be better just to leave it and not to reduce the amenity or their rights.
But so their rights are, like for instance, according to that, you would have to, no fence and leave it completely open for the neighbor next door to drive into an area that you're using as a garden for this community.
To clarify, this is,
Let her speak.
I guess we should give a height, an elevation on the easement portion, but the landscape rear yard is dropped and there are retaining walls around it. So this only allows you to drive in from, I guess it's 46th Street, through the backyards. It's a real Queens typology.
No, I get it, but it's now very strange because it's not as if you're going to be, people are going to be using it as a turnaround.
Someone can come and do a K-turn. We can't prevent them.
If you have this garage, for instance, I mean, right now there is a row of garages back here. If you have this garage, you could back out and then go out. So it's a little bit of an amenity to the, I mean, yeah.
And so it was decided in terms of ownership that they didn't want to go to the neighbors and just say, really, can't we give up this easement?
One neighbor will not do it.
One neighbor won't. Oh, you've already tried.
It wasn't worth
Oh,
the
you left
litigation.
this out. Okay.
Okay.
So one of the neighbors on the whole.
I cannot speak for firsthand, but I understand the church has had discussions and believes that one neighbor will not give up
Okay, well.
So it would become a
Mhm.
more lengthy process to try and extinguish that.
Okay.
Okay. We will definitely revise the as-of-right sections. The side yard calculations, I think we spoke about the stained glass, and we did bring some plans, actually. I don't know if we could submit them now of the first floor, just so the board has them. In this package of plans,
Isn't the last
we will submit it electronically. Yesterday, actually, I submitted electronically revised plans, full package that respond to fire department's objection to 4-4, and also address one of the typos with respect to side yard calculation. The last page on this now includes, which has not been submitted yet, the first floor plan of the church. So you can get some context for that. And I think that while you're looking at it, Christine can speak about the stained glass.
Yeah, I mean, the church has a very symmetrical sanctuary with, identical windows on both sides, which you can see from the floor plan. So they're paired, they both have the stained glass in them. So taking away one side would really take away half the light in the church and, and just disrupt the symmetry of the sanctuary space.
So the light is only coming from three frontages. The rear wall where the main sanctuary is just it's solid.
Well, the sanctuary is back here. This is the...
Right, and that seems like it's a solid wall. There aren't any windows there.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. So there's from the east, from the west, and from the south. So basically, the church would lose its afternoon light, late afternoon light, and half of the stained glass.
Yeah, well,
which may not be of historic quality, but it's certainly nice.
Where are you saying that the windows
And contributes to the quality of the sanctuary.
No, that's the front.
No.
No, wait a minute. This is
Should we, wait. Do we have
sorry, it's oriented like this.
This is the corner. These are the street.
No, yeah, can you just walk us through where we are in the church?
So here we are is...
You need to get your microphone.
No, they can hear.
Okay.
We can also
You wanna walk me
amend
through
this drawing. This was a sort of last minute add. So, let me be sure I got this right. Where's 31st Avenue is?
Excuse me, that's the avenue.
It's
That's
the other
Yeah, it's this way. This is the back of the church. This is the window that you see in elevation. This is the sanctuary with the solid wall, as you were saying, Chandra. And these are the symmetrical windows.
But wait a minute, doesn't this side have a
No, it's the other way around.
Yeah.
It's the other way around. That's the front. This is the front.
Yeah, that's the front. This is the...
Well, when you say front...
What I mean by the two street frontages. So
Yes,
the
right.
street-
This is 40, this is 31st Avenue, this is 47th Street. When you said front, I thought you meant
This
the
is
altar.
the apse.
Right, this is the altar, the
right?
apse, correct.
So above the apse, isn't there also a stained glass window higher up above the apse? Normally
We have a picture of that
been
facade.
inside to
There's
document
usually
that.
a rosetta,
Yes,
a
there
rosette,
is.
right?
We'll
So-
have to, right. I actually,
Well,
but what you see in
Not one in
there
plan,
are
which
the
is
windows along
No,
this
you wouldn't see it
facade.
because the section is taken too low.
Yeah.
If you were
Right.
higher up, you... So, yeah, so I think what you need to do is, in the statement of facts working together, discuss the impact on the church if you were to bring this thing all the way forward, because that's the programmatic needs of the church.
Yes.
Right
Okay.
now, we're into kind of a religious issue, and this whole idea of blocking off what is a sanctuary that has certain kinds of symbolic significance.
That's fine.
I think that's helpful. Yes, thank you very much.
Do you want images too? I mean, I
Yes.
realize, so images of the stained
We can-
glass?
Yes,
Okay.
images of, you can do it from the outside, you don't have to.
Okay.
We submitted some details in the community board presentation, but we'll absolutely submit it
Okay.
to the board. So those are the existing church plans. I know there was a request for more information about the facade treatment. At this point, I think
Was the request for the side facades of the,
More
that will be
information
facing the
on the
rear yard?
finishes on the side facades.
we can
In
provide that.
part, I mean, for me, side facades are always an issue because I don't know why architects tend not to know that their buildings are three-dimensional.
Understood.
So, right?
Yes.
On all four sides. So, yeah, so more information on the finish. I'm sure the community would like to know also what the finishes are, how it will be treated. Yeah, I know. I looked at that, I just wanted to be able to see.
I think the bigger question was about whether or not Floria could be reoriented on the fourth floor to create better unit layouts, and Christine.
I think that really goes to the easement issue. We had to design around the easement once that became clear as an issue.
No, but is there more than one easement? I only see one easement.
No, but if we go, this wasn't such a good idea. So at the fourth floor, I think, or in general, if you had, rather than have this leg, if you could have a double loaded condition, then you would get 3 apartments back here.
Oh, that's a different subject, but what we were saying, we sort of understood that you had this easement problem. So what we were both of us, both Commissioner Shonda and I were both thinking simultaneously without having spoken to each other about this. The idea of making that leg fatter.
The problem with that is the 30 feet light and air, that this is 30 feet because this unit gets its light and air that way.
Right, but we can waive the 30 feet if that would give you better units, because what we're looking at is the units are a little convoluted like this, right? You have a lot of circulation that's not inside the unit, et cetera, et cetera. And your unit layout that faces the street is so nice, 3 little units, 3 little apartments all lined up, right? So if you created sort of, yeah.
Well, we can look at that, we can examine it right now. We have 30 feet this way for this unit, and 30 feet this way for this unit.
Right.
So if we were to widen it, this unit would lose its window?
No,
But it would have a wider window.
No, you're orienting the unit, you're creating a corridor along the blank wall.
This unit doesn't have to.
It doesn't, but this window doesn't give it light and air because
No, but that's because you're you're following the light and air rules, and
Okay.
we're saying we could waive that, so you have a 19 and change foot rear yard, or court,
between
or whatever it
window
is
and
they
lot
want to call that, outer court.
And can I just ask an
Yeah.
informed question? Are you allowed to also waive the
Multiple dwelling
the
law.
multiple dwelling law?
Yay!
We don't exercise it very often, but in this case, it seems
that they would improve the quality of the unit.
Yes, absolutely. We can definitely look at that.
Okay.
We didn't think that was something.
Yeah, no, but what I wanted to say also is if you had ideas about how to design this, and you were talking yourself out of it because you said we're up against this and that and this, don't be shy, show that, and we'll see whether, because from my perspective, I would actually like to see the height of the building go down, just from the relationship of the rows that are, and so when I looked at that, I thought, well, you get one more unit maybe on a row, then you don't need that kind of funny floor on the
Transfer down
top.
to all floors.
Yeah.
We'll
Maybe.
look at it. We'll look at it. I'm not sure we can.
It may not get you there, but I was thinking in my head without actually doing a drawing, that you might actually even get a little higher unit count if you did this.
Madam Chair, pull the mic, pull the mic.
Your microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we'll look at it.
Okay. Great.
Okay, I think one of the last outstanding questions was maybe a discrepancy in the record between LPC's letter saying no architectural or archaeological significance and a thought process that this could be basically eligible if applied to a CHIPO. That hasn't been done, so we understand that might seem awkward. Despite the feelings that it would be eligible, we were happy to remove that from the letter, revise the letter, notwithstanding, and we don't think it takes away from the fact that this is a very significant neighborhood landmark.
So apparently LPC is getting back to us again on this subject, is that correct? Right, because but the fact that you put it into your papers and then LPC was very confusing about its letter that it sent out was quite confusing. So we need clarity on that. But what I do want to point out is if the seeker review checks the box that says there is a national or state register eligible property, now, as of now, it's not, it's considered an unlisted action, right? Just because it's eligible,
Yeah.
right? But, which
We think it
doesn't
was-
matter because, which in the end doesn't matter because you're doing everything you can to preserve this potentially eligible property. So it doesn't kind of put you in any kind of compromised place. So it doesn't hurt to, pursue that if you really do believe it's an eligible property. I have no idea. We never know exactly how churches get designated or not get designated. You know, St. John the Divine is not a designated landmark. Never mind.
Right.
We'll pursue that further. I mean, we do agree
Right.
that if this is, for whatever reason, eligible and has to be analyzed further, we clearly mitigated or avoided any significant adverse
Right.
effects to the structure. At the same time, if it's not, we may maybe proceed by revising the letter.
Okay.
So I think that kind of addresses most of the comments that came up. We can walk through the site more, or happy to address any other questions.
I just have one question. The easement, is it to the sky?
Sure.
Yeah, it's a fully.
Well, that's actually quite a good question.
I'm just assuming that.
No, don't
Because if
assume.
it's not, then you
Some
can,
kind of thing.
yeah, then you can project the units out a little bit into your,
Never assume about an easement.
I
Oh,
never would have thought that this would have been.
what a
something-
great floor plan you'd get on your third floor or something. That could be, no, it wouldn't. It would be cool. You would get more,
No, it would be a much more efficient floor plan.
much more efficient floor plate, might not look odd. You've got garages back here. It's not so much odder than a garage, like a, what do you call, one of those, what do they call those things that you drive underneath with your car?
Carport.
Carport.
right. I mean, the easement would be only for the driveway. The garage is your property and you're using it as a community room, a community
It's your
space.
punch hole in the building, basically, where people
Yeah.
can do a catering and
Yeah.
come back out. Okay, let's look at it.
Yeah.
We'll
No, you could check that out. You know, get a title company to give you an impression on what that easement is, if it's really, why does it
I was
have to
trying
be
to argue
open
that
to
we
the
could change it
sky?
because it's no longer necessary, but I didn't fail.
Yeah, well,
Would have been a lot cleaner. We recognize that.
that's
Caused a lot
that's more of a court's decision, right, to decide that it's no longer relevant, right? You could try that, if you have time.
Well, the Lawyers Alliance, who had been mostly jotting that part down, decided that was
Oh, okay.
a dead issue.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, so now we would like to hear from speakers who I know had concerns about traffic and so on, so. Are there speakers on this? Please come.
Please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes each.
Come to the podium. If it's difficult for you, ma'am, if it's difficult for you to walk, you can sit and we'll bring you the mic, okay? Just have a seat and then you can speak.
Thank you.
And state your name.
My name is Awatif Solomon. I am a co-owner with my daughter in a property close feet away from the church. And I am concerned, I'm senior citizen, and the traffic is very bad there, and parking is very difficult there. And the neighborhood is going to be too crowded. That what we have schools, two churches, 3 schools, church, and it's going to be very crowded, and it's not going to be very safe anymore. So
You know,
I am
this
here
is-
really to know, to know more about this project.
Okay. So this, just so that you can understand better, it's for 21 studio apartments.
Yes.
That means 21 people.
Okay.
That's what we're talking
Is
about.
it? Uh-huh.
So, I doubt we'll have cars, so that the owners can speak better to that, but it's unlikely that they'll have cars, so they're
youths.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they can't have cars. If you're over 18, I guess you could have a car, but they're unlikely to have cars because of the reality of their income, yeah. And so they'll take public transportation, and that's that for the parking impact. And there might be some people working there, but it doesn't sound like very many, but they can speak to that in more detail.
And I wanted to know about, we do have a problem as people come from the church, sit on the steps, they smoke, They bring people at night and they come and pick them up. So how is the neighbor? I don't know what.
Okay. So we'll ask the owners to speak to this,
What
okay?
kind, yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there other speakers? Please come up.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
My name is Ivy Wang, and I'm the owner of 3084 47th Street.
Sorry, just 1 second, please.
Okay.
While they speak, that picks up on our camera. Okay, I'm sorry, start again.
That's okay. My name is Ivy Wang, and I'm the owner of 3084 47th Street. And I'm here not only for myself, but for my sister, Victoria Lu, who also owns 3064 47th Street. And she couldn't be here because she had to work. Now, we are not professionals. We don't have a blueprint charts and this and that to show. But we are the homeowners. We work hard and long to buy our houses. And the mortgage is crazy. And then all these years, well, we live very nicely around the neighborhood. The neighborhood is very stable and everything. Now, from what I gather today, this project had been talking about it, negotiated, or whatever planning station they were in for a few years. But we only get the notice of a hearing for dated September the 12th, 2019. Now, if there was something, you knock down something, build another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3 family. That's not as a big deal as you had a 21 unit of permanently supportive housing. I do not know exactly what that means, but there wasn't any lock in anybody's head in the neighborhood. It's something that looked like somebody is going to buy into it, in like a condo or something. It could be very well is a homeless shelter, for all I care. We have seen it all over the country. Well, I mean, all over the city. Now, if it's in the planning stages all these years, then how come we only get the notice September 12th this year? And plus the fact that, as a matter of fact, I did not get a notice. It's from my sister, and then that affidavit, I had to make a copy it to put my names and everything on in there. Now that doesn't sit very right with everybody, the homeowner in the neighborhood. If you really want to do something, you have to incorporate the ideas or the opinions or anything, feedbacks, whatever you call it, from the community. Because if this is going to be here, it's not going to be, please do not just stuff something down our throat. That is not a necessary thing to do. It's absolutely not transparent. So I come here, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and then the plans are drawn up. What do you want us to do?
I appreciate your comments. I just want to add that the way that the process works here is 20 days before this hearing, the applicant is required to notify neighbors within 200 feet? 400 feet of the property. So if your house wasn't within the 400 feet, then you wouldn't have gotten notification. Or sometimes when the people who are doing the research on the names of the property owners, sometimes the database isn't accurate and gives the wrong information. But the rule is within 400 feet of the property, 20 days before, notice should have been received, right? Gone out, mailed.
Right, but this information is available at the community board, and the community
Right,
board
but,
should have
but the community board also was advised of this application within a few days, actually within 5 days, isn't that the rule? Of the application being filed, which was in November of 2018. So somewhere by December, the community board received notice of it, and they actually held a hearing on it, which they voted on. I don't actually have the date of their vote. They voted on this letter, and they voted to approve it. So the thing about a community board is some community boards advise their community very well about an application that they're going to hear, and some don't. So if you weren't advised of it, it's because the community board doesn't have a notification process. But notification was proper by the owners. I just want to say, though, I'm a big fan of what I fondly call milk and cookies, where the developer and the team meets with the neighbors and makes a presentation. It's very convenient. You have a church, because that's a great location to have a presentation to the community. It's just a better way of dealing with a project in advance, so you hear what the community concerns are, and then you can, for instance, offer a phone number that says if there's any complaints, please call us, and progress reports and that kind of thing. So I just ask them to be more forthcoming with the community, okay?
So from going forward, will we know everything that what they are planning
Yes.
to do?
So now that you're here, the community board has received a copy of their application materials, okay? Any changes that we ask them to do today, they submit to us, which is kept in, not convenient to you, but it's kept in our offices at 250 Broadway, but a copy of it must also be sent to the community board. So your community board will have a copy of it, and you can go there and look at a copy. But again, in the favor of milk and cookies, I would recommend that the owners schedule a little community outreach, so the neighbors from right around can just walk into the church and see what it is that you're proposing to do. So I hope that they do that, and maybe you want to give them your information so that they can contact you.
And just to add,
Okay.
at the end of
What?
today, there's going to be another date when the next hearing is, and that's going to be made public. You'll hear it if you're here.
So they will give, the owner will give me all the information pertaining who's going to be the management company?
Yes.
What kind of people they're going to move it in? And what criteria that what kind of safeguard that they have, if there are any, pertaining to the future tenants?
So they will do that. They're agreeing. I can see they're nodding in agreement, and they will set up something where the community's invited, and you'll learn what the project is. It's okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, thank you very
Okay.
much. Thank you. Other speakers?
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Raymond. I own the property adjoining the church. I've been there close to 45 years.
Which side?
Would be on the back side here.
Okay. Okay.
I own the property close to 45 years. It's been a wonderful community. It's largely an R5 zone, 2 and 3 families, and it was a great place to bring up families, and it still is. I can't see that a project like this, an apartment building, let's call it, going right up to property line, being effective in our neighborhood. First off, what would happen to our light and air? We'll all have facing a wall. I mean, that's not what this community is about. This community was built on the premise of open space, small-time community, such as a small town. By the way, Astoria was just voted number 8 in the world. This is in the Gazette. Number 8 in the world as being one of the best neighborhoods. I fear that if something like this goes on, a tall building in this area would destroy that flavor of the neighborhood. Also, they say they want to put in 21 units. Now, I heard you say that means 21 people. I don't believe that. They have 25 people that were residing in the church basement up until now. Why would they put up a big building to put only 21 people when they had 25 in the basement?
So this is permanent housing, is that correct? So it's different than what happens in the basement of the church, right? So
Okay,
it's
this was for
permanent
the last
apartments.
3.5 to 4 years. They were down in the basement. You know, there was a rotation, and like I said, it doesn't make sense to me that they want to put up such a large building for 21 people when they had 25 in the basement for 3 or 4 years. I just find it perplexing to try to understand that. But again, the problem of building up right on building line, the property of the height, the space between the building and the church, it's going to kill all light, it's going to kill all air. And again, we're in an area, there are 5 schools within 5 blocks. I might also add that 100 foot from the back of the church, in other words, counting my property going, that would be north, going there was a 2-story building, a 3-story building, I'm sorry. They have a 4th floor setback, which is now in litigation. The city wants it removed. So if that is the case back there, which is only a 100-foot distance from where they're proposing to build, I find this ludicrous.
Sorry, where are you talking about? Where is that place?
On 47th Street, I don't know the address off the top of the head, but it's, let's say, 100 foot in from the back end of the church. The 47th Street side property line of the church, 100 foot north.
Okay, there's another property where they did that was illegal construction, is that what you're saying?
Yes, there's a setback on a roof, making another story, and it's now in litigation. The neighborhood is all aware of this. So the point again, if that's in litigation and they want to put up a building with more setbacks, I mean, I find this very perplexing.
Well, this is a variance.
Excuse me?
This is a variance where the board can waive certain zoning regulations.
No, I understand that's what they're asking for is variances, but if one is rejected.
But it was probably rejected because it was illegally done without DOB permits.
I'm not aware of that. I don't know the ramification of that. I mean, again, it's in litigation now, I know that.
Right. So that's the thing, is it's a little hard to compare something that's going on down the block when we don't know the stories,
something is
right?
going on there.
Right, okay.
You know,
So what I want to say to have you understand, first of all, pay attention because the owners are going to be reaching out to neighbors, and you as an immediate neighbor must be one of the people who's included in that outreach, right? And then the other is we've been talking to the architects and the developer to see if the building can be brought down in height and sort of reconfigured in a way, in certain ways, right? So all of that modification to the project will change what you're seeing maybe seeing in these drawings, okay? So you'll see updates.
Well, as long as they're honest with us and keep us informed.
Right, that's the goal. Thank you very much, we appreciate you coming. Is there anyone else here to speak on this? Anybody else? Yes, please come.
Anyone else after this gentleman?
Yes.
All right, well then, you want to line up or you want to come back?
Salvatore Messina. I've been living in the neighborhood all my life. I have major concerns. First of all, it's a massive building. We all live on 2-family and 1-family houses in the neighborhood. We don't need this.
Do you live right next door
Yes,
or in the neighborhood?
I live right around the corner. I'm right here. This is PS10. I live right around the corner. This is a massive bill. I mean, take a look at this bill. It's massive. I mean, we don't need this big structure in our neighborhood. This building could be somewhere else in another if they want to, maybe one family, two family, but now we're going all the way up. This is, like I said, I wasn't even informed about this until, like she said, September 25th about what's going on. And I find it appalling. And also, if they're going to try to, I work for HRA too, I work for Human Resources, and I see this all the time, what goes on. I mean, these are greedy developers, they're looking for money. I mean, this is definitely federally funded. They don't care if the people in here work or they don't work, they're going to get their check at the end of the month no matter what happens. They already house, like he said, they house 25 people, and I'm concerned about our neighborhood. It's all drug addicts smoking marijuana outside, and they can attest to this. All my
please address us, not them. Okay.
No, but they could tell you that these people come out of smoking marijuana, going into the park. There's a park right here, a beautiful park where my son plays. He's a 6-year-old son. I see these people that they house, these 25 people that they house, constantly walking around the corner, smoking marijuana, doing drugs. And I had confrontations with them because they all live in this building, 25 of them. So now you're going to tell me that 21 people are going to occupy this building? It's going to be more like 150 people occupying this building. And that's my concern for a story. It's crazy. It is ludicrous. Like I said, it's corporate greed. That's all it is. They're federally funded, and they don't care if these people work or they don't work. They're going to get their check at the end of the month. And I work for HRA. I've seen it done all the time with the hotels. Every hotel now is a shelter. $5,000 income they get a month for one room. I don't know how much they're going to be receiving. I guarantee it's along those lines too. Can you tell us how much, can they be asked how much they're going to be receiving in income for a studio? Guaranteed it's $5,000 a month, $4,990 to be exact.
I think what we'll do is have them explain what the program is, because you have an impression of what the program is.
It's not for the neighborhood, that's what I'm trying to say. This program is not for our neighborhood.
Understood.
It could be done in Manhattan or another neighborhood. Not in a story where it's all one family and two family, a tight-knit community. These are all my neighbors. I know every single one of them here. Like I said, we got a notification in September, 3 weeks ago, whatever it was. I mean,
so that's proper notice, as I explained.
It's proper. Okay.
It is proper
notice.
But your community board talked about this whenever that was in January.
We weren't even aware of it. Most of us got a certified mail. I went to the post office and I read what was going on. And also too, Thursday I had to take a day off from work to come down here. Yeah. A lot of my people, my neighbors, they work for a living. They can't be down here on a Thursday afternoon. Come on, I've been here since 1 o'clock. It's 4:30. It's not right. I'm just saying it's just not right. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Lucy Valletta. I'm the homeowner for 3087 46th Street. I'm not going to go over what my fellow neighbors here had mentioned. Again, I'll just reiterate, though, the lack of notice. Again, 2 weeks ago, I received notification, so I didn't think that was enough time to really put together a thoughtful response. And it wasn't a very transparent process. But one thing I will ask for you to consider, because these drawings that we have up here show the street view. And from the street side, it doesn't really look all that bad because they have the 4th floor further back. But where I live...
Can you take the mic with you when you go back?
Where I live is over here. You don't even see our buildings here because it's blocked. And what they also don't show, has anybody considered what the view of this building is going to look from the backside? Because my house in the backyard is below grade level. So if they're putting a 4 or 5 story building here, add an extra level for my backyard, and that'll be a 5, 6 story building for my backyard. And that backyard has a lot of gardens. We grow grapes, we grow figs, we grow vegetables that we eat from. What is that going to do to the lighting? And if you look at that, that is not a retaining wall. That is a prison wall that they're putting back here if they're going straight down to the property line, eliminating garages and building up. So this may not look so bad, but look at it from the back side. and you've got a 6-story building in your backyard that's now going to impact the amount of light that our plants get. So that's something I would ask that people consider. Again, the same thing, you're building an apartment building, you've got the schools in the neighborhood, you've got kids, it becomes very crowded and congested, alternate side of the street parking, so just a couple of things to really consider, and that's about it. And hopefully, I look forward to another public hearing, because maybe, hopefully, I'll have time to put together a more thoughtful response.
Okay, and we're asking them quite specifically to show us the drawings from the other sides so that the community can understand the effect on their side. And also, as Commissioner Shanda is pointing out to me, perhaps a shadow study would be a good idea, because as Commissioner Shanda points out, it's likely that the public school is an intervening shadow that's doing most of the light casting because of the orientation of this building, where your gardens are to the north, right? So
No, the garden is on this side. The garden is here. Garden's on this
your
side.
gardens
We get
are...
morning light.
The morning light is, so it's, sorry. So the garden is to the rear and the subject side is to the north, right? So I'm not sure how much of the...
subject side is to the south.
To the south? Hold on.
Okay, so we don't need to do this, but I would like the
Sorry, I
applicant
meant
to
the
do
sun,
the rotation of the sun.
the rotation of the sun. I'm not
Yeah.
sure how much it will have an impact,
Okay,
given
so-
the location of the, that's...
So instead of us kind of trying to do shadow studies in the air like this, they'll do shadow studies, that we can understand what
I also don't want a 6-foot retaining wall behind me.
Right.
Because that's not a retaining wall, that's a prison.
No, it's not, I don't think it's intended, it's not a retaining wall, it's the rear of the building, but we're looking at that also, okay?
And
All
as
right.
of right, you could have a 23, I mean, the zoning allows as of right up to a height of 23 feet,
I'm sorry. Can
if
you
it's a
speak?
community facility.
Can you say that again? I didn't.
Sorry, as of right, they could have a 23 feet or 1-story, whichever is lower
Okay.
in the rear yard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, how are you? My name is Adolfo Valletta. I'm also on 3087 46th Street. As you've already heard, the notice was a concern for us. I'm particularly concerned about, notice went out to the owners. These are mostly all 2-family houses. You have tenants there too. They have no idea what's going on. That many have been reached out to, I'm assuming, is all the owners on 31st Avenue, obviously because there was an issue with the easement. We've heard nothing about anything other than this notice having come out. That said, I want to point out a few specifics. This whole area back here, we don't have alternate side of the street parking. There is no parking regulation, which is kind of strange and weird, but parking is particularly difficult there. That said, even if there's only 21 people and they're permanent residents, you can't imagine that there's going to be no new cars. Just the point there. Also, the new building is going to demolish one of the 2-family houses and I believe take up part of the yard that's part of the church. Directly behind this part of the building that would be taken down is the alleyway that there are two buildings on 46th Street. There are 5 families each, 2-family buildings. We all share the common background. That's our driveway and that's our gardens. That building is going to be directly in line with that.
It's in line with your garden?
We don't have a backyard as normal. We have a shared driveway.
Right.
And behind those driveways they're very small, but they're all very tightly packed gardens. Everybody on our side of the building, on our side of the block, grows all kinds of stuff. So the other point, in terms of congestion, we have the middle school right here. 3 blocks over, we have the grammar school. A few blocks, maybe 3 blocks down, we have Bryant High School. When schools let out, this whole area is totally congested with people picking up their kids. It's a congestion issue. My biggest concern really also is, look, everybody needs housing. I get that. But I'd really like to see somebody go find a facility. Just for example, we had the Astoria Sports Complex, great big building. if he can't use it for what he wants, that'd be a great place to build up something, because it's already there. Here, you're gonna definitely change the character of that neighborhood. That whole block is all two-family houses, pretty much just like this, except they strip that side and this side. That's all I have to say. I hope we have another opportunity to really get more into the details. We really haven't had much time to do anything here.
Yes, you will, of course, have an opportunity, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other neighbors?
My name is Luciano Modrusan. We own the house right there. This is the house joined exactly with the property of the garages that they're going to demolish it. In the back of that, I do have a space for I park my car and gardens. Right now, the garden doesn't receive that much of the sunlight because we are below the level of the street. I don't mind that they're going to build something there, long as it's a little lower, because, like previously say, this is all two-family houses. Nice, tight, friendly neighborhood. That we know each other. Lately, my wife come home at work, 2:00 in the morning, and she was knocked. Okay? And who did it? Sorry to say. If I knew it, I would take something in my hand, but forget about it. So I say this for my purpose of being right next door neighbor. Nobody come to say nothing to me. Nobody come and visit until my tenant, because I rent the second floor, my tenant say to me, Luch, what the heck is going on? I'm moving. I say, why? They're gonna build 5-story house next door. Who told you? The guy right here, the Greek guy. Oh, I say, I talked to my father-in-law. He's a 87 years old man. He doesn't know nothing about it. So say, I have to go down there and see what the heck is going on. Nobody say nothing about this until we receive the letter in the mail. I mean, can somebody say something about it? Being a next door neighbor? I mean, I'm sorry to be like this.
No, so we're going to, as I said, maybe you heard, the owners are going to reach out to all the neighbors, and I would encourage the neighbors who are here to give your names and phone numbers and email, if you have email, to the developers so that they can reach out to you directly to invite you to these, to what I hope will be a regular, ongoing interaction with the community so that you're not surprising everybody with a project they don't know about.
Because a lot of people, like friends of mine say, work. They cannot be here because nobody's happy about it. And I mean, they could build something. I'm not against it. But that's a little bit too much. Okay, thank you.
Understood, thank you. Any other speakers? Yes, please come up.
My name is Neno Viskovich. I reside at 3069 46th Street. My neighbors have already said what I was thinking. But for me, the biggest thing is the disrespect that my community has gotten. We should have been told a long time ago. I know that you said 20 days. That's a baloney, 20 days. Come on. What is that? We were disrespected as a community because no one told us. We got a letter, September something. We lived there all our lives. I lived in a house my father bought in 1966, okay? My father died in 1990. My mother died last year, 97 years old. And I know all my neighbors. If I need something, I have Salvatore there or Luch. So why is it that everybody's disrespecting my community. I want to know why. Right? Why can't people be upfront? For all I know, maybe this is a done deal already. And it really irks me, okay? Now, the other thing that bothers me, why do we have to have the meeting here? Why don't you have it in the community? You have 5 schools over there.
So this is, I just want to explain, because a lot of people don't even know there's such a thing as a community board. In January, your community board, that is your community, which is based, I'm sorry, I don't know where this community board has its address, but a community board holds a meeting every month to discuss projects that are coming into the community. And I'm sorry that your community didn't require any kind of notice to the immediate neighbors. Some community boards are very good about that, but they held a hearing in December or January about this application, and you weren't notified. So the reason that we have...
You're correct. What we have to do now is get rid of the people that are in Community Board 1, because they're not doing nothing for my community.
Okay, so that's a different subject,
Right,
which
okay.
unfortunately is
You
in
know,
our, or fortunately
I'm
is
sorry
not our
I'm getting
domain.
upset, but this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
really upsetting to me.
Right.
I mean, my neighbors already have...
The notification that the chair was talking about is not the notification about the work or the project. It is the notification about this specific hearing. But this project, if it's presented to the community board in January, you should have been told about that back then. And it's not the board's fault.
To vote Michael out, and whoever is in the community board. Because
Okay.
they're not doing their job.
So, sir, so
The
in
community
terms
board
of
is on
this...
Ditmars Boulevard.
Excuse me?
They're on where?
Ditmars Boulevard and 30.
Ditmars and what?
I know. Salvatore and I tried to get a hold of our Community Board 1. We called their office, we could never get him. Oh, he doesn't know nothing about this. We asked him about this. Oh, he doesn't know, Michael doesn't know nothing about this. Right, Sal?
Michael Harris.
Call them.
Okay, so I think the community board may have an email, and you can also reach out to your council member is Constantinidis.
Constantinidis.
He never takes phone calls. He doesn't live by us. So why would he care what's going on?
Sir, you can't, I appreciate your, and I empathize, but you can't scream out.
Right. So
I just wanted to voice my opinion that I'm against this, okay?
Understood.
I'm against this. First of all, another thing, who are going to be housed? What people are going to be housed?
So we're going to let the people who are running the program tell you more about it, but just, sir, after you sit down...
Why can't I know now?
No, they're going to get it, because I can't answer the question. I'm not the director of the program. But sir, please look at me. If you finish what you have to say, then please sit down, and then we can have the developer get up and talk about the project, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the community who would like to speak? Okay. Please come up, and somebody who represents the program to speak.
I'd like to ask a question. Restate your name if you spoke already, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, my name is Alex Roque. Thank you, community board members, and community members. If I may address both audiences, is that okay?
Yes, yeah.
I would like to take a minute just to give you a quick background on the work that we do. I know that it's easy to assume that our work is what we perceive to be homeless individuals and what we know is endemic in that community. But the Ali Forney Center was born out of the need for homeless kids. We actually work only with homeless young people. Ali Forney was a 13-year-old boy who was kicked out of his home because his community and his family would not accept him. He ended up on the streets at the age of 15 and tragically was murdered. We do the work in his memory. We do the work specifically to address the needs of young people who have no parents, whose parents will not accept them, who do not give them a home because of their identity. 99% of the young people in our program are employed. 77% of them are in school, and 75% leave our program and never come back into the system. We've been in your community for over 12 years. In fact, we've been housing 20 young people on 6-month rotating basis for about 12 years. And the work has been done confidentially in our efforts to protect the identity of our young people, to protect the identity of the crisis that they're in, and to mold into the community. Our work operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and in spite of this massive or humble operation, both, we fly under the radar. In fact, we would have less people, we have been working with less people than you would have if your church was operational there. The church would actually bring in 200, 300 people a few times a week. We're only bringing in 25 young people there. In terms of, I took some notes to the response. Should I respond to some of the concerns?
Please.
Thank you. And I don't only ask out of courtesy for the system. I don't understand the system. I only understand my work, and I want to be respectful to all of you and all of your concerns, and I'm happy to continue the conversation. At one global point, the reason why we are not able to have an open house at our shelter is because it is a confidential program. Our kids have been threatened by their families, they've been threatened by the community. Our kids are 8 times more likely to be beat up on the streets, they're 8 times more likely to become infected with HIV, and they're 8 times more likely to commit suicide because of the depressive states and the backgrounds they come from. We are not, no detriment to any other program, but we're not a program that's housing truant young kids. We're not a program who's housing kids who aren't home because they wanted to party all night. In fact, we have a curfew. Kids have to be inside by 9 p.m. Any young person who's not out by 9 p.m. is kicked out of our program. If you're seeing other individuals in the community on the streets, on the stoop, smoking cigarettes and marijuana, it's not our kids. I can guarantee you that. You should call the police, and we're happy to support any investigation because we do have 15 cameras on the premises that is keeping constant surveillance of what's happening there. We run a very tight organization, and it's very community and family driven. There are a couple of concerns that I would just love to respond to. We do not have cars, as was stated earlier. The socioeconomic basis of our young people, but our staff and our clients are not driving. In terms of crowded and safety, again, we've been there for over 10 years operating in this similar program. We have, let's see, been there for 20 years, built the community. I'm sorry?
Without any incident.
Sorry, so yeah, so in the time that we've been there, we've never had any incidents, no police reports, no even paramedic calls, no security issues. In fact, we're in 19 other communities throughout New York City. We have actually helped the communities. We were recently in Sunset Park. There was a flooding issue that the city had been ignoring for over a decade. We were able to work with the community, to work with the neighbors, to advocate, to improve that issue. We actually got into City Hall, we got into the mayor's office, we got into the council's office, and we addressed the issue. We actually become neighbors with our partners. Again, in this particular program, these young people that are in your area are the most confidential of our program. We fly under the radar on purpose, not because we have any disrespect for you or any lack of concern for our neighborhood, but these young people are going through a lot when they're in that program. We've had no police reports, community support. We actually had our hearing in January, Steve. How many members did we have supporting from the community?
We had, I think at least half a dozen people.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm sorry.
Sorry, because you spoke from there. Could you repeat what you
Sure.
said?
So my question to Steve, and first let me apologize. I'm sorry that you do not know about our project. I'm sorry that you do not know about our program. I empathize with you. I would be as concerned. It's not something that we did on purpose. We're following a system. We're a nonprofit organization. We're not making money off of this program, to the earlier concern. We're following the system, and if we had an opportunity to connect with you and have this conversation with you as we're doing now, we would love to have it. We would love to continue the conversation. And we did have our hearing in January, and we had about half a dozen supporters. We actually
Sorry, it was a hearing at the community board.
hearing at the community board in January that had half a dozen supporters. We also have 170 volunteers from the neighborhood who are volunteering at our shelter, who are cooking dinner for our kids, who are helping with homework assignments, who are helping our kids understand how to write a resume, understand how to be in the community. And the goal of our program collectively is to get our kids stabilized over a 2-year period and move on into independence. So we're working with the kids very aggressively. If at any time a young person is not meeting the requirements of the program, we are put in the unfortunate position to evict these young people. These young people have, in this particular site, have a dedicated medical doctor, substance abuse specialist, psychiatric specialist, as well as career and educational counselor. There's a community of staff members and professionals who are helping these kids rebuild their lives, and that's the premise of this program there. Clients not allowed. I am happy to answer any other questions. If I missed anything, I'm happy to answer it offline or host you at our main office or come to your homes and tell you about our program. But please rest assured that I understand the concerns are mainly about the building, but as it relates to the young people and as it relates to this process, it was not us, and our young people are seeking the community and the love that they don't have.
Someone made a comment about people sitting on the steps of the church and smoking. You want to talk
Our
to
young
that?
people are absolutely not allowed on the front side of the church. There's actually no allowance there. We have a camera there. They're not allowed on that side of the church. Those are not our kids. I can assure you that. They are not allowed. In fact, our young people are only allowed, and it's part of our policy, it's part of our manual. Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, but finish your sentence. Sorry. Let him finish his sentence.
Yes, so the young people are actually not allowed on the steps. They're not allowed on that side of the church for a number of reasons, not the least of which is to be respectful to the community. The young people are required to exit from the train and go in directly into the area. They're not allowed to be within 5 blocks of the neighborhood, of the residences if they're hanging out. Like if they want to go to the park, it has to be away from our residences because it helps them break up. That way they're not standing out and congregating in masses outside.
Is there something you can do to address people being on the stoop of the church?
That's what I just said.
Is there something we can do to address
He responded that they weren't his
kids.
But
Oh, okay.
Nonetheless, there's some loitering going on there that the community.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Yeah, so if that's a concern, I will raise it with our security team, I will raise it with our facilities folks, and I will make sure that our cameras are catching that and reporting that accordingly. That is considered loitering, it is private property, but it's not our kids, they're not allowed there, under any circumstance. May I take?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
No, that's not how we do things.
Sorry.
Okay, so, all right, so what I would like you to think about, and please take their contact information, is understood that maybe you can't have this meeting in the church or however this works, but to find a location where you can invite the entire community and make a presentation to them about your program and about your project. The classic milk and cookies, wherever you're able to find a public meeting space that works. Maybe the public school down the street will let you do that. That's very convenient, right? Yeah.
We're happy to host a meeting as it relates to the concerns about our program, and certainly with the developer partners, who I should mention are pro bono partners and receiving payment through grants that we're applying for. We're happy to host a meeting to address both issues. And again, I'm terribly sorry that there is this feeling, and I hope it doesn't reflect on our mission and the kids that we're working with.
And another thing that often happens is if you're willing and the members of the public can stay, you can go into the hallway and discuss this a little bit, but obviously I think it'd be more fruitful if in your neighborhood you could talk about neighborhood concerns, because then you can point to them, right? Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right. I only had one other question. It was really an architect's question. In the interest of concerns about the height of the building, which is why I was looking at the floor plate, and perhaps when you're looking at turning that portion around and in the rear, whether or not you might be able to pull away from that rear yard, that line,
Yeah.
pull away from that line and, go that way.
Put more bulk. We have to discuss this.
Yes.
If we did, obviously, if we did ascertain that we could build across here and sort of leave the easement at grade, that would make a big difference. And,
Right. Okay.
So given that the church, has this narrow.
Yeah, that would probably be your marker, but it's.
Definitely, we can reorient the bulk, I think.
And you might even, because this is sort of this modernist box, right? But you could even have the top floor have more of a slope to it that's more at that side, right? Where it's more consistent with the way the church has its slope roof, things like that. I don't want to mess with your architecture, but the idea of being sensitive to the light and air concerns and the appearance of that side of the building to that whole row of gardens at the back.
Understood. And I think the shadow study will also really help to address the concerns about light as it affects the properties on 46.
And I think what would be helpful is to show a comparison of the shadow with the as of right and the proposed. So it's the incremental difference. Yeah.
Right. And by the way, don't forget, it's incremental shadows, right? So if there's other buildings that are casting a shadow and yours is only an incremental difference, don't forget to include that, because often it's as if your building is standing alone in a desert, and that's not how it works. Okay? Thank you. All right, so I think we covered everything. Everybody's questions here answered? Yes, or responded to? Okay, great. So now the schedule for responding to the concerns. We need Mr. Roble.
Yes.
So
there's some homework to do in looking at the design.
Yes. So you want to come back in January? Is that a good time?
Yes.
You don't ruin all your vacation?
Okay. Yes, January seems to be a good time.
Okay. So, yeah.
January 28th. Okay, so submission date of January 8th with a continued hearing on January 28th.
And for the community's information, which you will know about because you'll be having conversations with the developer and program directors, they're going to be submitting on January 8th, is that right?
Yes.
The revisions to the project. And a copy of those revisions will also be submitted to your community board. I believe your community board has a website. No?
They have an email.
They have an email address, so that's
It's
terrible.
Community Board 1, right?
Community Board 1.
They have a website.
They have a website. Yeah, so in various forms to reach out to the community board in case for some reason you don't have access through the developer. I hope you do.
We'll try to
and-
set up a meeting before our next hearing.
Yeah, that would be really great. Yeah, setting up a meeting like sometime in December, but not like during
Holidays.
Christmas, because that would be so mean. We want to be all in the spirit of information, right? Okay, so, and then they'll be back here, and you are, of course, invited, and it would be in the morning session of our hearing, which doesn't necessarily actually mean morning, because sometimes our morning session extends into the afternoon, but, we can try to make sure that this is scheduled earlier in the calendar, so morning means morning. And you're invited back on the 26th, right, of January?
28th.
Sorry, 28th of January, okay?
Okay.
We appreciate very much your coming and your testimony. It's extremely helpful, okay?
Thank you for
Thank
your
you very
time.
much. Thank you.
Second call item number 9, 2018-150BZ, 2215 Homecrest Avenue, Brooklyn. No, you already are under oath.
Making sure. Do we need to reopen, or am I?
Yes.
We need to reopen?
Did we close?
Did we close? I
Yes.
forget what we did.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion to reopen, Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Good afternoon, Lear Altman from Lear Altman again. I did, can hold on. I spoke with my client, I spoke with the architect, and I've received consent to withdraw the application without prejudice, please.
Great, okay. So then I would like to make a motion to close again.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Thank you very much.
And a motion to withdraw.
Chair Perlmutter?
Without prejudice.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And that's without prejudice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This concludes the public hearing for October 3rd, 2019.
Good job, guys. You got to use that. That was good. It was helpful.